Hey guys, welcome back to our channel, as you seen in title and thumbnail. In this video we are going to see, what if Deku inherited Nighteye's Foresight quirk. This is movie, and for more comment down your thoughts and like share, also check out my Patreon to support me. All details in description. Izuku Midoriya's first glimpse of the future came with the sound of breaking glass. He was 4 years old, sitting at the low table in their small living room, legs swinging as he made his All Might toy jump from the back of the couch. The TV played an old recording of the Camino Bridge rescue. All Might's voice booming through the speakers. "It's fine now. Why? Because I am here." Izuku's heart did the little happy flip it always did when he heard that line. He grinned, lips stretched wide, toy raised in the air like a tiny plastic symbol of peace. Then everything shifted. For a moment, the light in the room flattened, as if someone had turned down the brightness on reality. Colors dulled, sounds muffled, the TV voices stretched like they were traveling through water. Izuku blinked, and in front of his eyes, the world changed. He saw his mom, Inko, walk into the room, smiling sleepy-eyed, holding a glass of water. She stepped forward, her foot catching the corner of the rug. She stumbled, the glass slipped from her hand and crash, the image shattered like a movie cutting to static. Izuku gasped. The room snapped back to normal brightness. The TV's sound returned, too loud. Inko Midoriya with a glass of water, he mumbled, chest tight. A few seconds later, footsteps padded down the hall. "Izuku, sweetie, did you turn up the volume again?" "It's so." She stepped into the room, smile in place, glass of water in her hand. The exact position, the exact angle of her wrist. Izuku's entire body went cold. "Mom," he squeaked. She blinked. Wait, don't," he yelled, dropping All Might and scrambling off the couch. "The rug, the glass, it's gonna." Her foot caught on the rug. She stumbled, but Izuku was already there, small hands shoving the rug flat with all his weight. Inko wobbled, arms flailing, but caught herself. "Izuku." She clutched the glass to her chest. Wide-eyed. "Oh my gosh, that was close. Thank you, sweetie. I didn't even see." Her gaze dropped to the rug, then to him. He was breathing hard like he'd just run a mile. His eyes were huge, shining with something that wasn't just fear. "I saw it," Izuku whispered. "You were gonna fall. The glass was gonna break." Inko smiled, gentle and indulgent. "You mean you saw I was tripping, right? You have good reflexes, Izuku. You saved Mama's feet." Izuku shook his head, curls bouncing. "No, I saw it before. A little bit, like on TV, like a clip." He pointed at his forehead, unsure how to describe the strange heaviness behind his eyes. "It played here." Inko's smile faltered for just a second. Then she knelt down and pulled him into a hug, heart pounding too fast against his cheek. "Maybe," she said softly, "we should go see a doctor. Just to check your quirk, okay?" The hospital corridor smelled like disinfectant and printer ink. Kids and parents sat in rows, some with glowing hands, some hovering a few inches off their seats, one child's hair quietly turning colors like a mood ring. Izuku clutched his All Might notebook to his chest, feet swinging nervously off the exam table. The paper crinkled where he'd already scribbled. "Quirk notebook number 1 Midoriya Izuku, future hero, hopefully." Below it, in shaky hiragana, "If I get a cool quirk, I'll be just like All Might." Inko sat in the chair beside him, twisting her purse strap, eyes flicking between him and the door. Every now and then, she looked at the notebook's cover, All Might's smiling face. And her expression softened with a complicated mix of pride and worry. The door slid open with a click. A man in a white coat stepped in, tablet in hand, glasses perched low on his nose. "Midoriya Izuku?" he asked, scanning the screen. Izuku straightened. "Why yes." The doctor smiled. "I hear you might have had your first quirk manifestation. Can you tell me what happened?" Izuku glanced at his mom. She nodded. "So he did." He told the doctor about the TV going quiet, about colors going strange, about the clip of his mom falling, and how he'd stopped it. The doctor listened closely. He asked about headaches, about dizziness, about any other strange moments. How long had the clip lasted? How clear had it been? Did Izuku feel like he was dreaming? "Not like a dream," Izuku said, frowning hard. "Dreams are fuzzy. This was like watching a hero video, just shorter. And I could feel it was going to happen. It was really scary." The doctor hummed, jotting notes. "All right, we'll do a few tests. There were machines and lights and questions. Izuku did eye tests, reaction tests, had stickers put on his forehead that itched, watched shapes on a screen and pressed buttons when they changed. Once, when the doctor reached out to adjust a sensor, Izuku's vision flickered again. He saw the doctor drop his pen. When the vision snapped away, Izuku shot out a hand and snatched the pen right as it slipped from the doctor's fingers. The man stared. "You saw that coming?" he asked. Izuku nodded, small but firm. Hours later, after tests and murmured conversations in the hallway, the doctor sat with them again. "We've seen quirks similar to this before," he said carefully. "Not many, and not usually in someone this young. But from everything you've described, from your reflex tests, from the neural scans, I believe your son's quirk is a form of precognition." Izuku's heart flipped. Precog. Seeing the future, the doctor clarified. "Not in full detail, not all the time, but you I've short segments of events before they occur, especially when you're emotionally invested or focused." Inko's fingers tightened around her purse. "Is it dangerous to him?" The doctor hesitated. "The brain isn't really meant to process time like this. He may experience headaches, fatigue, anxiety, especially if he sees distressing events. But physically, we don't see any immediate harm. It's closer to an information overload than anything else." He turned to Izuku. "You said it felt like a clip playing in your head." "Like a recording." Izuku nodded. The doctor smiled faintly. "That's a good way to think of it. In technical terms, it's a form of foresight. That might be a good name for it." Izuku's eyes widened. "A hero quirk name, like All Might's moves." Foresight, he repeated, tasting the word. "So that's my quirk, if it continues as we've observed." "Yes," the doctor said. "Midoriya Izuku's quirk, Foresight. I'd like you to come back for regular checkups. And it's important we teach him how to manage it, when to trust it, and when not to let it control him." "I'll do my best, Doctor," Inko said, bowing slightly. Then, quieter, "Thank you. Thank you so much." As they left, Izuku hugged his notebook to his chest so hard his knuckles turned white. "I have a quirk. I can see the future. I can save people before they get hurt." His mind raced with possibilities, all might charging in at just the right second, preventing disasters. Smiling as reporters asked, "How did you know that building would collapse?" And he'd answer, calm and cool, "Because I saw it coming." Izuku's small chest swelled. "I'm gonna be a hero," he whispered into the hallway. For sure. The future, it turned out, was rarely exciting. It was cups tipping and people forgetting umbrellas. It was cats knocking things off shelves and classmates stumbling over their shoelaces. It was pencils breaking just before an exam and his mom dropping her keys in the hallway. The visions came in jerky flashes at first, 3 seconds. 5 seconds, never more than a minute. Timdy would muffle, and an image would overlay reality, translucent but vivid. He learned quickly that touching people made it easier to trigger the visions. Holding someone's hand, bumping shoulders, brushing past in a busy street, each contact could spark a flicker of something that would happen to them soon. "Sorry," he'd shout, darting forward to catch an old lady's grocery bag before it tore. "Oh, thank you, dear," she'd say, blinking, unaware of the ripped corner he'd seen in his head. He stopped his teacher from tripping on a loose wire. He shouted, "Look out," before a ball came flying across the playground. He dragged a crying kid out of the way of a cyclist who didn't see them. Little things, important to the people involved, maybe, but not the flashy, world-shaking rescues from his All Might videos. Still, for every success, there were other moments. Sometimes he saw a cup fall and couldn't reach it in time. Sometimes he saw a kid get shoved and just froze, chest tight, watching the image play out twice, once in his head, once in real life. Once, he saw a classmate scrape their knee on the stairs. He called out, tried to warn them, but they just laughed and kept running. Exactly the way he'd seen. He started to learn something horrible about the future. Even when you saw it coming, people didn't always listen. Even when you tried, you couldn't always stop it. At night, he lay awake in bed, eyes on the glow in the dark stars on his ceiling, mind replaying all the clips he'd seen that day. His brain buzzed, too full of futures and what-ifs. But every time anxiety tried to choke him, he'd roll over and grab his All Might action figure, clutching it to his chest. If All Might had my quirk, Izuku whispered, he'd use every second of it to save someone. He wouldn't be scared, so Izuku decided he wouldn't be scared either. Or at least he'd pretend. He bought notebooks and started writing. Foresight applications, hero training. He documented what kinds of touches triggered stronger visions, how far into the future he could see, never more than an hour, how much detail he could remember, and how tired it made him. He wasn't quirkless. He was a budding strategist, at least in his own mind. By the time he hit middle school, Izuku's reputation was a strange mix. Midoriya's got that weird fortune teller quirk. Some kids said, he's like a nervous old lady. He's actually saved people from getting hurt a lot, others admitted. Remember when he pulled Minato out of the way of that falling sign? Bakugo called it something else. Support gear without the gear, he sneered one afternoon, sparks crackling in his palm. You see stuff. So what, you gonna stare a villain into submission, Deku? They stood behind the school, the usual spot where arguments happened. The sun pushed through thin clouds, rays glinting off Bakugo's ash-blonde hair. His friend stood behind him, snickering. Izuku hugged his notebook to his chest. It's not just seeing stuff, he said quietly. If I know what's going to happen, I can plan for it. I can warn people, I can tell heroes. Heroes don't need a scrawny, muttering sidekick. Bakugo cut in. Real heroes blast through problems. They're the ones other people rely on. He jabbed a thumb into his chest. My explosion quirk. That's a real hero's quirk. Offense. Power. Flashy as heck. Yours. He smirked. Yours is just anxiety with extra steps. The words stung worse than they should have. I still want to be a pro hero, Izuku said. All Might uses his brain too, Kachan. He times his rescues. He's always in the right place at the right time. Maybe you think you can be like All Might with that quirk? Bakugo's expression twisted. You think you can stand on the same stage as me? Izuku's foresight flared, unbidden. For a fraction of a second he saw it. Bakugo grabbing his notebook, blowing it up in a shower of ash, waki. Ing away laughing while Izuku scrambled to gather charred pages. The vision ended. Izuku's heart hammered. His hands tightened around the notebook. He could stop it. He could just step back. Nothing to say. Bakugo snorted, stepping forward, hand flickering. That's what I thought, Deku. Stay out of my way. With a lame support quirk like that, you'll be lucky to be a sidekick's sidekick. The next image flickered before Izuku's eyes, him stepping back, notebook safe, Bakugo smirking as he walked away. The usual humiliation. No direct damage today, but then another future shimmered behind it. His notebook in Bakugo's hand, pages scattered, and in the mess, a sketch of All Might with Midoriya hero suit mock-up number 1, scribbled beside it. The hero costume he'd dreamt up since he was small. Bakugo's laugh. You really think you're gonna get into UA with this trash? Izuku swallowed. He'd seen enough to know Bakugo would find his notebook sooner or later. Whether it was today or next week, the vision would happen. Unless, he took a deep breath, lowered his gaze, and hugged the notebook even tighter. Fine, he said quietly. I'll stay out of your way, Kachan. Bakugo smirked like he'd already won, turning away. The notebook survived, that day, at least. But the taste of compromise lingered bitter on Izuku's tongue. Seeing the future doesn't matter if I never act on it. The thought would stick with him for a long time. The day of the sludge villain attack began like any other. Too early, too crowded, and too loud. Izuku waited at the crosswalk with a dozen other students, backpack straps cutting into his shoulders. He could hear snippets of conversations, talk of quirks, of UA applications, of heroes spotted around town. All Might was here last week, you know. I heard Kamui Woods is patrolling this area now. You see that new villain on the news? So freaky. Izuku's fingers twitched around the worn strap of his bag, mind drifting. He'd been trying to push his quirk further lately, quietly testing how long he could hold a vision, how far he could fast forward. But every time he tried to force it, a sharp pain dug behind his eyes, like someone driving a nail into his skull. He backed off long before the edges of his dreams. If he wanted to be ready for UA, he needed more than a quirk. He needed a body that could keep up with the information overload. One thing at a time, he told himself. Train, study, observe. The crosswalk light blinked to green. The crowd surged forward. Izuku stepped off the curb, and his vision shattered into sludge. There was no slow build-up this time, no gentle flattening of color. The future slammed into him like a freight train. He saw a tunnel, dark, damp. He heard a sloshing, gurgling laugh. He saw Bakugo, face twisted in rage and terror. hands trapped in a suffocating mass of green ooze as explosions fizzled uselessly. He couldn't breathe, neither could Bakugo. The vision jerked forward, heroes standing back, shouting plans, arguing over collateral damage. A narrow window, a gap in the sludge's focus. A split second where a distraction from behind would make the monster loosen its grip. A bag hitting it square in the eye. A shout, a blast of pain. The image stamped itself into Izuku's brain so hard he staggered on the sidewalk, nearly bumping into someone. "Watch it," the man grumbled. Izuku blinked, vision snapping back. Heart pounding, feet already moving. Kachan. He broke into a run. The tunnel smelled worse than he'd imagined, like garbage and sewer water and something sour underneath. Smoke drifted, thin and greasy, carrying the echoes of panicked voices. "Kid, hold on, we can't just rush in." His nitroglycerin sweats gonna. Izuku skidded to a stop at the tunnel entrance, chest heaving. The SCE, nay in front of him might as well have been a frame ripped from his vision. Bakugo floated midair, half swallowed by a mass of green sludge. His eyes were wide, red-shot, as explosions sputtered against the villain's grip. Heroes stood on the sidelines, each held back by their own limitations. Death arms clenched his fists. Kamui Woods' branches twitched, held in check by the cramped space. Water. Hero shouted instructions that weren't being followed. The villain laughed, voice bubbling. "Great nitro sweat, gonna blow this whole tunnel sky high if anyone gets too close. Perfect body for me, huh?" Izuku's fingers dug into his backpack strap. His legs trembled. That's it, that's the vision. The part where he turned around, or froze, or waited for someone else to move, that wasn't in the clip. The vision had started later. At the tiny gap, which meant, he scanned the scene, replaying the vision in his head. The heroes shouted. Bakugo strained. The sludge shifted its focus toward a hero charging too close. Its eye bulged with amusement. There, a half-second where its guard dropped just enough. Izuku didn't think. He couldn't. If he stopped to think, he knew he'd never move. He ran. His foresight flared, showing him the exact pattern of moving feet and shifting sludge that would keep him from slipping, tripping, or getting grabbed before the crucial moment. One hero shouted, "Kid." As he bolted past, Izuku's heart thudded in his ears, loud as a war drum. Everything else fell away. He saw Bakugo's future face, blue-lipped and slack, flicker in the back of his mind. He overlaid a DFF errant future on top of it. Bakugo sprawled on the ground, coughing, furious, alive. "Change it." He yanked his backpack off his shoulder and gripped it by the strap. The zipper was loose, his notebooks and pens jostled inside, giving it more weight. The villain's eye turned toward a shouting hero, attention shifting. Now, Izuku's foresight snapped into alignment. He saw himself 1 second ahead, arm swinging, bag flying. He threw with everything he had. The bag smacked into the sludge villain's eye. Graah. The sludge screamed, momentarily loosening its grip on Bakugo's face. Air rushed in. Bakugo gasped, coughing, explosions flaring harder in reflex. "You stupid nerd," he coughed. Izuku didn't reply. His quirk flashed again, showing the sludge whipping toward him in retaliation. He dropped low. The attack sailed over his head, spattering against the tunnel ceiling. A hero seized the opening. "Now, grab the kid." Water shot forward, splashing into the villain. A pair of strong arms, death arms, lunged in, yanking Bakugo free while his explosions shredded the remaining sludge. The villain thrashed, fragmented under the combined assault. Izuku found himself on the ground, knees scraped, palms stinging from where he'd landed. His backpack lay in a gooey puddle near the villain, contents soaked and ruined. But Bakugo was coughing on the ground. Angry, alive, heroes rushed in. One of them used capture tape. Another snapped open a containment bottle. Izuku slumped against the tunnel wall, chest burning. Adrenaline drained out of him, leaving behind a hollow, tremoring exhaustion. His foresight faded completely. Reality settled. Noise returned. "Hey, kid," one of the heroes snapped, looming over him. "What were you thinking, rushing in like that? You could have been killed." Izuku forced his gaze up. "He was going to die," he said, voice shaking but clear. There was a gap, a small one. I saw it. Someone had to move." The hero frowned, thrown off by the certainty in his tone. "You have a predictive quirk?" another asked. Izuku nodded weakly. "Foresight." Before they could ask more, a familiar, booming voice echoed down the street. "Never fear." The crowd outside the tunnel erupted. Because All Might was here. All Might was every bit as dazzling in person as he was in the videos. More, even, larger than life, literally and metaphorically. He laughed, clapped Baku. Go on the back hard enough to jostle him, praised the heroes, posed for the crowd. People cheered, cameras flashed. The whole atmosphere shifted from near disaster to celebration in an instant. Izuku watched from the back, half hidden. Too drained to move closer. He should have been ecstatic. His childhood idol, the man whose posters covered his walls, was right there. In front of him. Instead, Izuku's foresight stirred. He didn't trigger it consciously. It rose on its own, like a wave responding to a gravitational pull. For a heartbeat, All Might's outline blurred. The colors around him dulled. The cheering fell away. Izuku saw All Might, thinner. Gaunt, shirtless in a dim room, a terrible wound gouged across his side, ribs visible, scar tissue jagged. He saw blood, coughing, steam. He saw All Might clutching his chest, slumping against a wall. The image lasted only a second, like a camera flash of something he wasn't meant to see. Izuku's breath hitched. His foresight snapped off. The cheering crashed back into his ears. All Might, hurt. His chest tightened. He didn't understand it. He didn't want to. By the time he blinked the sting from his eyes, All Might was gone, bounding away over the buildings. Izuku picked up his ruined backpack with shaking hands. He's All Might, he told himself. He's fine. But the clip played again and again behind his eyelids. The wound, the blood, the coughing. The future had never felt so heavy. The rooftop was quiet, except for the distant hum of traffic and the faint creak of metal under their feet. Izuku stood near the chain-link fence, staring at his ruined notebook. The pages were warped and stained with sludge. His handwriting blurred. His hero notes melted into smears of ink. It hurt to look at. He closed it carefully anyway and hugged it to his chest. His heart still hadn't fully calmed from the earlier adrenaline. A gust of wind rattled the fence. Then a voice boomed. I am here. Izuku spun. All Might landed on the rooftop in a blast of dust and force. Cape billowing, teeth gleaming in a wide grin. Izuku's stomach flipped upside down. All Might, he squeaked, voice cracking spectacularly. The hero straightened, laugh echoing across the roof. Young man, All Might said, pointing a thumb at himself. I saw what you did back there. Charging in, despite the danger. That kind of reckless courage is. The words cut off in his throat as his chest convulsed. His eyes widened, steam curled off his body. Izuku's foresight lurched to life without permission. Time flattened, the world dimmed. He saw All Might shrink. Muscles deflating like a popped balloon. He saw the costume hanging loose on a much thinner frame, his hair drooping, his eyes sunken. He saw him coughing up a spray of blood. An echo of the earlier vision, but sharper now. Closer. All Might started, his voice glitching between his heroic boom and something weaker. The vision snapped away. Izuku's mind scrambled, trying to connect what he'd just seen with the man towering in front of him. Why you're hurt, Izuku blurted, before he could stop himself. All Might froze. What did you say, young man? Izuku swallowed. His palms were sweaty. His heart hammered against his ribs hard enough to hurt. I saw you, he said, words tumbling out. Earlier, and just now. I have a quirk, Foresight. I can see short clips of the future. Or things that are about to happen. Or things that will happen soon. All Might's smile strained at the edges. That's quite a bold claim, he said. A powerful quirk, if true. Many would misuse such a gift. I'm not lying, Izuku said, voice trembling but steady. You're going to shrink. You're going to cough blood. You have a big scar right here. He touched his own side, mirroring where he'd seen the wound. All Might's eyes sharpened dangerously. For a second, Izuku thought he'd made a huge mistake. That he'd be yelled at, or brushed off, or told never to speak of it. Instead, All Might's shoulders dropped. Steam billowed, thick and sudden. His body shrank, just like In's costume dangling. In seconds, the symbol of peace was gone. In his place stood a tall but painfully thin man with sunken cheeks, messy hair, and tired eyes. A sickly cough racked his frame. When he pulled his shirt aside, the scar was there. Ugly, jagged, exactly where Izuku had pointed. Izuku's knees almost gave out. His brain scrambled for words. All Might, yeah, the man said hoarsely. Toshinori Yagi, at your service. He dropped onto an air-conditioning unit, resting an elbow on his knee. So, Foresight, he said, watching Izuku closely. You must have seen more than just this ugly scar. Izuku's hands shook around his notebook. I see things, he admitted. Little pieces. A few seconds. Sometimes more. If I'm touching someone and I'm really focused. I can't always control what I see, but when I do, I can act. I saw Kachan suffocating. I saw the gap. I used it. Toshinori nodded slowly. A boy with a preemptive rescue quirk. He murmured. You rush in like a fool and yet you move like a chess player. Interesting combination. He looked up at the sky, expression distant. Young man, he said finally. Do you still want to be a hero? Yes. Izuku's answer was instinctive, automatic. More than anything, ever since I was little. I want to save people with a smile. Like you do, even knowing what you know. Toshinori asked quietly, even seeing futures that may be unpleasant. Izuku hesitated. The images surged up. The scraped knees, the falling cups, the accidents he couldn't stop, the moments he did. And behind them, All Might's wound. The way he'd coughed blood. The strain in his eyes. I'm scared, Izuku admitted, voice small. But if I can see something bad coming and not do anything, that's worse. A faint smile tugged at Toshinori's lips. Brave answer. He leaned forward, studying Izuku like he was a puzzle. My quirk, Toshinori said, is passed on. It can be inherited. I was seeking a successor. Someone with the right heart. Someone who rushes in to save others, even when they know they might die doing it. Izuku's heart stopped. A successor, he echoed. You mean, I could. His foresight surged, unbidden and unstoppable. Time froze. He saw himself standing in a different place, a beach covered in garbage. Toshinori, in his heroic form, smiled down at him. A glowing ember of power passed from one to the other through a strand of hair. His muscles bulged, frame reshaping. Power flooded his limbs. He saw his own body strain, crack, bleed as he tried to control it. He saw months of training, of pushing beyond his limits. He saw a battlefield, All Might, gaunt and exhausted, facing a monstrous man covered in scars and tubes, all for one. He saw cities trembling. He saw a final, desperate punch. He saw All Might's flame flicker. He saw himself watching from behind a screen, powerless, while the symbol of peace used the last of his strength. The visions flickered like a broken reel. Izuku saw both possible futures at once, one where he took the quirk and one where he didn't, branching and recombining in messy, uncertain paths. His head pounded. His breath came in ragged gasps. Hey, kid, Toshinori's voice cut through the static like a lifeline. Midoriya, stop, breathe. The future went dark. The rooftop snapped back into focus. Izuku doubled over, hands on his knees. Sweat dripping off his chin. You okay? Toshinori asked, one hand hovering like he wasn't sure if he should touch him. Izuku swallowed hard and straightened. I saw it, he whispered. You giving me your power. Me, breaking myself trying to use it. You, burning out your last embers fighting that thing. All for one. Toshinori's eyes narrowed. That's not a name many people know, he said slowly. Not with that level of detail. You saw that far. I didn't mean to, Izuku said desperately. It just came, like it had to. He hugged his notebook so tightly his knuckles went white. All Might. Toshinori watched him for a long moment, eyes weighed down with understanding that came from experience. Foresight users of known, he said quietly, carry a heavy burden. Seeing possible futures, it makes you feel like you're responsible for all of them. His gaze sharpened. So, knowing what you know, if I asked you to take this power anyway, would you? Izuku's first instinct was to scream yes. To grab the offer with both hands. To become the successor he'd always dreamed of being. But the images wouldn't leave him. His own body breaking under the strain of one for all. All Might's final stand feeling less like a noble sacrifice and more like a countdown timer Izuku would be activating the second he said yes. He thought about what the doctor had said. Information overload. He thought about all the times he'd ignored his visions out of fear, or acted on them and saved someone. The difference between freezing and moving. He thought about Kachan, coughing but alive. For the first time, he realized something important. If he took this power out of fear, fear of being powerless, fear of being useless, he'd be chaining himself to a future he'd already seen. If he turned it down out of fear, he'd be doing the same thing. Just in the opposite direction. The only way forward was to choose based on what he believed was right. Izuku lifted his head, eyes wet but clear. He swallowed. All Might, Mr. Yagi, I'm honored, more than honored. This is It's everything I ever dreamed of. Being chosen by you. Toshinori's expression softened. But I already have a quirk, Izuku continued, voice gaining strength with each word. And it's complicated. It's not just power. It's responsibility for what I see. If I take your quirk too, I'll be responsible for that future I saw. For the timing of your last fight. For how fast you burn out. He clenched his fists around his notebook. I don't want to be the reason your flame goes out sooner. I don't and my first decision as a hero to accept a future where you die faster. Silence fell between them. The wind tugged at Toshinori's tattered cloak. So you're refusing, Toshinori said at last, tone unreadable. Izuku sucked in a deep breath. I think, he looked up, eyes shining with something fierce and quietly determined. I think I already know my path. And it doesn't start with taking your power. It starts with mastering mine. He bowed deeply, nearly 90 degrees. I want to become a hero who can prevent disasters before they happen. A hero who can see the worst possible futures and still stand up and say, I'll find another way. If I rely on your quirk instead of my own, I'll never know if I can do that. He straightened, hands trembling. I already know my path, All Might, he repeated, voice steady. It requires a different kind of strength. For a long moment, Toshinori just stared at him. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his face. Not the blinding, media-perfect grin of All Might, but something smaller, sadder, proud. Young Midoriya, he said softly, do you have any idea how rare it is for someone your age to turn down power like this? Izuku shook his head, suddenly terrified he'd made the biggest mistake of his life. Toshinori chuckled, then coughed, covering his mouth. There's a man I used to know, he said. A former sidekick. His quirk is also Foresight. Or was. The burden changed him. He came to believe that some futures could never be changed. That struggle was meaningless against certain outcomes. He looked at Izuku with a strange, distant fondness. I think he'd be very interested in you. Izuku blinked. A sidekick with Foresight, Sir Nighteye, Toshinori said. One of the sharpest minds and most precise heroes I've ever worked with. Our relationship is complicated now. But that's a story for Tude, straightening his loose shirt. Midoriya, he said, serious again, if you're truly determined to walk this path with only your own quirk. Then you'll need to sharpen it. Hone your body, your mind, and your heart until they can all keep up with what you see. You'll need to become the kind of hero who can stand in front of a disaster and say, I saw this coming. And I prepared for it. Izuku nodded, throat tight. I will, he said. I promise. Toshinori's smile grew. I won't force my power on you, he said. That was never what a symbol of peace should do. But, if you don't mind, I'd like to keep an eye on you. He held out a hand. Izuku hesitated. For a heartbeat, Foresight whispered at the edges of his senses, Oaf. Ring another peek at the tangled futures ahead if he took that hand. This time, he gently pushed it away. He took All Might's, Toshinori's, hand for what it was right now. A connection, not a contract. I'd like that, Izuku said quietly. They shook. The quirk flared, just a little, enough to show him fleeting images. A training ground. A stern-looking man with glasses and a sharp jawline, Sir Nighteye. Stacks of files. Endless drills. A future where he wasn't All Might's successor in power, but his successor in preparation. Izuku smiled through the faint throb behind his eyes. If I can't be the symbol of peace, he thought, maybe I can be the one who sees the cracks before they form. Toshinori leapt away, steam trailing behind him, heading off to handle the rest of his day. Izuku stayed on the rooftop a little longer, fingers tracing the ruined edges of his notebook. The future weighed heavy on his shoulders. But for the first time, it didn't feel like a chain dragging him down. It felt like armor he was still learning to wear. He opened his notebook to a fresh, unruined page and wrote in big, determined letters. Midoriya Izuku, Hero Plan, Foresight Path. 1. Train body, speed, stamina, reflexes. 2. 3. Train mind, pattern recognition, strategy. 4. 5. Learn to control Foresight triggers. 6. 7. Apply to UA as a rescue and strategy hero. 8. He underlined the last part twice. Preemptive heroism, he murmured. Not reaction, preparation. The wind tugged at the page, trying to flip it. Izuku held it down. The future was coming. Fast, dangerous, full of branching roads and shadows. But he wasn't running from it anymore. He was running toward it. The next morning, the The future woke Izuku up before his alarm did. In his dream, he saw a beach. Not a normal beach, this one was buried under mountains of trash. Refrigerators, tires, broken TVs, rusted cars. A sea of junk stretching all the way to the horizon. Then the image shifted. The same beach, but clearer. Cleaner. Paths carved through the garbage. Izuku, older, running the length of the sand with a stopwatch in his hand and sweat soaking through his shirt. His legs were stronger, his posture straighter, his breaths controlled instead of ragged. The image flickered again. Now the beach was spotless. Waves rolled over smooth sand. Seagulls flew overhead. Izuku stood in the center of it, chest heaving, but with a small, unmistakably proud smile. A shadow of someone tall, Toshinori, stood behind him, clapping slowly. Then the vision shattered into static and he woke up, heart pounding. He blinked at the ceiling. The glow-in-the-dark stars stared back. His alarm clock read 5:42 a.m. Trash beach, he whispered. His foresight usually showed seconds, maybe minutes ahead. Occasionally, a few hours if he really focused. But this had been bigger. Zoomed out, symbolic. A path, not just a moment. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. Okay, he muttered to himself. Beach, trash, running, training. Got it, I think. His brain, still foggy with sleep, tried to connect the dots. If the future is giving me a training montage, I guess it's telling me to stop being so scrawny. He grabbed his notebook off the bedside table, flipped to a fresh page, and wrote. New foresight. Beach with trash, training ground. Symbolic of, cleaning up, myself. Or literally go find that beach. Outcome. Stronger body, cleaner place equals win-win. He paused, tapping his pen against the paper. Beach with trash, he murmured. Has to be Takoba, right? He'd seen it on the news once. A once beautiful shoreline turned into a dumping ground for illegal junk. Local residents had complained. City officials had shrugged. He glanced at the clock again. If the future was handing him a location and a training plan, it would be kind of rude not to follow it. Convincing his mom was the hard part. The beach, Inko repeated, blinking sleepily over her morning cup of tea. Sweetie, it's kind of far, isn't it? And not very clean. Are you sure that's where you want to go? Izuku shifted in his seat, nervous but resolute. My quirk showed me something, he said. Not just a small clip. A whole path. Me running there, training, cleaning. If I'm going to apply to UA, I need somewhere I can build up stamina and strength, and that place is really underused. Inko's eyes softened at the mention of UA, then immediately filled with worry. UA is dangerous, she said quietly. You've seen the news. High-risk training, villain attacks, and your quirk. She bit her lip. Seeing bad things before they happen, it's already so much for you. Are you sure you want to add hero work on top of that? Izuku met her gaze honestly. I'm scared, he repeated the words he'd told All Might. But if I can see something bad coming and I do nothing, that's worse for me. My quirk will show me disasters whether I'm a hero or not. If I'm trained, if I'm in a position to act, that fear might actually matter. He hesitated, then added. And cleaning the beach is safe. Mostly. It's just trash. No villains. And it's something helpful I can do right now. Inko studied him for a long moment. There were dark smudges under her eyes. Worry had become a permanent accessory. You really saw yourself there? She asked. Izuku nodded. I was strong, Mom. Stronger than I am now. Not like All Might, but enough to run the whole length without dying. A tiny laugh escaped Inko despite herself. Well, that would be a miracle, she said gently. Then she sighed and set her cup down. All right, you can go, but you text me when you arrive. And when you leave. And if anything feels even remotely dangerous, you come straight home. Got it, Izuku beamed. Got it, and one more thing, she added. He looked up. She smiled, a little sad and a lot proud. If your quirk ever shows you something about me, she said softly, and it's bad, I want you to tell me. Izuku's throat tightened. Okay, he whispered. I will. Takoba Beach was worse up close. The news clips hadn't done it justice. Rusting appliances lay toppled like gravestones. Plastic bottles and bags tangled around broken furniture. Old, decaying vans and cars were half buried in the sand like massive, forgotten fossils. The air stank of salt, oil, and something sour. But the waves still rolled in. The sky was still white and blue. Children were nowhere in sight, no one wanted to play here. Izuku walked to the center of the mess, dropped his backpack, a new, sludge-free one this time, and took a slow, deep breath. This is it, he murmured. The future beach. His quirk flickered at the edges of his vision, offering faint, overlapping images of what the place could look like if he stuck to the path he'd seen. Clean sand, open space, running trails, training grounds. You're showing off now, he told it. I get it, I'll do the work. He pulled out his notebook and flipped to his updated plan. Foresight path. Hero training, 10 months until UA. Exam. 1. Clear trash equals physical training plus community service. 2. 3. Build strength gradually. Push, pull, lift, carry. 4. Track time, improve endurance. 6. 7. Train foresight control. 8. Oh. Trigger on purpose during simple tasks. Oh. Translate weird symbolic stuff, right pointing arrow, real plans. 9. Study hero tactics plus rescue protocols. 10. He tightened his gloves, cheap work gloves he'd bought with leftover allowance, and approached the nearest heap of junk. Step 1, he said under his breath. Clean the future. He grabbed an old refrigerator and tried to lift it. His muscles screamed. He managed to tilt it out 5 centimeters before his arms gave out and it thunked back down. He collapsed onto the sand, gasping. Okay, he panted, staring at the sky. I've confirmed. I am, in fact, very weak. His Foresight flashed a brief clip of himself 8 months from now, hoisting the same refrigerator effortlessly and stacking it neatly at the top of a sorted pile. He glared up at it. Yeah, I know, he muttered. Future me is great, present me is dying. I'm working on it. He rolled over, pushed himself up, and tried again. And again, and again. By the 3rd attempt, his arms felt like noodles. By the 5th, his hands were blistering. His shirt stuck to his back with sweat. But something inside him, something small and stubborn, refused to let him quit. When his foresight flickered again, showing him a possible future where he gave up, went home, and never came back, he slammed the door on it. No, he said out loud. He kept lifting, he kept dragging, he kept moving. By the time the sun began to sink, he'd cleared a small path through the trash. Not much. It didn't look like the visions yet, but it was a start. The next few months blurred into a rhythm of exhaustion, small victories, an endless loop of future clips being tested against reality. On weekdays, Izuku went to school. He took notes. He dodged Bakugo's snide comments. He paid attention in hero analysis classes with a level of focus that unnerved his teachers. Whenever a teacher asked, what could the hero have done differently in this situation, Izuku's hand shot up. Well, he'd say, eyes bright, if they'd anticipated the villain's 3rd move based on the previous angle of attack, they could have pre-positioned a rescue team at the eastern exit. It wouldn't just be reaction, it would be preemptive. His notes filled up with not just quirks and rankings, but patterns. Villains who targeted banks at 3 p.m. on weekdays. Rescue heroes who always arrived 45 seconds late to a specific highway exit. Heroes who burned out too quickly or who overextended themselves. He wasn't just studying heroes. He was studying timing. On weekends, and most evenings, he went to the beach. The first few weeks, his body screamed in protest. He dragged bags of trash to the designated pickup point, legs trembling with every step. He ran along the shoreline until his lungs burned. He'd collapse in the sand, foresight flickering. With overlapping images of him dropping out, slowing down, or pushing through. He chose the last one. Every time, he started setting up little tests for his quirk. He'd scatter 5 empty bottles in the sand. Close his eyes, spin around, then pick one direction and start forward, triggering foresight deliberately. Show me the future where I trip over something. Show me where I step wrong. He'd watch the clip, himself stepping on a bottle, slipping, falling face first in the sand. Then he'd adjust his path until the vision changed to a clean, unbroken run. He used this for practical things too. Balancing stacks of junk onto makeshift sleds. See the stack tipping in the future, shift the weight now. Hauling bags over uneven piles. See his future ankle twist, adjust his step. He started learning something important. Foresight wasn't just about single big visions. It was about constant micro-corrections. A river of tiny futures he could nudge, redirect, cancel, or commit to. His quirk was less like a prophecy and more like live GPS. The more he used it, the more it refined itself. He also learned its limits. Whenever he tried to look too far, days, weeks, months, the images blurred into metaphors like the trash beach dream. They weren't precise enough for moment-to-moment decisions. Trying to force clarity made him dizzy, sometimes sick. So he adapted. Short bursts for combat and rescue. Big picture flashes for training and long-term planning. He wrote it down, circled it, underlined it. The trash piles slowly shrank. His shoulders broadened. His legs firmed. He started sleeping better, exhaustion trumping anxiety. At least on most nights. Once or twice, Toshinori dropped by. Not as All Might, but as a lanky man in a baggy hoodie and cap pulled low. "Beach is looking good," Toshinori said one evening. Leaning on a lamppost, Izuku wiped sweat from his forehead, panting. "I've still got a long way to go." "That's hero work for you," Toshinori replied. "It never really finishes. You just get better at carrying it." Quote. He watched Izuku heft a broken TV onto a pile. "You've changed your gait," he commented. "More balanced, less collapsing." Izuku flushed, a little proud. I've been training my reaction time to match my quirk. It's not enough to see something coming if my body can't keep up." Toshinori's eyes crinkled. "Spoken like a strategist," he said. "Have you thought about what role you want to play? Specifically, rescue hero, support strategist, frontline combat?" Izuku paused. "I want to rescue people," he said immediately. "But I don't think I'm suited to being the biggest punch in the room. I think my quirk makes me more useful as the person who sees the whole field. Like a command center, but mobile. A human early warning system." Toshinori barked a short laugh. "An architect of rescue, huh?" Izuku blinked at the phrase. "Architect," he repeated, liking the way it sounded. "Yeah, I want to design how people don't die." Toshinori nodded, expression oddly serious. "In that case," he said, "you'd better get into UA. There's a certain homeroom teacher there who might find your style of heroism irritatingly interesting." "A teacher?" Izuku asked. "Who?" Toshinori's grin turned mysterious. "You'll see soon enough, young Midoriya." By the time winter melted into early spring, Takoba Beach was almost unrecognizable. There were still piles of junk, but they were organized now. Sorted, clear paths cut between them. The city had finally taken notice. A couple of times, Izuku arrived to find some of his neatly arranged trash piles hauled away by trucks. He took pictures every month, progress shots, he called them, lining them up in his notebook like a mini documentary. "Future me was right," he wrote under the latest one. "The beach is changing, so am I." His mom noticed too. "You're getting taller," she said one morning, hands resting lightly on his shoulders as he slouched over the kitchen table, reviewing UA entrance requirements. "I am," he said, startled. "And stronger." She squeezed gently. "I can feel it when I hug you. There's more of you now." He flushed. Thanks, Mom." Her eyes grew shiny, but she smiled. "Your father wanted to be a hero once," she said softly. "He didn't have the chance. Maybe your future is different." Izuku's chest warmed. "I'll make it count," he promised. The morning of the UA entrance exam dawned crisp and clear. Izuku woke before his alarm, washed his face, and stared at himself in the mirror. His hair was still messy. Freckles still dotted his cheeks. But there was something steadier in his eyes now. The anxious, jittery energy was still there, but it had refined into focus. He triggered his quirk lightly, just enough to see a flash of himself tripping over nothing in front of the UA gates. "Not today," he muttered. Stepping slightly to the left. The image shifted. Now he saw himself walking in without incident. He smiled. "That's better." At the door, Inko fussed with his collar. "Tay," she said, "and when you finish, and if anyone looks scary, remember, heroes can be scary too." She stumbled. Just be careful, okay?" Izuku hugged her hard. "I'll see you in the future," he said before he could stop himself. She laughed through a tear. "Then make sure you make it a good one," she replied. UA was even bigger in person. The massive gates loomed over him, gleaming in the morning light. Students swarmed in, some chatting confidently, others nervous and quiet. Izuku paused just outside the gate, heart hammering, taking it all in. "I saw myself here," he thought. "I saw myself inside these halls. That's one possible future. I just have to earn it." He triggered his quirk for a half-second preview of himself stepping forward. He saw himself walk, almost trip, and then catch himself because he saw the stumble in advance. A small thing, but reassuring. Okay, he whispered. Step 1. He moved forward. He almost tripped. He corrected. It felt like breathing. On his way in, he spotted a familiar figure in a yellow costume and bright orange hair. Present Mike, hyped and loud, yelling directions at the examinees. Izuku's hand twitched toward his notebook, then stopped. He'd memorized the exam structure weeks ago. Written test first, practical exam after. Robots, points, limited time, fake city. Normal applicants were thinking, smash bots, gain points. Izuku's mind was already jumping ahead. Robots designed to test combat. But UA isn't just about combat. Heroes save people. There will be something else hidden in the scoring. His foresight gave him a micro clip of himself standing still, staring at the arena while others ran past, racking up villain points. He shook his head. No, he murmured. I won't freeze. I'll move where I'm needed, not where my ego wants points. In the written exam, his quirk was mostly quiet. He answered questions about hero law, ethics, rescue priority, and support systems. Whenever he got stuck, his instincts nudged him, not through foresight exactly, but through patterns he'd memorized and scenarios he'd already run through in his notebooks. If two people are in danger, one is guaranteed to die without help, one might live. What do you prioritize? Prioritize the person you can save for sure. Then move to the next. Emotionally painful but logically necessary. He wrote it. His hands shook a little. His mind flashed images of futures where he'd have to prove that answer with real lives. He kept writing. The real test, for him, at least, was the practical. They gathered at the mock city gates. Buildings towered. Streets snaked around corners. Students stretched, warmed up, cracked knuckles and jokes. Robots moved behind the walls, heavy steps reverberating faintly. Izuku's stomach knotted. Somewhere out there, he knew, was the future where he froze, panicked, and scored 0 points. Somewhere else was the future where he saved someone and changed everything. He triggered foresight lightly, staying on the surface so he wouldn't overload before the test even started. He saw glimpses. Robots darting down alleys, students blasting through them, dust clouds rising. He saw himself sprinting, lungs burning, not toward the closest robot, but toward a falling piece of rubble he'd seen 5 seconds before anyone else. A hand waved in front of his face. Hey, you okay? He blinked. A brown-haired girl floated slightly above the ground, fingers touching her pink cheeks. She grinned nervously. I almost tripped, she admitted, giggling. Hee hee, good thing I caught myself with my quirk. Izuku's foresight flashed briefly, her foot catching. A face plant, embarrassment. Then it shifted to her catching herself mid-fall. He realized he was seeing the change in real time. You already did, he said before his brain could stop him. Huh, he flushed. Nothing. Sorry. Good luck out there. You too, she said, eyes bright. Let's both do our best, okay? He nodded, heart pounding harder for reasons that had nothing to do with robots. So that's her, he thought as she bounced off. The girl from the 0-pointer vision. Present Mike's voice boomed, snapping everyone to attention. No countdown in a real battle, kiddos. Go 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 go. The gates swung open. Everyone sprinted. Izuku's legs moved before his conscious mind caught up. He didn't head for the nearest robot. Instead, he sprinted toward the busiest intersection in the mock city, where the most people were likely to converge, and where chaos could turn from a test into a faux disaster fast. Robots crashed through walls, firing fake projectiles. Explosions boomed as flashy examinees blasted them apart. A boy with engines in his legs zoomed past in a blur. Out of my way, someone shouted, blasting a 3-pointer to scrap. Izuku hung back, just enough to watch the flows. His quirk flicked on, showing him moments a few seconds ahead, a robot turning a corner, a building facade cracking, a student slipping on debris. He darted in where those futures were worst. Duck, he shouted, grabbing a boy's collar and yanking him out of the way of a falling chunk of fake concrete. Hey, the boy snapped, then froze as the concrete smashed where his head had been. Izuku was already gone, sprinting to the next near miss. He wasn't earning villain points. The scoreboard attached to his ID stayed stubbornly at 0. But in his wake, students were staying on their feet. Injuries that would have cost them time, or points, never happened. An out-of-control attack veered toward a girl with headphones. Izuku slammed into her from the side, foresight guiding his timing perfectly, sending them both rolling to safety before the energy blast scorched the ground. Watch it, she snapped, then realized what had almost hit her. Her face paled. Oh, thanks. Izuku nodded, already scanning ahead. This is right, he told himself, even as doubt crept in. Even if my score is terrible, this is what heroes do. Every few seconds, his quirk offered a branching path. Chase a robot for points. Stop someone from spraining an ankle. Intercept a collision between two examinees. He always chose the rescue tasks. Seconds turned to minutes. His lungs burned. Sweat dripped into his eyes. 3 minutes remaining. Present Mike's voice blared from somewhere. Izuku ducked into an alley to catch his breath. His score still read 0 VP. He swallowed. Maybe I read this wrong, he thought, panic nibbling at the edges. Maybe UA really only cares about villain points. Maybe his quirk jolted. The world dimmed. The ground trembled. A massive shape loomed at the edge of his vision, the 0-pointer. The 0-pointer was even more terrifying in person than in the pamphlets. It towered over the fake city, whole streets dwarfed by its bulk. Its arms smashed through buildings like they were made of cardboard. Its massive legs crushed roads and cars with every step. Students screamed and scattered. Some froze. Others attacked blindly, their blows bouncing off uselessly. This is insane, someone yelled. They didn't tell us about this thing. That's the point, another voice replied. Unpredictable threats. A chunk of building dislodged from one of the robot's arms and plummeted toward the ground. Izuku's quirk flared, giving him a fast-forward glimpse, a boy pinned under rubble. Broken leg. No immediate danger of death, this was still a test, after all. But enough to ruin his chances. He sprinted, grabbed the boy by the shoulders, and yanked him out of the way. The rubble crashed down inches from their feet. Thanks. The boy spluttered. Izuku didn't stop. His foresight was screaming now, drowning out everything else. The 0-pointer's foot lifted. He saw a girl pinned under debris, a familiar brown-haired girl with round cheeks. One leg trapped beneath a slab. She flailed, fingers touching her debris and sending pieces floating up, but the angle was T-budge. The 0-pointer's shadow crawled over her. In his vision, she lifted her head, eyes wide with horror as the massive foot descended. He saw the timeline where no one reached her in time. His heart lurched. No. He triggered his quirk harder, knurring the stabbing pain behind his eyes. The vision rewound. The 0-pointer's foot lifted again. His viewpoint shifted, zooming out. He saw the whole robot. Its joints, its balance, its path of destruction. He wasn't all might. He wasn't strong enough to punch its head off. But he didn't need to break it. He just needed to interrupt it. His foresight, perhaps recognizing his intent, sharpened. He saw a close-up of the robot's right leg, its stabilizer, a glowing gyroscopic component just above the massive ankle joint. He saw, in slow motion, a tiny flicker. A tiny stutter in its movement. A glitch. Weak point, he realized. But not in the way I can blow it up. In the way it momentarily loses balance. He saw himself hurling something at that exact spot right as the glitch triggered. The object jammed into the opening, forcing the stabilizer to overcorrect. The robot's foot slipped. It stumbled, planting itself a meter to the left. Enough space for the girl to escape collapsing rubble in the crushing foot. His muscles moved before the vision faded. He sprinted. Robots thundered around him. Students ran the other way. Present Mike's voice yelled something about 1 minute left. But it was a distant echo. The 0-pointer's massive shadow grew larger and larger. His quirk threw more micro-visions at him. Trip here, don't step there, duck or get hit by debris. He followed them like a guide rope. There, a bent steel pipe, half buried in rubble. He snatched it up, barely slowing, shoulders protesting the extra weight. The girl screamed in the distance, struggling against the debris pinning her leg. Izuku shoved his foresight further, even though his skull felt like it was splitting. Show me the exact second. Show me the glitch. Show me the throw. The clip played. 0-pointer's leg descending. Stabilizer flickering, a split-second micro-stall. His arm swinging. The pipe leaving his hand at a precise angle, spinning end over end. The pipe slamming into His stabilizer slot just as it opened for the recalibration cycle. The entire leg jerking sideways. The future ended with the robot's foot slamming down off target, the girl's debris tumbling but not crushing her. Dust everywhere, the timer blaring. It was messy, imperfect, dangerous. But she lived. Then that's the one, he hissed. He bolted into position, Foresight overlapping his real-time movements like ghost images. He lined them up, past, future, present, until they clicked. The zero-pointer's foot lifted. Everything slowed. Izuku lunged, braced his feet, and heaved the pipe with every ounce of strength he had. His shoulders screamed. His arm felt like it was tearing out of its socket. The pipe flew. For a fraction of a heartbeat, doubt stabbed him. What if I'm wrong? What if I saw it wrong? What if? The stabilizer flickered. The pipe slammed home. Sparks sprayed. The stabilizer jerked violently. The zero-pointer's leg twisted just enough that when it brought its foot down, it missed the girl entirely. The ground trembled as the foot crashed into an empty section of road. The shockwave made the rubble around her shift. One chunk slid off her trapped leg instead of onto it. She cried out, but in pain, not death. Izuku stumbled, falling to one knee. His vision blurred, edges darkening. His quirk overloaded and shut itself off like a breaker. He forced himself up anyway. He could barely think, but his body remembered the path. He scrambled over the debris, skidding down beside her. Hey, he gasped, grabbing at the slab. Can you move? She winced. I think so. You made the huge robot trip. That was so cool. He blushed even as he braced his back against the rubble. I just interrupted it, he panted. Okay, on 3, I'll lift and you float, all right. Ready, she nodded, wiping dust from her face. 3, they shouted together. He pushed with everything he had. She slapped her fingers against the debris, activating her quirk. The chunk of concrete shimmered and floated upward. She yanked her leg free, gritting her teeth through the pain. The moment she stopped concentrating, the rubble crashed down harmlessly beside them. They collapsed in a heap, panting. A loud buzzer blared across the mock city. And that's time. Present Mike yelled. Exam over. Robots, power down. The zero-pointer halted mid-step, shaking the ground one last time before freezing. Izuku lay on his back, chest heaving, staring up at the artificial sky. He'd scored 0 villain points. But his heart was pounding with something that felt suspiciously like satisfaction. She lived, he thought, turning his head to check. The girl sat up, wincing, then looked at him with wide, grateful eyes. Thank you, she said. You totally saved me. Izuku flushed, scrambling to sit up as well. And no, I saw a thing, and there was a glitch, and your leg, and... He realized he was muttering and shut his mouth with an audible click. She giggled. You're really smart, she said. And brave. You ran toward that robot. That's wild. He ducked his head. It felt like the only option, he admitted. He offered her a hand up. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he added, suddenly remembering basic social skills. Nice to meet you, she smiled back, taking his hand. Ochako Uraraka, she said. Nice to meet you too. In a dim control room above the arena, Nezu sipped tea. The principal of UA, a small creature with the body of a mouse, the face of a dog, and the mind of a strategist, watched the replay of the exam on multiple screens. Aizawa, the homeroom teacher known as Eraser Head, slouched in a chair nearby, wrapped in his scarf like a grumpy caterpillar. So, Nezu chirped, pausing a particular replay. What do you think of this one? The screen showed Izuku Midoriya's ID profile on one side. Quirk, Foresight, Description, Limited Precognitive Perception. User experiences short clips of imminent future events, especially related to individuals they've touched or focused on. On the other side of the screen, a muted video replayed Izuku's movements through the exam. No robots destroyed, no flashy quirk attacks, just a boy appearing, over and over, at CTLY the right place and time to yank someone out of harm's way. He didn't score a single villain point, Aizawa said flatly. From a combat perspective, he failed. Nezu's eyes twinkled. But from a rescue perspective, he prodded. Aizawa scowled. We didn't publicly announce rescue points. The exam brief focused on villain points. Test is supposed to see who thinks beyond scoring. And he did. Nezu zoomed in on the zero-pointer incident. Quite dramatically, I'd say. Look here. On the screen, they watched Izuku's whole sequence again, pausing before rushing in, eyes distant with foresight, grabbing the pipe. Throwing it at the precise moment of the stabilizer's glitch. Aizawa leaned forward despite himself. He targeted the stabilizer. He muttered. Did we make that an accessible weakness? Nezu shook his head. No, that was a genuine mechanical hiccup. The zero-pointer is a big machine, sometimes there's noise in the system. He noticed. predicted it, and weaponized it. Not to destroy the robot, but to redirect its path away from a trapped examinee. He took a sip of tea. That's not reaction, that's preemption. Aizawa squinted at the file. Foresight, he repeated. We've seen similar quirks before. Rare, dangerous, mentally. Most users either get paralyzed by what they see or fall into delusions of control. Nezu's smile turned knowing. This boy turned down a power offer most kids would die for, he said. Ahead for him, Aizawa looked over sharply. Yagi, I'm not naming names, Nezu sang, eyes sparkling. Aizawa snorted. You just did. Nezu laughed quietly. In any case, he said. This Midoriya viewed the exam as a live hazard scenario. His priority was minimizing injuries. He used his quirk to map threat flows and intercept non-fatal, time-costly accidents. He made other examinees' runs more efficient. Nezu pressed a button. Numbers and graphs popped up. The average, wasted time, per examinee in Midoriya's sector was significantly lower than in other sectors. Because of him, Nezu continued, we'll likely have a better crop of successful applicants overall. He acted as a force multiplier. Aizawa grunted. So he's not a frontline brawler, he said. He's a tactical hub, an architect of rescue, Nezu quoted softly. Aizawa's eyebrow twitched. That's poetic. Did you come up with that? Nezu's tail swished. Perhaps. Or perhaps I borrowed it from a future he hasn't lived yet. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Either way, he said, if he gets into my class, I'm not going to coddle him. Futures or not, if he can't perform under pressure without his quirk, he's a liability. Nezu's grin widened. I'd be disappointed if you treated him any differently, he said. But tell me honestly, Aizawa, what's your verdict? Does this boy have the potential to be a problem child worth your time? Quote, Aizawa stared at the screen one last time, watching Izuku pull Uraraka from the rubble as the zero-pointer towered overhead. He could almost see the calculations running behind the kid's eyes. The acceptance of risk, the choice to move anyway. Finally, he sighed. He's inefficient, he said. Overloads his quirk, takes too much burden onto himself, clearly has martyr tendencies. Nezu's smile dimmed slightly, but, Aizawa added, he has the core mentality of a hero. Not because he jumped knowing how bad the future could be. He leaned back in his chair. I'll make him regret it if he slacks off, he finished dryly. But yeah, put him in class 1A. Nezu's tail swished happily. Wonderful, he said. Then let's send him a letter he'll remember for the rest of his life. Quote, a week later, Izuku sat on the floor in front of the TV, heart racing, an unopened envelope trembling in his hands. The UA logo gleamed at the top. His mom hovered in the doorway, twisting her apron. Open it, she whispered. Before we both faint, he swallowed, fingers clumsy, and tore the envelope open. A small metal disc tumbled out onto the floor. He stared at it. A coaster, he said weakly. Inko stepped forward. Maybe it's. The disc lit up. A holographic projection burst out, filling the room with bright light. Hey there, young Midoriya. All Might's massive form appeared in full color, grinning that familiar grin. But Izuku noticed, just barely, the slight drag at the edges, the same tiredness he'd seen when they were alone on the rooftop. All Might, Izuku squeaked. Inko gasped, hands flying to her mouth. This is a pre-recorded message, hologram All Might declared. Why? Because if I showed up in person every time a kid passed or failed, my schedule would explode. He laughed mightily, then toned it down. Now then, he continued, let's get to the point. UA is a place for training pro heroes. But heroics aren't only about blasting villains, you know. It's also about preempting disaster, protecting civilians, and supporting your fellow heroes in the field. A scoreboard popped up beside hologram All Might, listing Izuku's exam stats. Villain points. 0. Izuku's stomach dropped. Oh no, he whispered. Inko's hand found his shoulder. But, All Might's hologram boomed, we also award something else behind the scenes. The scoreboard flickered, then updated. Rescue points. 60. Izuku's brain stalled. Wah, you prioritized rescuing other examinees, often at the cost of your own scoring, All Might said, eyes sparkling even in hologram form. You neutralized hazards caused by their mistakes. And in one very notable case, you used your quirk to exploit a random mechanical glitch in the zero-pointer to save a young lady from potentially being crushed. The hologram leaned in slightly. That's not just bravery, All Might said warmly. That's strategy. That's the mark of someone who isn't just reacting to danger, but reading its patterns and acting beforehand. Izuku's eyes burned. In recognition of this, All Might said, straightening, and on behalf of the UA faculty, I am proud to say. The scoreboard flashed one last time. Status. Accepted, Class 1A. Inko burst into tears. Izuku covered his mouth, shoulders shaking. This is your Hero Academia, young Midoriya, All Might's hologram finished. Whether you carry my power or not, you carry something equally important, the will to save others even when you've seen how bad the future can be. I look forward to seeing the kind of hero you'll become. The hologram flickered out. Silence filled the room for a few seconds, thick with emotion. Then Inko lunged forward and pulled Izuku into a hug so tight he could barely breathe. You did it, she sobbed into his shoulder. You did it, Izuku. You. He hugged her back, laughing and crying at the same time. I did it, he choked out. I got in. I actually got in. In the back of his mind, Foresight stirred, offering faint glimpses of classrooms, training fields, classmates, and challenges. It also showed him flashes of failure, exhaustion, arguments, danger. He didn't shut it off. He let it wash over him, then set it gently aside. I know, he told the future. You're going to be hard. He hugged his mom tighter. But I'm going to meet you anyway. He was Izuku Midoriya. He was the boy with foresight. And starting soon, he would be the architect of rescue in Class 1A. The door to Class 1A looked big enough to belong to a bank vault. Izuku stood in front of it, palms sweaty despite the cool morning air. Voices floated through the metal, laughter, sharp arguments, chairs scraping. The future hummed in the back of his mind, like static waiting to resolve into a signal. He took a breath, triggered foresight just a little. The world dimmed. He saw himself sliding the door open too fast, stumbling over the track, and landing face first in the middle of the classroom. Everyone turned to stare. Bakugo smirked. Someone laughed so hard they choked. The vision cut out. Yeah, no thanks, Izuku muttered. He placed his hand carefully on the door, applied steady pressure, and slid it open smoothly. No stumbling, no face planting, just a boy walking into his future the non-humiliating way. I told you, 4 eyes, move your damn desk somewhere else. Language, Bakugo, we must respect proper classroom meringue. Iida froze mid-lecture, glasses glinting. Bakugo stopped mid-lean on a desk. Conversations cut off, heads turning. 20 sets of eyes landed on Izuku. Oh, he squeaked. Hi. Ochako waved from one of the front rows, bright-eyed. Midoriya, you made it. He managed a weak smile back. Why yeah. His gaze darted quickly across the room. Foresight flickered, tiny clips of potential. A red-haired boy slamming his hand into a locker with too much enthusiasm later, barely missing his fingers. A girl with ear jacks nearly tripping over her own headphone cord. A boy with a bird head catching a falling book in eerie silence. Micro-futures. Nothing life-threatening. He gently let them slide by without acting. He couldn't save people from every minor embarrassment without losing his mind. Bakugo stared at him from the back row, arms crossed, explosions faintly crackling at his palms. So the nerd actually got in, he scoffed. With that fortune-teller quirk. Izuku's cheeks flushed. Through his head, his foresight even showed him a version of himself trying to snap back and immediately tripping over a chair. He chose a quieter future. I guess we're classmates, he said instead, heading toward an empty seat. Before Bakugo could fire off another insult, an exhausted voice drifted from under the windows. If you're so loud this early in the morning, it said, you'll die young. Everyone froze. A man lay in a yellow sleeping bag on the floor like some kind of depressed caterpillar. His hair was a messy black curtain over his face, red-rimmed eyes half-lidded. He took a slurp from a silver juice pouch. Izuku's breath hitched. He'd seen Aizawa Eraserhead in the hero analysis news before. Underground hero, stealth specialist, famous Aemon, the more obsessive hero nerd circles, which included Izuku. He's our homeroom teacher, his foresight whispered in the back of his mind, though he already knew. You're Eraserhead, Izuku blurted before he could stop himself. One of the kids near the front blinked. Who? Aizawa sighed and pushed himself upright, still swaddled in the sleeping bag. Homeroom teacher, he confirmed. Aizawa Shota, now get in your seats. Orientation starts now. He unzipped the sleeping bag, stepped out, and in the same motion pulled a track suit from seemingly nowhere, shrugging it on. We don't have time for some cheerful welcome ceremony, he said flatly. This is a hero course. That means actual work. He tossed a uniform toward Izuku. It landed in his arms with perfect, no-look precision. Put this on, Aizawa said. You've got 10 minutes to get changed and meet me at the grounds. Izuku looked down at the uniform. Already, he mumbled. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. If you came here expecting G to sit comfortably while we spoon-feed you information, he said, you're in the wrong school. He headed toward the door, yellow scarf dragging like a tired shadow. Quirk apprehension test, he added without looking back. Let's see what you can actually do. The training ground's familiar dirt field smelled like sun-warmed earth and chalk. Students assembled in their new UA gym uniforms, some stretching excitedly. Others buzzing with nervous energy. Hey, Midoriya, Ochako trotted up beside him, ponytail bobbing. Crazy that we're in the same class, right? It's really crazy, Izuku agreed. Heart doing that weird little flip again. You did amazing in the exam. She grinned. You literally made a building-sized robot slip on a trash pipe. That was way more amazing. He opened his mouth to protest, then shut it. Arguing with Uraraka about his heroism felt weird. Iida stomped over, arms pumping in sharp, precise arcs. Midoriya, he declared, you were the one who rushed to multiple examinees' aid, were you not? Ah, well, you have my respect. Iida cut in, chopping the air. As someone whose quirk aids mobility, I admire those who use their abilities for rescue first. Let us strive together to embody the true virtues of heroism. Izuku flushed, smiling shyly. Why yes. Aizawa let the chatter continue for approximately 5.2 seconds before cutting through it. You lot are very noisy, he said. Eyes half open. Is this a social club? The field fell silent. He tossed a baseball at Izuku. This time, Izuku caught it out of pure reflex. His foresight had shown, him dropping it a millisecond before it happened. You got the highest rescue score in the entrance exam, Aizawa said. Midoriya, right, Izuku nodded, suddenly aware of everyone's eyes on him. In middle school, what was your best ball throw using your quirk? Aizawa asked. Izuku blinked. We weren't allowed to use quirks in PE, so. Good, Aizawa cut in. That's the point, you're in a hero course now. Restrictions are gone. Quote, he jerked his chin toward the field. Go stand in the circle. Show us exactly how you use your quirk. Izuku's stomach tried to crawl into his shoes. He walked toward the painted white circle. Ball clutched in suddenly sweaty fingers. The others murmured behind him. That guy got top rescue points. He doesn't look that strong. What's his quirk again? Foresight. Ochako cupped her hands around her mouth. You can do it, Midoriya. Bakugo's voice cut through, sharp and derisive. Hey, Deku, he called. What are you gonna do? Predict how far you'll fail to throw it. Laughter snickered, mean and nervous. Izuku's throat tightened. Aizawa watched him, expression unreadable. You said your quirk lets you see the future, he said. Prove you can use that for something as simple as a throw. The future's not a cheat code, Izuku replied before he could stop himself. It's data. Aizawa's eyes flicked with faint interest. Then process it. Izuku nodded slowly. He stepped into the circle, rolling the ball in his hand. Closed his eyes. Triggered foresight. The world dimmed. The noise faded. He saw himself throwing the ball normally. His current strength, form, and stamina. The ball traveled, 60 meters, maybe. Not embarrassing, but nothing impressive. He frowned. This is a test, he thought. Not just of distance, of application. How do I use foresight to squeeze the max out of what I already have? He shifted his focus beyond his own movement. He widened his perceptive lens. He saw the flags flapping along the edge of the field. The direction of the breeze. Ongoing conversations at the edge that made people shift their positions, creating pockets of moving air. The future clip rewound and replayed, this time overlaying invisible ARR. OWS showing wind currents along the path the ball would take. He saw micro differences depending on when he threw it. Now, 5 seconds from now, 15 seconds from now. There, at exactly 13 seconds. From now, a slightly stronger tailwind would line up with a gap in the stands, creating a narrow corridor of moving air. If he threw the ball on a high arc into that corridor with just the right spin. He adjusted his grip. He saw himself alter his form. Foot placement, shoulder rotation, wrist snap. Minor corrections shaving off wasted movement. A millimeter here, a centimeter there. It didn't turn him into All Might, but it made him into the best possible thrower he could be in that moment. The future clip stabilized. Ball leaving his hand, catching the wind, sailing farther than his base strength predicted. He set the timing in his head. Okay, he whispered. He opened his eyes. Are you done daydreaming? Aizawa asked dryly. Just lining up my shot, Izuku said. He took a breath, cinching his internal count with his foresight sense of when the corridor would form. 10, 9, 8. He began his wind-up, torque building in his muscles. 3, 2, 1. He threw. His form wasn't perfect, but it was precise. His body moved in harmony with the version in his vision. The ball left his fingers at just the right angle, spinning exactly how it needed to. To most of the class, it looked like a normal throw. The ball arced high, and then, almost imperceptibly, seemed to catch a ride. The wind corridor snapped into place. The ball sailed, sailing farther, farther, eyes tracking its path until it finally bounced, skidding to a stop near the far boundary. A device beeped in Aizawa's hand. He glanced at the display. 87 meters, he announced. A ripple of surprise ran through the class. With that build, someone whispered, he doesn't look that strong. Izuku exhaled shakily, hands trembling from the strain of aligning his body and foresight so precisely. Aizawa's gaze lingered on him a second longer than necessary. So that's how you do it, he said. You don't just look at one future. You scan a field of possibilities and pick the best path. Izuku nodded, slightly startled he'd summarized it so neatly. Why yes, sir. Aiza of the class, you've seen his demonstration, he said. This test isn't about raw strength. It's about how well you can use what you have. Your quirk, your body, your brain. He smirked faintly. Last place is getting expelled. What? Several students shouted. Izuku's foresight flicked. Multiple futures of him choking on a run, stumbling in the long jump, screwing up a grip, getting last, walking away from UA in disgrace. Panic clawed at his throat. But there were other futures too. Ones where he applied his trash beach training, his micro-corrections, his weeks of planning. Futures where his foresight didn't replace effort, it enhanced it. He latched onto those. I didn't do 10 months of hauling refrigerators just to flunk in the first day, he thought. Jaw tightening. As the rest of the tests began, 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, he approached each one like the beach. He used foresight to shave unnecessary movement, to adjust his timing, to predict exactly when his muscles would give out so he could push just before that point and not beyond. He didn't come in first in anything. Todoroki, Bakugo, Iida, and others dominated those slots. But he never came in dead last. When the dust settled and Aizawa displayed the rankings, Izuku's name hovered in the lower middle of the pack. His shoulders sagged in relief. Aizawa shoved his hands in his pockets. By the way, he said casually, the expulsion thing was a lie. Just a motivational tool. Half the class exploded. What? You're kidding. That's messed up. Aizawa shrugged. This is the hero course. If you crumble under a little pressure, you'll crumble under actual villain attacks. Better you learn that now. His gaze flicked back to Izuku. You flinched, he said. I could see it, but you adapted. You're used to looking scared in the face and moving anyway, aren't you, Foresight boy? Izuku swallowed. I try, he said simply. Aizawa studied him a moment longer, then turned away. We'll see if trying is enough, he muttered. Class dismissed. UA life settled into a rhythm of exhaustion, discovery, and increasingly dangerous surprises. Some things followed the script, Izuku remembered from news reports and interviews. All Might bursting into the classroom declaring, I am coming through the door like a normal person. Before introducing battle training, classmates arguing over hero costumes, Bakugo shouting at everything that moved. Other things didn't. When All Might announced the battle trial exercise, heroes versus villains, Izuku's stomach twisted. He knew the canonical story, him versus Bakugo, a direct clash powered by One for All. But in this reality, he had no OFA. Just foresight in a slightly above avenue. Rage body he'd built shoving washing machines on a beach. Teams will be decided by random drawing. All Might announced. A moment later, Izuku stared down at his card. Hero team, Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka Ochako. Villain team, Bakugo Katsuki, Iida Tenya. So that part hadn't changed. He swallowed. Ochako beamed. We're on the same team. Why yeah, he managed. We are. Bakugo snorted from across the room, eyes narrowed. Perfect, he growled. I'll blow your prediction quirk to pieces. Iida adjusted his glasses. We will play the villain role properly and protect the bomb with utmost efficiency. Izuku took a breath, triggered Foresight carefully. He saw flashes of the upcoming trial. Bakugo bursting through walls to chase him. Uraraka nearly getting tagged by surprise explosions. Himself scrambling, desperate, nearly cornered. He recoiled from those futures. No, he thought, I'm not going to fight this on Bakugo's terms. He closed his eyes, focusing on the environment instead. On the building map All Might showed them. Corner angles, staircases, blind spots. His foresight responded, offering a more abstract montage. He saw himself whispering instructions to Ochako. Saw. W specific bullet points. Wait 4.3 seconds before moving. Release debris right as Bakugo turns that corner. Use zero gravity on a wall, not the villain. He opened his eyes, breathing a little faster from the mental strain. Ochako, he said quietly as they walked toward the prep area. Yeah, I need you to trust my timing, he said. My quirk can show me exactly when and where Bakugo will attack, but only a few seconds ahead. I'm going to call out numbers and directions during the fight, and they won't always make sense. But if you follow them, we can outmaneuver him. Her eyes widened, then sparkled. That sounds kinda like cheating, she said, grinning. I love it. It's not cheating, Izuku muttered. It's applied precognition. She laughed. Okay, Architect-kun, I'll follow your lead. Archie, Architect of Rescue, she repeated, remembering his trash beach stories. This time, we're rescuing the bomb from those villains, right? He flushed. All right, he said. Let's go design a win. Inside the mock building, the air was cool and still. The bomb sat on the top floor. Bakugo and Iida had already taken their positions as villains. Hero Team had 5 minutes to strategize before the exercise started. Izuku traced the building blueprint with his finger. Bakugo will come for me first, he said. His pride won't let him ignore me. Iida will probably stay near the bomb, guarding it like an actual villain headquarters. That's how he thinks. Ochako nodded. So we split up, she suggested. No, Izuku said immediately. We stick together. My quirk is Strange's. When I can see both of us in the same field. If you're too far, I can't coordinate you. We're going to move like a 2-person unit. He pointed to a stairwell. Bakugo will expect us to take the main stairs. We won't. We'll go up this side hall, then I'm going to annoy him. Ochako giggled. That sounds fun. Izuku smiled nervously. It's dangerous, he said. But I think I know how Bakugo's going to react. That's my advantage. I've seen enough of his possible futures. All Might's voice crackled through the building speakers. Heroes, your time starts now. Izuku's foresight flared to life like someone turning on a projector. He saw Bakugo in a hallway above, teeth bared, already charging forward before All Might even finished saying, now. Explosions at his palms, anger propelling him. Move, Izuku hissed. Left corridor, now. Ochako didn't question it. They sprinted down the side corridor, hugging the wall. Seconds later, a deafening blast rattled the building behind them, scorch marks lining the main staircase they'd almost taken. He really came straight for the front, Ochako gasped. He always does, Izuku replied. He's predictable in his unpredictability. He slowed, listening, triggering short bursts of foresight like sonar pings. Each one gave him a fractional glimpse of where Bakugo would be a few seconds later. Corner. Explosion. Debris. He tugged Ochako's sleeve. Stop, he whispered. In 3 seconds, rub your fingers together and float the ceiling tiles above that corner. He pointed, and drop them when I say, now. She nodded, eyes sharp. Footsteps thundered nearby. Bakugo's voice echoed. Deku, you can't hide, you pathetic. Izuku stepped into the hallway intersection, just enough for Bakugo to spot him. There you are, Bakugo roared, launching forward. His palm lit up. Now, Izuku shouted. Ochako flicked her fingers. A cluster of ceiling tiles and loose debris floated up, weightless, then dropped as she cancelled her quirk just as Bakugo blew past underneath. The debris showered down between them like a curtain. Bakugo's explosion went off early, colliding with the falling rubble and blowing it apart, but the angle threw off his must for a second. Izuku was already moving, grabbing Ochako's wrist. Up the side stairs. Let's go. They sprinted. Bakugo roared behind them, fury echoing down the hallway. You think some pebbles will stop me? Our goal isn't to stop you, Izuku muttered under his breath as they ran. It's to make you predictable. On the 4th floor landing, he pulled Ochako into a stairwell alcove. You go for the bomb with Iida, he said. Breathing hard. I'll hold Bakugo here. She stared at him. You sure? I can help. You'll help more by winning, he said. Trust me, I've seen the version where we both stay here. We get cornered. You get tagged. We lose. Her eyes widened. Okay, she said quietly. Then, I'm counting on you. He smiled weakly. Same. She took off up the stairs. Izuku turned to face the hallway just as Bakugo barreled into view, smoke trailing behind him. There you are, Deku. Bakugo snarled. Threw some junk, ran away, and let your teammate go ahead. He sneered. Using your quirk like a coward. Izuku's foresight flared, showing him multiple ways this could go. Trying to fight head-on and getting blasted into a wall. Dodging endlessly until his body gave out. Engaging just enough to delay. He picked the third. Making you waste time is the opposite of cowardly, he said, surprising himself with the calm in his voice. It's strategy. Bakugo's eyes narrowed dangerously. Strategy this, he shouted, launching an explosion straight at Izuku's chest. Foresight slowed everything. He saw the blast path, the shockwave radius, the debris arc. He stepped D to the side just as the explosion passed where he'd been, heat licking his sleeve. Bakugo's eyebrows shot up. Lucky. Another blast. Another micro-vision. Another perfectly timed sidestep. Izuku's heart pounded. His lungs burned. His quirk overloaded with the constant rapid-fire use. But he held on. Stop dodging and fight me. Bakugo roared. I'm fighting you, Izuku said, panting. I'm just choosing the kind of fight. He used short bursts of counter-movement, forcing Bakugo to adjust angles, blows, positions. Every time Bakugo tried to rush past him, Izuku stepped into his path, not attacking, just being there. An obstacle his pride refused to ignore. Seconds passed. Actually, almost a full minute. That was an eternity in a real fight. From a speaker somewhere above, All Might's voice boomed. 30 seconds left. Bakugo's eye twitched. You're just stalling, he snarled. Izuku smiled thinly, chest heaving. Yep. Bakugo's quirk surged. He blasted himself forward in a rocket-like explosion, aiming to tackle Izuku into a wall. Foresight flashed. Izuku saw himself try to jump sideways and get clipped anyway. He changed the future. At the last second, instead of dodging sideways, he dropped down, letting Bakugo sail over him into the stairwell. Bakugo crashed into the railing, splintering it. What the? The floor shook. Above, somewhere on the 5th floor, a buzzer sounded. The hero team has secured the bomb. All Might shouted. Hero team wins. Bakugo froze. His head snapped upward. What? Izuku, lying on his back, grinned up at the cracked ceiling. She made it, he panted. Iida's speed is great, but straight lines. You can predict straight lines. Uraraka can cheat gravity. You shouldn't have left your post, Villain-kun. Shut up. Bakugo snapped, but there was no real heat in it. Just frustration and something else simmering under the surface. The match ended. The training building powered down. The tension lingered. Later, during the review, I'd replayed the sequence from multiple angles, booming voice full of energy. Look at this, class, he said, pointing at the screen where Izuku sidestepped explosions by bare centimeters. This is he power of tactical foresight in action. He's not just dodging randomly, he's seeing, analyzing, and moving with purpose. He froze the screen on the moment Izuku dropped as Bakugo blasted overhead. In a real battlefield, All Might said, this kind of predictive movement can save teams, not just individuals. Combine it with communication, and you get someone who can call shots in real time. He winked at Izuku. That's what we call a team brain. Some of the students glanced at Izuku with new respect, others with unease. Bakugo's hands clenched at his sides. Iida, though embarrassed at being outmaneuvered, gave Izuku a curt nod. That was excellent use of your abilities, Midoriya, he said. You turned the battlefield into a chessboard. Ochako just beamed. Architect-kun, you were awesome. Izuku nearly passed out on the spot. Weeks turned into months. Villain encounters, lessons, and the looming weight of the future layered over each other. The USJ incident came and went, Izuku's foresight playing a critical but mostly invisible role in keeping his classmates one step ahead of sudden warp gates and surprise attacks. Aizawa took note, So did 13. More than once, Izuku found himself yelling, "Move left in 3 seconds." Or, "Duck now," without knowing how to fully explain afterward. His classmates slowly stopped questioning those calls. After USJ, Toshinori pulled him aside in the teacher's lounge. "You saved more people than you realize today," he said quietly. Even without throwing a single Detroit smash, Izuku looked down at his bandaged arms. "I still feel like I didn't do enough," he said. "That feeling never fully goes away," Toshinori replied. "But if you want to sharpen that instinct of yours, I know someone who can help." He handed Izuku a card. On it was a name. Gran Torino. Gran Torino turned out to be exactly as small and terrifying as All Might had implied. The retired hero's apartment smelled like old takoyaki and dust. Gran Torino himself lay on the floor in a cheap costume, pretending to be senile long enough to scare a scream out of Izuku. Then he moved, and all pretense dropped. "You're the Foresight brat," he said, bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet. "Yagi's weird pick." Izuku nodded, still slightly shaken. "Why yes, sir." Gran Torino squinted at him. "I know Nighteye," he said. "Used to, anyway. Had that same haunted K in his eyes when he started seeing too much. You gonna break like him?" Izuku flinched. "No, sir. Heard you turned down Yagi's power." Gran Torino scratched his cheek. "Interesting choice for a crybaby." Izuku bristled slightly. "I'm not." Gran Torino blurred. One moment he was across the room. The next, he was right in front of Izuku, fist inches from his nose. Izuku's foresight kicked in late, a delayed clip of the movement playing uselessly after it had already happened. "You're slow," Gran Torino said bluntly. "Your quirk's looking at too much. You're scanning the whole room when you only need one thread at a time." He poked Izuku in the forehead. "You think like a strategist. That's good, but in a fight, if your body can't match your brain, you die." He turned away, crouching. "Lesson 1, he said. Trigger your quirk only where you're looking. Narrow focus, short bursts, like taking snapshots, not recording an entire movie." He kicked off the floor. For the next hour, Gran T. Orino turned the cramped apartment into a pinball machine, ricocheting off walls, ceiling, furniture, aiming light taps at Izuku's arms, shoulders, and forehead. Izuku's foresight flooded him with carrying images, dozens of possible trajectories, all blurred together. "Too much," he gasped, ducking a second too late and getting a light whack on the back of his head. "Then cut it down." Gran Torino snapped. "You're not a prophet, kid. You're a tactician. Call the plays you need, not every play on the field." Izuku forced himself to breathe, to stop trying to see everything. He picked one thing: the direction of the next impact. He willed his quirk to show him only that. A clean clip emerged. Gran Torino rebounding off the far corner and coming in low on his right. He stepped left just in time. Gran Torino whizzed past. "Ho," Gran Torino said, eyes glinting. "There it is." They repeated the exercise again and again. Izuku's reaction time sharpened. His foresight, once a chaotic waterfall of futures, became more like a rapid-fire slideshow, one image at a time, chosen with intent. By the end of a week, he could dodge half of Gran Torino's taps. By the end of 3, it was 2/3. "You're not fast," Gran Torino said, "but you're efficient. That's more dangerous in the long run." He smirked. "Keep this up, and you'll be a nightmare for villains who rely on patterns." Izuku bowed, panting, sweat dripping onto the floor. "Thank you, Gran Torino," he wheezed. "Gran," the old hero corrected, bonking him lightly. "Right, Gran." The future, which had once been a tidal wave threatening to drown him, now felt like something he could surf for short bursts. It still hurt if he stayed in too long, but he was getting better at dipping in and out. All of that training came to a terrifying test during the training camp. The forest at night crackled with more than campfire heat. Villains had attacked, students scattered, smoke and fire filled the air. Shouts echoed through the trees. Izuku sprinted up the mountainside, lungs burning, searching for Koda. Foresight nudged him. "Turn left here, duck under that branch, skid on that patch of loose dirt." He followed the path, each corrected misstep getting him closer. When he broke through the tree line and onto the rocky outcrop near the cliffside, he saw him. A small figure with a blue hat, glaring stubbornly at the chaos below. "Koda," Izuku shouted. The boy spun. "You again." The ground shook. A massive figure landed between them and the rest of the mountain path, kicking up dust. Muscles bulged over muscles, cords of fibre are writhing just under the skin like armored ropes. The villain wore a mask over his face, but Izuku could hear the grin in his voice. Well, Muscular said. Looks like I found a brat. Maybe two. Izuku's foresight fired instantly. He saw himself charge in and get swatted away like a fly. Saw broken bones, bodies flung against rocks. He dug past those unwanted futures, heart hammering. Can I win? He pushed the question into the stream of possibilities. The answer came back brutally clear. No, not alone, not head-on, not physically. His stomach lurched. Kota, he said quietly, not taking his eyes off Muscular. Go hide, now, behind those rocks. Kota's jaw clenched. I don't need. Foresight slammed him with a clip. Kota frozen in fear, Muscular's fist swinging toward him. Now, Izuku roared. The force of his shout shocked them both. Kota, eyes wide, bolted toward the indicated rocks, diving out of sight. Muscular chuckled. Playing hero, huh, he said. Got some guts, kid. Whatcha got? Super strength, fire. Come on, show me something fun. Izuku swallowed, legs trembling. Foresight, he said, and enough training not to die in the first 10 seconds. Muscular laughed. That's so. He tensed. Muscle fibers swelled, wrapping his limbs like living armor. Then let's gamble. How long can you run around before I get bored? He moved. It was like watching a boulder suddenly decide to sprint. Izuku's foresight flared, snapping him into that ticker tape mode Gran Torino had drilled into him. One snapshot at a time. First image. Muscular lunging with a right hook. He ducked under it, the fist passed above his head, the air pressure alone making his ears pop. Second image. A follow-up kick sweeping in low. He hopped back, toes barely scraping the edge of the cliff. Loose rocks tumbled behind him. Third image. Muscular slamming both fists down. He rolled sideways as the impact cratered the ground where he'd been. He was barely staying ahead of each blow. Every second felt like a stolen miracle. Not bad, Muscular crowed, muscle wrapping more densely around his frame. You've got those little rabbit feet. Too bad that doesn't win fights. I don't need to win, Izuku panted, dodging another swing. I just need to waste your time. He triggered a bigger scan, risking the headache. Saw Todoroki fighting another villain further down. Saw Mandalay broadcasting telepathic messages. Saw Class A and B scattered, holding the line. If he could keep Muscular here, away from the others, for long enough. An attack came in from the left. He dodged right. He misjudged the timing by half a second. Pain exploded in his side as Muscular's fist clipped him, sending him skidding across the rocky ground. He coughed, tasting copper, vision blurring. Deku, Kota shouted from his hiding place. Izuku forced himself to move, rolling just as Muscular stomped where his head had been. Quit running, Muscular growled. Fight back already. If I fight back, Izuku wheezed, pushing himself to his feet. I lose faster. He forced a shaky grin. You want a fight that lasts, right? Then you've got the perfect opponent. I'm really good at not dying. Muscular stared at him, then barked a laugh. You're insane, he decided. I like it. He rushed again. Izuku's world narrowed to blows and future clips, his body a metronome trying to stay one beat ahead of a much louder, angrier rhythm. Duck, sidestep, backpedal, drop, roll. He wasn't landing any hits. But every time he dodged, he led Muscular a little further from Kota's hiding place. A little further from the path down to the main camp. His lungs burned. His legs felt like lead. Foresight overloaded, images starting to stutter. He pushed past the pain. He saw a future where his legs simply gave out and he crumpled. Muscular's foot coming down. He rejected it. Not yet. 10 more seconds. He started counting in his head, matching each number to a dodge. 10, 9, 8. Down below, Todoroki's ice flashed in his peripheral clips. Mandalay's telepathy pulsed. 7, 6, 5. He saw a new thread of possible futures. Todoroki, noticing the massive heat signatures and trembling ground above, turning this way. 4, 3. Muscular's movements became more erratic, more eager. You're slowing down, he taunted, quirk flickering. You seeing your own death yet? Yeah, Izuku gasped. And yours, too. 1. He took a hit. It was small, glancing, but enough to send him sprawling again. His quirk sputtered, threatening to shut down. For a moment, he lay there, vision doubled, listening to his own ragged breaths. You done, Muscular rumbled, looming over him. Guess the future isn't so bright after all. Foresight offered one final, stuttering image. Muscular raising his hand to deliver a finishing blow. A flash of ice erupting from the side, encasing that arm. Izuku smiled through the blood on his lip. Actually, he whispered, here's a better one. Todoroki, he shouted, as loud as his injured lungs would allow. Right on cue, ice blasted across the rock face. Midoriya, Todoroki's voice cut through the night, cool and sharp. Move. Izuku rolled away as ice surged between him and Muscular, coating the villain's legs and part of his torso. Cheating little brats, Muscular snarled, flexing against the ice. Took you long enough, Izuku coughed, trying to push himself upright. I've been stalling him for, I don't even know how long. You look terrible, Todoroki observed. Feel worse, Izuku admitted. Don't let him near the others. Other footsteps pounded up behind Todoroki. Shoji's multi-arms, Tetsu's steel body, Kendo's enlarged fists. It wasn't the whole class, but it was enough. With the cavalry finally arriving, the fight shifted. Izuku moved to the edge of the engagement, Foresight firing in shorter, more focused ascent the only target. Shoji, left arm in 2 seconds, he called. Duck low, Shoji did, and Muscular's wild swing whooshed harmlessly overhead. Tetsu, his knee joint, now. Tetsu dove in, slamming into the joint as Muscular overextended. Kendo, aim for his exposed side after Todoroki's next ice spike, go. They weren't perfect. People still took hits, but Muscular's flailing power became less terrifying when his patterns got called out before he executed them. Foresight turned the villain from an unstoppable force into a predictable one. Finally, Todoroki managed to freeze most of Muscular's upper body in a thick shell. Combined blows from the others sent him crashing down, unconscious or at least fully immobilized. Izuku sagged with relief, every muscle trembling. Kota emerged from behind the rocks, eyes huge. You, he said slowly, staring at Izuku. You fought that guy, just to keep him away from everyone. Izuku tried to shrug, it turned into more of a slump. That's what heroes do, he said. Sometimes, doing nothing but not dying in the right place is the most important job. Kota stared at him, then at the defeated Muscular, then back again. You're an idiot, he muttered. Izuku laughed weakly. People keep saying that. He managed a small smile. But, I saw the future where I ran away. I hated it. Kota's lower lip trembled. He looked away quickly. Thank you, he mumbled, barely audible. Izuku's heart squeezed. Foresight flickered, showing him a faint image of Kota years from now, older, taller, wearing a hero costume that fit awkwardly but proudly. He let the image warm him for a second before it vanished. Later, after the villains were repelled and the dust settled, Aizawa stood over Izuku's hospital bed in the temporary camp infirmary. Izuku blinked up at him blearily. You're not expelling me, are you? He mumbled. Not today, Aizawa said dryly. His gaze softened slightly. You did well. Izuku looked down at his bandaged hands. I didn't beat him, he said. I just didn't lose fast enough. That is the difference between your class being overwhelmed and having time to rally, Aizawa replied. Heroes don't always win fights. Sometimes their job is simply to buy time. You did that, at considerable risk to yourself. Izuku swallowed. I'm trying to be strategic about it, he said. I don't want to become someone who throws his life away because the future looks bad. That's the trap, isn't it? Knowing too much, Aizawa looked at him for a long moment. You're not Nighteye, he said finally. You're you. But yeah, that's the trap. He folded his arms. Your quirk will keep showing you worst-case scenarios. That's not going to stop, he said. But the fact that you keep moving anyway. That you treat those visions as data, not destiny. He smirked faintly. That's what interests me. Izuku's chest warmed. I'm going to push you harder, Aizawa continued. Speed, close quarters combat, tactical communication. You're turning into this class's team brain, whether they realize it or not. I'm going to make sure your body doesn't lag behind your predictions. Izuku nodded tiredly. Okay. In Midoriya, Aizawa added, turning to go, next time you decide to stall a monster by yourself, at least shout sooner. Some of us can move pretty fast too. A tiny smile tugged at Izuku's lips. I'll keep that in mind. Sensei. When Aizawa left, the infirmary quieted. Izuku lay back, staring at the ceiling. His foresight stirred, offering faint images of future training sessions, coordinated team maneuvers. New challenges. He let them pass, one by one. I'm not here to control every future, he thought. I'm here to give us the best possible chances. Outside, his classmates argued, laughed, and recovered. Inside, Izuku Midoriya, the boy who saw futures and still chose to act, closed his eyes and allowed himself, just for a moment, to rest. The world would still be waiting tomorrow. So would the future. And he'd be ready to design the next plan. Everything started with a tremor in Izuku's vision. Not the literal kind, not an earthquake or a shaking building, just that strange electric wobble that meant his foresight was about to fire on its own. He was in homeroom. Present Mike's special lecture on hero ethics blasted through the speakers in the next room over, muffled but still unmistakably loud. The pale afternoon light cast soft shadows across Aizawa's desk. Class 1A sat in uneasy calm after the training camp incident. Bruises had faded, casts were gone. But not all scars were on the skin. Iida sat in front of Izuku, posture rigid, hands folded too tightly on his desk. His usually crisp movements had become stiff, clipped, mechanical. Izuku's eyes drifted to the back of Iida's neck. His fingers twitched. Don't, he told himself. Don't force it. His quirk didn't listen. It rarely did when it came to certain people. People standing on the edge of a choice. The world dimmed. Sound drained out of the room. The edges of desks blurred. All color washed into a cool, hazy palette. A clip snapped into place. Iida, alone in a dark alley. The harsh glow of neon IGNS painted the bricks in sickly colors. His glasses were cracked, one lens glinting. His engine calf armor flickered faintly. Standing over him was a man in a tattered red scarf and ragged armor, his face half covered by a mask. Eyes burning yellow beneath it. Blades glinted in both hands. Blood dripped from one sword onto the pavement. Stain, the hero killer. Izuku couldn't hear the words, but he saw Iida try to move and collapse instead. He saw Stain's blade cut a shallow line across Iida's cheek. Blood. Stain's tongue flicked out, almost lazily. Iida's body went limp, paralyzed. Behind them, another hero, a pro, native, lay slumped against the wall, immobilized too. Helpless. The clip jumped. Izuku saw himself sprinting into the alley, lungs burning, mind racing. Stain turned, eyes gleaming with interest. The video jittered, breaking into possibilities. One path where Izuku rushed in blindly and took a blade through the leg. Another where he froze at the alley entrance, heart pounding, too afraid to move. Another where he shouted for help, too late. The visions tangled, then rewound. Somewhere under the fear, Izuku sensed something else, threads extending beyond this alley. He pushed gently, just enough to see hints. He saw Iida in a hospital bed later, eyes wet, staring at his own hands. An image of his brother Tensai, bandaged and unconscious, floated above his thoughts. He saw headlines flicker by. UA students break the law again. Teen heroes take on Stain illegally, pro heroes injured. He saw Iida standing in front of a disciplinary board, fists clenched. Voice shaky but determined as he took responsibility. He saw Iida years older, wearing glasses with a more mature frame, wind whipping at his hero costume as he directed traffic during a disaster, voice steady and clear. The future wasn't a straight line. It was a web. This alley, this choice, this fight with Stain, they weren't just a danger. They were a pivot. The clip snapped off. Sound flooded back in, and that's why unauthorized combat against villains is not only reckless but legally punishable. Present Mike screamed enthusiastically from the hallway, like the universe itself had a sense of irony. Izuku's hand tightened around his pen. On the desk in front of him, Iida's fingers trembled faintly. He's already decided, Izuku realized. At least in his heart. Aizawa's voice cut through the ambient noise. Midoriya, he said. Izuku jolted. Why yes, sensei, you're staring holes into your classmate's head, Aizawa said, not looking up from his grading. Something you want to share with the room? A few students snickered. Izuku's cheeks burned. No, sir, I just zoned orangeships. Think quieter, Aizawa replied. Then, after a beat, we'll be assigning them today. Internships. That was the next step toward Hosu. Toward the alley. Toward Stain. Izuku's stomach twisted. He had foresight. He had data. And a question that had been slowly growing bigger since the day he turned down One for All. How much of the future am I allowed to change? Internship interviews were a whirlwind of excitement, nerves, and flashing hero agency logos. Once the nominations came in, students gathered around the board, murmuring excitedly at the number of offers. Bakugo's row was almost completely filled. 30. Kaminari yelped. You've got 30 offers. TCH. Of course, Bakugo said, smirking. Pros no real power. Todoroki's offers filled another chunk of the board. Yet despite, or maybe because of, his support-leaning quirk, Izuku had a decent number too, more than he'd expected. Heroes who specialized in rescue, support analysis, and logistics had taken note of his performance at the exam, USJ, and the training grounds. He scanned the names, heart-pounding. Water Hose Rescue Agency, First Response Logistics, Preemptive Risk Bureau. One card stood out. Small, neat, almost unassuming. Gran Torino. He smiled despite himself. He already knew that one. Gran had told him to put his name down when the time came. If you're going to fling yourself into danger, at least learn how to dodge properly while you're at it. But another logo caught his eye, more for what it implied than what it said. Nighteye Agency, no open internships for first years. The card had a red line through it, as if someone had deliberately used it just to mark that this was unavailable. Izuku's chest tightened. Nighteye, All Might's former sidekick, another Foresight user. We're not there yet, he reminded himself. All Might said that's for later. His gaze drifted to Iida. Tenya's offers were impressive, speed-oriented agencies, hero bureaus in bustling city centers, places where his mobility would be invaluable. But one location label made Izuku's blood run cold. Hosuro Rail Emergency Response, Hosu City. Hosu. He felt his quirk stir again, eager to help. He forced it back. No, he whispered under his breath. Not now. I've seen enough. I don't need more clips. I need decisions. Iida approached him later at lunch, tray in hand, expression carefully neutral. Midoriya, he said, have you chosen your internship yet? Izuku nodded. Gran Torino, a retired hero who worked with someone close to All Might. He trains mobility in reaction time. Iida nodded approvingly. An excellent choice. Close quarters and movement training will serve your quirk well. What about you? Izuku asked, even though he already knew. In the way you know the future you've seen. I will be interning in Hosu City, Iida said. A location with high villain activity and a need for swift response. It will be educational. There was a hard edge under that last word. A bitter one. Izuku swallowed. Iida, he said quietly, are you okay? Since Tensai, I am fine, Iida interrupted, voice a little too sharp. Then he caught himself, adjusting his glasses. I apologize. That was rude. He exhaled, shoulders drooping slightly. I must become a hero who embodies my brother's ideals, he said. That was always my path. Now, I have even more reason not to fail. Izuku's foresight didn't need to activate to see the unspoken thought under those words. In reason to find stain. He gripped his chopsticks tighter. Iida, he said, I sometimes see things about the future. Iida's gaze snapped to him, startled. Your quirk, he said. Foresight. Izuku nodded. It's not perfect, he said quickly. It shows possibilities, not certainties. But sometimes those possibilities are very strong. Especially when someone is standing right at a crossroads. He took a breath. About Hosu, he said carefully, I saw something. You, in trouble, with a very dangerous villain. Iida's hand tightened around his cup. And yet, he said slowly, you are still going to your own internship. You're not trying to stop me from going. Izuku flinched. I could, he admitted. I could tell Aizawa, or All Might, or your parents. I could try to pull as many strings as possible to force you away from Hosu. He looked down at his tray. I saw futures where I did that. You hated me in most of them. Iida's eyes widened. What? I saw futures where you never got to confront what you're feeling, Izuku whispered. Where you buried it so deep it rotted. You still became a hero but it hurt you. Quietly, constantly. He raised his eyes again, meeting Iida's gaze. I don't want you to die, he said. I would do anything to avoid that. But I also don't want to steal your chance to face what Stain did to your brother. That anger, he hesitated, I think you need to face it, or it will never let you go. Iida stared at him, stunned. So what will you do, Midoriya? He asked softly. Knowing what you know, seeing what you see, where is the line between protecting and controlling? Izuku's chest hurt. I don't know, he admitted. Not completely. I'm still figuring it out. But this time, he clenched a fist under the table. I'm not going to try to erase your choice, he said. I am going to make sure that, whatever happens, You survive it, that you get the chance to learn from it instead of, his voice cracked slightly. Instead of ending in an alley. Iida's jaw tightened. He looked away, eyes shining behind his glasses. That's arrogant, he said. Thinking you can protect everyone from everything. I can't, Izuku shot back, surprising them both with the firmness in his tone. But I can try, Iida. And that's what being a hero with foresight is. Trying, even knowing how bad it can get. They sat in silence for a few seconds, surrounded by the lunchroom's easy chaos. Finally, Iida spoke again. You will not tell the teachers, he said. Or my parents. Izuku looked at him. In most futures where I did, he said quietly, you found a way to go anyway. Iida flinched. Of course, he muttered. Izuku sighed. I'll be in Hosu too, he said. Different reason, different place. But when things go bad, and they will, I'll find you. Iida's eyes flicked back to him, suspicion and hope tangled together. How can you be so sure? He asked. Izuku cracked a small, tired smile. I'm very good with schedules, he said. Gran Torino's internship started with a pratfall and a plate of cold takoyaki. You're still slow, Gran said cheerfully as Izuku scrambled off the floor. Yagi making you run on beaches wasn't enough, huh? He made me carry refrigerators, Izuku corrected weakly. Don't care. Gran zipped across the room. We're going to take this foresight of yours and weld it to your feet, got it? No more staring at every possible future in the room like a kid in a candy store. You pick what matters. Fast. Izuku nodded, already slipping into the rhythm of Gran's training. For the next couple of days, they did patrol simulations. Gran forced Izuku to narrow his foresight to micro moments, predicting when a civilian would step off a curb, foreseeing the moment a car door would swing open, anticipating when a villain would try to sucker punch a pro-hero mid-arrest. In between, they watched news reports. On the second day, the stain coverage escalated. Hero killer on the loose again. 3 more pros down in Hosu. Authorities advise heroes to stay alert. Uku felt the future pressing in on him like storm clouds. Your quirk is reacting, Gran noted quietly as Izuku's eyes unfocused for a moment. Hosu, Izuku murmured. It's close. Gran's gaze sharped, unusually serious. Has your quirk shown you something specific? Izuku hesitated. He could lie. He could say no. Preserve the flow on his own and keep other adults from interfering with what he thought Iida needed to face. The idea made his stomach churn. You're not supposed to be alone in this, his better instincts whispered. I saw Iida, he said slowly. With Stain. In an alley. It's bad. Gran's jaw clenched. And you're still letting him go? He demanded. I'm not letting him die, Izuku said. That's the line. But if I yank him away entirely, he never confronts why he's running there in the first place. I just postpone it. And the explosion later might be worse. Gran studied him for a long, uncomfortable moment. You're walking the same razor's edge Nighteye did, he said finally. Difference is, he fell off. He believed futures were fixed. You don't, yet. Izuku swallowed. Can you help? He asked. Not to stop it, just to make sure we're there when it matters most. Gran sighed. You're the one with the magic preview button, he said. Show me the timeline that gets us there in time without rewriting the entire week. Izuku nodded, closed his eyes, and dove in. He saw train lines, timetables. The moment a Nomu slammed into Iida's host agency. The moment Gran Torino reacted. He saw a path where he convinced Gran to pursue the Nomu not just as a threat, but as a guide. He came back to the present with a gasp. There's a way, he said. We need to be on the rooftop patrol at 16:12 tomorrow. The Nomu will hit us at 16:26. If we chase it, it leads us straight to Hosu Station. From there, he met Gran's gaze. We follow the disaster to the alley, he finished. Gran looked at him like he was both impressed and vaguely horrified. You're turning my patrol route into a pre-booked train ticket to a hero killer showdown, he muttered. Yagi really knows how to pick them. He turned away. Fine, he said, we do it your way. But listen, kid, Izuku straightened. If I see even a hint that you're treating this like your personal script, Gran said, eyes sharp, I drag you out of there myself. Got it, you don't get to direct people's lives. You get to react faster. That's it, Izuku nodded, heart pounding. Got it, he whispered. He wasn't sure it would be it. But he knew where his line was, for now. No dead classmates, no collapsed futures in alleys. Whatever else came, Iida had to walk out. The Nomu assault hit like a meteor. One moment, Izuku and Gran were mid-patrol, the city spread out below them in neat grids of light and traffic. The next, an unearthly roar split the evening sky as a monstrous shape smashed into a nearby building, glass spraying. Villain! Someone screamed below. Gran didn't hesitate. Let's go, he barked, rocketing forward. Izuku followed, Foresight snapping into high gear. He saw citizens sprinting for cover, cars crashing, debris falling. He scanned quickly, picking the path with the fewest casualties. They dashed over rooftops, bouncing between billboards and water tanks. The Nomu vaulted off the building, landing on a passing train. Izuku's mind flicked back to the clip he'd seen, this exact move. This exact train, we have to follow it, he shouted. Gran didn't even argue, he just kicked off, landing on the train with effortless precision. Keep your head clear, he shouted. If your quirk overloads, you're dead weight. They rode the train all the way toward Hosu. Smoke rose over the city's skyline. Izuku's chest tightened. It's starting, he whispered. By the time they disembarked, Hosu was chaos. Nomu rampaged through the streets. Pro-heroes scrambled to contain them. Flames licked at buildings. Sirens wailed. Gran threw himself into the fray, barking orders. Help the pros, he snapped. Why? Oh, you know how to apply your quirk to rescue better than most of them do. Izuku wanted to argue, to say, I have to find Iida, but his foresight fired, showing him the outcome of ignoring the immediate crisis, more injured civilians. A pro-hero crushed under a toppled sign. He gritted his teeth and dove in. For the next 10 minutes, he was a blur of shouted warnings and preemptive rescues. Move your truck now, he yelled to a stunned driver just before a Nomu plowed through the intersection. Kamui Woods, in 3 seconds, your left flank. He grabbed people out of blast paths, directed heroes to where they were about to be needed. And generally turned the street-level disaster into something barely manageable. Then, at last, his quirk tugged him sharply. Now, the alley. He turned to Gran, who was locking down a Nomu with impressive speed for a retired old man. I have to go, Izuku said, breathing hard. It's starting. Gran grunted, not looking away from the fight. Don't die, he said simply. And don't let him either. Izuku nodded once and ran. The path unfolded under his feet like he'd already walked it. Left at the collapsed lamppost. Right at the shattered vending machine. O.V. The fallen sign with the kanji for justice, ironically cracked in half. His lungs burned. His legs felt heavy. Still, he ran. He reached the mouth of the alley just as the clip he'd seen days ago hit real time. Iida faced Stain, engines roaring with desperate fury. You destroyed my brother's path. Iida shouted, voice breaking. I am here to stop you. Stain stood in a relaxed stance, swords low, head tilted. You are not here to save anyone, Stain said, voice calm and cold. You are here for yourself. Izuku's foresight triggered a split-second early warning. He saw Stain move, faster than he'd anticipated. A blur of red and steel. He moved before his conscious brain caught up. Iida, down, he roared, launching himself forward. Iida blinked, instincts and trust overriding his rage for just a microsecond. He dropped, engines misfiring. Stain's sword, meant for Iida's throat, slashed across his shoulder instead, blood spraying but not lethal. Stain clicked his tongue. You again, he said, eyes flicking to Izuku as he skidded into the alley, heart hammering. The boy who moves like he's seen this already. Behind Stain, Native lay paralyzed, eyes wide with terror. Izuku forced himself into a controlled stance. Gran Torino's drills ringing in his bones. Iida, he said, not taking his eyes off Stain, you can still move, right? Iida gritted his teeth, pushing himself up on one arm. Yes, he hissed. He hasn't. Stain moved again. Izuku's foresight narrowed to blade arcs and footwork. Right, he shouted. Iida rolled just in time to avoid a binding strike at the legs. The sword sliced across Iida's wrist instead, drawing another shallow line of blood. Stain licked the blade. Izuku's stomach lurched, but Stain paused, frowning. Medium blood type, he murmured, almost to himself. Slower paralysis onset. Quote. Izuku's eyes widened. Blood type. His quirk fired a brief overlay, different color-coded bars over Iida and Native's heads, indicating how quickly Stain's quirk would take effect on each. Iida's bar drained slow, Native's was nearly empty. He didn't have long. Iida, listen to me, Izuku said, eyes never leaving Stain. You're already compromised. You cannot be the one to beat him. Not tonight. Right now, your job as a hero, he emphasized the word, is to get native out of here. Iida's jaw clenched. I came here to avenge your brother. Stain cut in, chuckling humorlessly. How disgraceful. The Ingenium I fought had conviction. Duty. Not this petty thirst for revenge. He stepped closer, swords at the ready. If you died here, it would be a fitting end for such a corrupted ideal, he added. Izuku's fist shook. He saw a future clip, Stain paralyzing both Iida and native fully, ready to kill them once he was done with his spurruptions. Just blood in the alley. He rejected it. You're wrong, Izuku said, perhaps to Stain, perhaps to his own fear. About him, about heroes, about what we're allowed to feel. He launched forward. Gran Torino's voice echoed in his head. Trigger Foresight where you're looking. One image, one target. He locked onto Stain's right hand. The future clip snapped into place. A diagonal slash, hip to shoulder. Izuku twisted his body just enough that the blade passed inches from his side, feeling the wind of it. He countered with a low kick, Gran's basic drill. It didn't hurt Stain much, but it disrupted his stance. Stain's eyes gleamed. Better, he said. You're learning. I'm stalling, Izuku panted. There's a difference. He heard footsteps pounding in the distance. Todoroki's voice shouting his name. Foresight showed him possibilities. Todoroki entering too early and getting caught. Todoroki entering too late and blood on the ground. He timed his next dodge to align with a different future. Oh. Nay, where the flames and ice arrived at the exact moment Stain overextended for a finishing blow. Iida pushed himself toward native, engine sputtering. You, hero, native whispered, barely able to move his lips. No, Iida said, voice strangled. I'm not yet. Stain lunged. Izuku's quirk showed him 3 frames ahead. He dropped low, letting the blade slice a line across his shoulder instead of his throat. Pain flared white hot. He clenched his jaw. Now, Todoroki, he screamed. Flames roared at the alley entrance. Ice crashed up from the ground. Todoroki surged in, one side blazing, the other freezing the concrete. Midoriya, he shouted. Iida. Stain snarled as ice encased one of his legs. He sliced through it with unnatural strength, but the momentary restraint was enough. The alley exploded into light, ice. In movement, Izuku retreated to the side, breathing hard, switching modes. Combative Foresight gave way to coordinate mode. Left side in 2 seconds. He yelled, Shoto, wall of ice there. Todoroki thrust out his hand. Ice rose just as Stain's thrown knife ricocheted, embedding in the frozen barrier instead of Iida's neck. Iida, Izuku shouted, can you move at all yet? Iida gritted his teeth, forcing his legs under him. My arms and legs feel heavy, he panted. But my engines, I can still use them to get native out of the alley, Izuku said. Not to fight. This isn't your opponent anymore. Your job is to protect his life and yours. That's what Ingenium would do. Iida froze. Stain's voice cut through the chaos. Listen to him, he said, almost bored. You came here to kill me. That is not the path of a hero. If you choose to save instead, perhaps there is hope for you. Iida's breathing hitched. A series of future clips flickered in Izuku's mind. One where Iida stubbornly tried to fight alongside them and took a crippling blow, another where he dragged native away, tears in his eyes, but later faced the consequences of his vigilante actions with his head high. Newly aware of what it meant to be a hero, he latched onto the ladder. Please, Iida, he said, voice softer but no less urgent. Don't let your brother's story end with both of you lying in hospital beds because of Stain. Iida shuddered. Then, with visible effort, he turned away from Stain. He grabbed native under the shoulders. My duty, he whispered, more to himself than anyone else, is to protect this citizen. That is my role. I am Tenya Iida. I am Ingenium's brother. I will not let his name be used for revenge. He activated his engines, blasting down the alley with native in tow. Stain didn't pursue. His gaze followed Iida's retreating back for a moment. Better, he said quietly. Much better. Then he spun, swords flashing, meeting Todoroki's next wave of ice and flame with terrifying precision. The fight that followed was brutal and fast, but thanks to Izuku's presence, it wasn't desperate. He couldn't see everything. Stain was too skilled, too chaotic, but he could see enough. Micro clips of blade angles, foot placements, split-second stances. Shoto, he's about to vault off the left wall. Shield your eyes, he'll throw dust to blind you. Now, right side, low kick, block. They still got injured. Izuku took another slice along his thigh. Todoroki's arm got cut, blood dripping onto the ice. But they stayed on their feet. By the time CKUP arrived, Heroes and Gran Torino storming into the alley, Stain was immobilized in a combination of Todoroki's ice and Gran's well-timed strikes. The hero killer glared at them, chest heaving. "You're not there yet," he said hoarsely. "Any of you, maybe one day." His gaze lingered on Izuku. "But at least you're not blind." Then he passed out. Izuku sagged, adrenaline draining from his limbs. His quirk, overtaxed, finally shut down, leaving the world feeling quieter. He didn't realize how loud the future had become until it went silent. Gran Torino crouched beside him. "You changed the alley," he said quietly, taking in the scene. "Not as much blood as your first vision, I'd guess." Izuku nodded weakly. I made sure no one died," he said. "And I didn't stop Iida from making his choice. I just redirected what kind of hero he was in that moment." Gran studied him. "And how do you feel about that?" he asked. Izuku stared at his shaking hands. "Terrified," he admitted. "Relieved. Guilty. Proud. All at once." Gran snorted. "Get used to that cocktail," he said. "It's the house special for anyone who sees more than most." He looked toward the entrance, where Iida had returned, now with paramedics. Watching Stain being restrained. "You did what you could without ripping the timeline apart," Gran continued. "It's messy, but it's better than the alternative." Izuku swallowed. "What alternative?" he asked. Gran's eyes were distant. "You deciding you know best," he said. "And turning everyone into puppets in your little future play." Izuku shivered. "I don't want that," he said. "Good," Gran replied. "Then hold on to that, tight." The next day, hospital air tasted like antiseptic and recycled hope. Izuku lay in a bed with his thigh and shoulder bandaged, staring at the ceiling. The steady beep of nearby monitors kept time with his thoughts. Stain had been taken into custody. The media frenzy was already starting. More importantly, UA staff and pro-heroes were not happy. All Might came by, face grave. So did Aizawa, arms crossed, tired eyes sharp. "You broke the law," Aizawa said without preamble. Again, Izuku winced. "Yes, sensei," he said. "I know. You engaged with a high-ranking villain without authorization," Aizawa continued. "You could have died. Your classmates could have died. You also arguably saved 2 pros and prevented further casualties." He exhaled through his nose. "Which makes this very complicated." Izuku swallowed. "I'm ready to accept whatever punishment UA decides," he said quietly. "I made my choice." All Might looked at him for a long moment. Something like pride and worry warring in his eyes. "The world doesn't see your foresight," he said. "They only see the results. That makes your responsibility heavier, not lighter." "I know," Izuku whispered. When they left, the room fell quiet again. An hour later, Iida shuffled in, arm in a sling, bandages peeking out from under his patient gown. His glasses were slightly cracked but still intact. Izuku tried to sit up straighter. "Iida," he said. "Hey." Iida closed the door behind him, then walked to the side of the bed, expression conflicted. "I want to thank you," he said, bowing deeply. "For saving my life. For saving Native's life. For stopping me from becoming a murderer." Izuku's breath hitched. I didn't," Iida said firmly, straightening. "If you had not been there, my anger would have consumed me." Stain was right. He looked away, shame flickering across his face. "I did not go to that alley as a hero. I went as a selfish idiot looking for revenge." He clenched his good hand. "I'm going to face the consequences for that," he said. "Legal, professional, personal. I will not run from them." Izuku's foresight twitched at the edges, but this time, he didn't dive in. He let only a soft hint through. Iida standing at a podium years from now, giving a speech to younger heroes about responsibility. The same stubborn light in his eyes, but tempered. "You're going to be a great hero," Izuku said suddenly. Iida blinked. "What?" Izuku smiled weakly. "This isn't the end of your story," he said. "It's a really painful chapter. But I saw you, older, stronger, using this as a lesson, not a prison." Quote. Iida stared at him, eyes wide. "You saw that?" he asked. Izuku nodded. "Maybe it's not guaranteed," he said. "My quirk doesn't do guarantees. But it's likely. If you choose it." Iida swallowed. "What else did you see?" he asked quietly. "Back then, before Hosu." Izuku looked down at his bandaged hands. He could tell Iida everything. He could admit he'd seen the alley days in advance. That he'd mapped a path to it. That he'd made a conscious decision to let things unfold up to a point before intervening. He could dump the entire terrifying web of futures onto Iida's shoulders and say, "Here. Help me carry this." Or he could recognize that his role wasn't to outsource his burden, but to lighten his friends where he could. Nighteye's silhouette flickered in his memory. A man he hadn't even met yet but already knew as a cautionary tale, someone who had let the inevitability of a vision crush his ability to hope. Izuku took a breath. "I saw enough to know that Hosu would be dangerous," he said honestly. "I saw you in trouble. I knew I had to get there. I didn't know all the details. And even if I had," he forced himself to meet Iida's gaze. "I wouldn't have taken your choice away from you. Just your death." Iida's lips trembled. "That's still a lot of power," he said. "Deciding what part of the future to change for someone else." "I know," Izuku whispered. "It scares me too." Silence stretched between them, thick but not suffocating. Finally, Iida exhaled slowly. "Then let us carry that fear together," he said. "As friends, as future heroes. If your quirk shows you something about me again, I want you to tell me enough to act better, not so much that I choke on what I can't change." Izuku's chest loosened. "Deal," he said, "and if you ever see me about to walk into a stupid future, please yell at me." Iida's mouth twitched into the faintest smile. "Oh, I fully intend to," he said. With great vigor. They both laughed, the sound a little shaky but real. Izuku let a small, carefully chosen glimpse of the future through again, a vision of them years later, back to back in a battlefield, calling out times, routes, and rescue plans with practiced ease. He didn't describe it in detail. He just held onto it, a quiet promise he made to himself and to the friend standing beside his bed. "I won't ask you to see what I see," he thought. "But I'll do my best to make sure what I see still leads somewhere worth going." Outside the hospital window, the city of Hosu hummed, recovering, reshaping itself after the attack. News channels debated Stain's ideology. Politicians blustered, and villains took notes. Inside, two future heroes sat in a hospital room, trying to define what it meant to walk the line between knowledge and arrogance, between protection and control. It was messy, uncertain, full of edges. It was also the only path that felt honest. Izuku Midoriya lay back against his pillows after Iida left, eyes drifting shut. His foresight, sensing his exhaustion, softened. It showed him something small, barely significant in the grand scheme of things. Tomorrow, Classroom 1A, Aizawa walking in a few minutes late, hair even messier than usual. Classmates complaining, Iida chastising someone for their posture. Ochako smiling at Izuku across the room. Bakugo scowling at everyone. Life, continuing. He smiled. That was enough of the future for tonight. The rest could wait. The first time Izuku saw it, he thought his quirk was broken. It didn't feel like the usual flicker. Not the 3-second clips during training, no. The 1-minute montages he'd learned to coax out of big decisions. This vision slammed into him like a tidal wave, dragging him under and pinning him to the ocean floor. It came on a perfectly ordinary afternoon. UA's corridors hummed with normal noise, lockers slamming, friends arguing over snacks, Kaminari complaining loudly about remedial classes. The chaos of Hosu was still fresh in everyone's memory, but life had stretched a thin layer of routine over it. Izuku was walking down the hall with his notebook tucked under his arm, heading back from Recovery Girl's checkup. His scars ached less now. His body was catching up to his quirk, 1 week at a time. He was thinking about internships. About Gran Torino. About Stain's words echoing in the news and public forums. He wasn't thinking about All Might. Which, of course, is exactly when his quirk decided to shove All Might front and center. The world dimmed. The chatter of students stretched out, then flattened into static. The hallway around him bled into gray. His notebook slipped from numb fingers and hit the floor with a dull thud that sounded very far away. He tried to breathe, his lungs stopped obeying him. The vision snapped into place. He stood in the middle of a ruined city. Smoke devoured the sky, thick and black. Buildings had gaping wounds carved through them. Streets were cracked, vehicles flipped. Broken glass glittered like fallen stars. At the center of it all, two figures faced each other. The first, tall and hulking, was familiar even in silhouette. All Might, chest heaving, costume torn and burned. High's smile, always so bright in posters and media, was gone. What remained was a grim line carved into a face that looked much older than usual. The second figure was harder to look at. He was broad-shouldered but misshapen. Tubes and cables wrapping around his body like parasitic vines. A metal mask obscured most of his face, but his eyes, Izuku couldn't properly see them. It was like trying to look directly into headlights. All for one. The air between them crackled with power. Broken sound reached Izuku's ears. Distant screams, the rumble of collapsing structures, the echo of earlier explosions. The image zoomed in without his consent. He saw All Might's torso in brutal clarity, scarred tissue stretched thin, muscles straining around an old wound and new ones layered over it. His breath came in ragged gasps. Steam leaked from his body in weak wisps instead of great plumes. He was close to empty. All for One's voice cut through the haze, muffled but chillingly calm. "You're at your limit," he said. "This farce of a symbol ends here." All Might's answer came back, hoarse but firm. "As long as I'm standing," he said, "there's still a symbol." He lunged. The fight that followed wasn't flashy in the way hero videos often were. It was desperate, ugly. Each blow from All Might shook the ground. Each counter from All for One twisted the city further out of shape. Izuku's quirk forced him to watch in excruciating detail. The moment All Might's fist met invisible force, the exact angle his body twisted to protect bystanders behind him, the way his damaged side lagged a fraction of a second behind his intent. There were people watching, cameras filming, the world holding its breath. His perspective shifted, like someone had spun him around. Now he stood in front of a giant screen. In the reflection, he caught a glimpse of himself, older by a couple of years, Class 1A crowded behind him. They watched their teacher, their symbol, their fragile, human mentor. "All Might," he whispered, voice cracking. The vision snapped back to the battlefield. All Might staggered, dropping to one knee. All for One raised a hand. Power gathered. "This is where you fall," the villain said. Something inside Izuku rebelled. "No, change it, I have to change it." He tried to push, like he sometimes could, nudging micro moments into different configurations. "Show me the version where someone arrives. Show me the path where this doesn't happen. Where he lives. Where this isn't the last stand." His quirk fought him. The clip rewound and replayed. It wobbled slightly. Small details changed. Dust clouds, debris falling in new spots. Camera angles shifting, but the core stayed the same. All Might backed against the wall of his own limits. All for One pressing in. A final exchange. All Might's arm drawing B. Act for one last punch that drained the remainder of his strength. He saw a symbol crack, and then blaze brighter than ever, if only for one incandescent moment. The vision dragged on past the punch. All Might stood in the settling smoke, skeletal form hidden by the last embers of muscle he forced onto his bones. He raised a shaking arm and pointed at the camera. "At the world. This is my last," he rasped, as All Might. The world on the other side of the screen broke into 1,000 reactions, tears, panic, awe, screams, silence. The clip froze on All Might's exhausted face. Then everything shattered. The hallway slammed back into existence. Izuku choked, clutching at his chest. His knees buckled, his hands hit the floor. Distantly, he heard someone shout his name. "Midoriya." Arms grabbed him. He only barely registered that it was Iida and Uraraka. "Midoriya, what is it? What happened?" Iida's voice was sharp with concern. "Did your quirk overload?" Uraraka asked, panic in her eyes. Izuku tried to speak. "All Might," he rasped. That was all he got out before his stomach turned, light stabbed through his skull, and the world mercifully went dark. He woke up in Recovery Girl's office with the familiar taste of healing candy on his tongue and a massive ice pack pressed against his forehead. The ceiling was the same as always. The clock ticked with the same rhythm. But the world felt different. Tilting. Fragile. "You're awake," Recovery Girl said, peering down at him. "Good. I was worried your brain finally exploded from all that future gazing." He tried to sit up. The room swayed. She pushed him gently back down. "Easy, boy," she scolded. "Your brain isn't a storage closet. You can't shove infinite visions into it and expect it not to complain." Izuku swallowed. "How long was I out?" he croaked. "Not long. 20 minutes, she sighed. "Long enough for your friends to assemble a search party and for Aizawa to pretend not to care while secretly glaring at the infirmary door every 2 minutes. He blushed faintly. "I saw something big," he said. Just thinking about it made his temples throb. Recovery Girl's eyes softened, just a touch. "I figured," she said. Quote, "This wasn't a trip on your shoelaces episode, was it?" Izuku shook his head. "No, ma'am," he said quietly. She watched him for a moment, then sighed again. He was starting to associate that sound with, "I care about you but you make my job harder." "I'm not going to pry," she said. "But you should know this, you're not the first Foresight user to come through hero circles. There are patterns, common mistakes." "Nighteye," Izuku whispered before he could stop himself. Her eyebrows rose. "You've heard of him. From all MI, from Mr. Yagi," he said. "In Gran Torino, they said he carries a burden like mine." Recovery girl straightened. "Looks like the staff has been talking." She patted his blanket. "I've already notified All Might that you need to speak with him," she said. "Properly. And not just about your quirk in general. About whatever it is you just saw." Izuku's heart lurched. "Do I tell him?" he asked, voice small. "If I tell him, isn't that pushing him toward it? Or away from it? I don't even know if that's good or bad." Recovery girl gave him a long, measured look. "Sometimes," she said slowly, "you don't start with, tell him everything, or, tell him nothing. Sometimes, you start with, get another perspective from someone who's already broken their head on the same wall." He frowned. I mean you're not going to work this out alone in my infirmary," she interrupted, standing up. "Rest for now, then go meet the other Foresight user on staff's contact list. Preferably before you accidentally fry your own brain trying to prove the future wrong or right all by yourself." She shuffled out of the room, calling over her shoulder, "And if you pass out again, I'm giving you sleeping pills and banning quirk use in bed." Izuku let himself sink back into the pillow, the edges of her words swirling in his mind. The other Foresight user, Nighteye, the man who'd supposedly seen All Might's death. The man who had believed, maybe still believed, that some futures couldn't be changed. Izuku's chest tightened. If anyone understood what he'd just seen, it would be him. That thought was both comforting and terrifying. He met All Might on the rooftop at sunset. Toshinori was in his true form, thin, gaunt, wrapped in a coat that flapped slightly in the breeze. The red glow of the setting sun painted long shadows across the rooftop, making him look even more skeletal than usual. "Gran called me," Toshinori said, leaning against the fence. "Then Recovery Girl. Then Aizawa. You're becoming quite the popular topic today, young Midoriya." Izuku flushed. "Sorry," he said automatically. "Don't be," Toshinori replied. "You fainting in a hallway is concerning, but not unexpected, given your quirk." He studied Izuku's face. "You saw something," he said quietly. "Something big." Izuku swallowed. "All Might, Mr. Yagi." He took a deep breath. "I saw you." Toshinori's expression didn't change, but his eyes sharpened. "Doing what?" he asked. "Fighting," Izuku said, "in a ruined city, against All for One." The name hung in the air like poison. Toshinori flinched, just slightly. "And?" he asked, voice low. Izuku's fingers twisted in the hem of his uniform jacket. "You were," he struggled for the right word. The vision was longer than usual. Clearer. Every time I tried to change details, it slipped back. Always ending with your last big punch. Your last stand. You won, but after that, you. He couldn't say it. Toshinori's gaze drifted to the horizon. "Nighteye saw something similar," he murmured. "Years ago, he saw my death. Specific, down to the time frame. He told me I had only so long to keep fighting before, poof." He made a half-hearted gesture. "The candle goes out." Izuku's throat tightened. "Is that what happened? I mean, in his vision?" he asked. "According to him," Toshinori said, "I died years ago." He gave a humorless smile. "Obviously, I did not. But I paid for defying that vision with this." He gestured to his wasted frame. "And with the knowledge that one more big fight may be all I have left." Izuku's hands shook. "Then if my vision matches his," he swallowed. "What if that means you really can't avoid it? That no matter what we do, you'll end up in that battle, and I'll burn out the last of my flame," Toshinori finished for him. "In front of the world." As both a symbol and a lesson. He looked at Izuku with an expression that was strangely gentle. "You're asking if my fate is fixed," he said. "And if you're now chained to watching it happen." Izuku nodded, jaw clenched. "I thought, if I planned far enough ahead, if I used my quirk just right, I could keep that from happening," he said. "But this vision, it felt heavy. Like even my quirk was telling me, some things don't move." Toshinori was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "There's someone you need to talk to, young Midoriya." "Nighteye," Izuku said. "Yes." Toshinori's shoulders slumped. It may be awkward. Our parting was not pleasant. But you share something rare, you and he. A power that walks the line between knowledge and obsession. If you're going to carry it, you should learn from both his wisdom and his mistakes. Izuku hesitated. What about you? He asked. Don't you want to know what I saw? All of it. Toshinori smiled, small and sad. I already live with one man's vision of my end, he said. I don't need a second opinion. Izuku flinched. But, Toshinori added, stepping closer, resting a bony hand on Izuku's shoulder, I do need to know this. Did you see a future where I ran away from that fight? Izuku's eyes widened. No, he said immediately. Every version of it I saw, you stood. Even when you were running on empty. Even when it looked hopeless. You never turned your back. Toshinori let out a long breath. Good, he said. Then that's all I need to know. The rest, he squeezed Izuku's shoulder lightly. The rest is your burden, I'm afraid. At least until you decide what to do with it. Izuku's vision stung. How do you live with that? He whispered. Knowing you're walking toward that. Toshinori looked up at the sky, where the first stars were beginning to peek through the fading light. The same way you live with seeing 100 small accidents a day, he said. You don't ignore them, but you don't let them paralyze you. You wake up, you move forward, you do as much good as you can before the end. Whenever it comes. He gave Izuku a sideways look. You turned down my power, he said. That still stings, you know. Izuku winced. I'm sore. Toshinori laughed softly. I'm joking, he said. Mostly. You turned it down because you didn't want my last chapter to be shorter because of you. That tells me you already understand something Nighteye never quite accepted. There's more than one way to honor a future you've seen. He stepped back. Meet him, he said. Listen to him, then make your own decision. Don't try to become him. You're not built for that kind of despair. Izuku nodded slowly. I'll try, he said. Toshinori smiled faintly. You're very good at that, he said. Trying. The wind picked up, ruffling Izuku's hair. Go home for today, Toshinori added. Rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Nighteye Agency. Izuku swallowed. Okay, he said softly. As he left the rooftop, the echo of the vision lingered, the ruined city, the final blow, the trembling finger pointed at the camera. He hugged his notebook to his chest like a shield. I don't know if I can stop that, he thought, heart pounding. But maybe that's not the only way to be a hero in that moment. Sir Nighteye's agency looked nothing like Izuku imagined, and exactly like it should have. The lobby was pristine, minimalist, with clean lines and polished floors. Everything felt controlled. Data screens lined one wall, scrolling through patrol routes, crime statistics, and incident reports. But what truly caught Izuku's attention were the posters. All Might posters. Everywhere. Not the flashy fighting ones you saw in stores, either. These were obscure, lovingly preserved prints. All Might eating a rice ball, All Might posing in front of a grocery store grand opening, All Might holding a cat. Whoa, Izuku whispered. A tall man with green hair in a sharp suit approached him, smiling politely. You must be Midoriya, he said. Welcome to Nighteye Agency. I'm Tagata Mirio, 3rd year. Sir's top intern. Why yes. Izuku bowed awkwardly. Midoriya Izuku, 1st year, Class 1A. Mirio's grin widened. Relax, he said. You're among hero nerds here. He gestured around at the posters. Sir might try to test you on this, he warned. All Might trivia is practically an interview requirement. Izuku blinked. What kind of? An office door opened with a soft click. The man Ho stepped out looked nothing like All Might. He was tall but lean, with sharp lines in his face and sharper edges in his eyes. His hair was dark and slicked back. He wore a suit that was immaculate, a pair of round glasses that made his gaze look even more focused. Sir Nighteye, Midoriya Izuku, he said, voice clipped and precise. Come in. Mirio gave Izuku an encouraging thumbs up. Izuku SW, allowed and followed Nighteye into his office. It was orderly, ridiculously so. Papers aligned perfectly, pens in a neat row, books sorted by height and color. More All Might posters adorned the walls, including one where All Might was doing a comedic face, cheeks puffed out. Sit, Nighteye said, gesturing to a chair. Izuku sat. Nighteye didn't sit immediately. He walked to his desk, set down a stamp, and then stopped in front of the comedic All Might poster. Do you know this one? He asked, not looking back at Izuku. Izuku blinked. That's from his commercial with the gum company, he said slowly. The one that only aired late at night for a month. Episode, no, recording ID 712A. He did the puffed cheeks as a gag when he tried the sour flavor. Nighteye turned. You're off by one digit, he said. It was 712B. But close enough. He stepped forward, eyes narrowing. Do you think that pose is funny? He asked. Izuku scrambled mentally. It's amusing, he said cautiously. But more than that, it's humanizing. It shows that All Might's willing to look silly to make people smile. That he's aware of how his power looks from the outside and uses it to put people at ease. Tei's stern expression didn't change for several seconds. Then, unexpectedly, the corners of his mouth twitched. He said. Yagi has always been drawn to people who see past the surface. He sat behind his desk, folding his hands neatly. Midoriya Izuku, he said. I know why you're here. Izuku's heart pounded. You do? He asked. You have a Foresight-type quirk, Nighteye said. Yagi has spoken of you. Gran Torino has sent me reports. And yesterday, UA documented a quirk overload in their infirmary, accompanied by murmurings of all for one and an unstoppable vision. Izuku winced. So much for subtlety, he said weakly. Night-Eye's gaze sharpened. Subtlety is for those who don't traffic in futures, he said. We deal in hard edges and brutal clarity. He reached for the stamp, fingers resting lightly on it. Tell me, Midoriya, he said, what do you believe your quirk shows you? Truth, possibility, destiny. Izuku's mind flashed back to all the clips he'd seen. Cups falling, classmates stumbling, Koda in danger. Iida in the alley, All Might with all for one. Possibility, he said, weighted possibility. Some visions feel stronger than others. Like they have more momentum. But I've already changed plenty of small ones. My quirk can be wrong if I move fast enough. Or differently enough. Night-Eye's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Interesting, he murmured. My quirk is more precise. I can see a detailed sequence up to a certain span when I make physical contact and activate it with intent. For years, I believed what I saw could not be altered. Every attempt aid to shift it resulted in the timeline bending back. He looked at Izuku over steepled fingers. You've met Yagi in his weakened form, he said. You know the price of defiance. Izuku nodded. I do, he whispered. Night-Eye sighed softly. I told him to retire, he said. Told him that the future if he continued on is the symbol. He refused, partially to defy fate, partially because he's stubborn. And partially, he glanced at a nearby All Might poster, eyes distant. Because he believed the world still needed him. His gaze snapped back to Izuku. I was not wrong about the cost, he said. But I may have misjudged the value. The nuance. Izuku swallowed. You saw him die, he said. But he's still here. For now, Night-Eye replied. Yet the window I saw was not infinitely open. It shifted, delayed, but it still exists. I have long believed that eventually, the moment will come when Yagi faces a battle he cannot walk away from. He leaned forward slightly. And now, he said, you have seen that battle too. Izuku's breath caught. It matches yours, he whispered. At least, I think it does. Same players, same feeling. Night-Eye studied him. Describe it, he said. Izuku did. He described the ruined city. The screens, the last punch. He didn't spare details. Night-Eye listened without interrupting, face gradually tightening. When Izuku finished, the room felt colder. The broad strokes align, Night-Eye said quietly. Different vantage points, same conclusion. Izuku clenched his fists. So it's fixed, he said. The words tasted like ash. Night-Eye was silent for several long seconds. When I first saw Yagi's death, he said slowly, I believed it was fixed. I argued, I pleaded, I planned. Nothing in the vision changed. Every hypothetical I ran ended in the same place. I came to the conclusion that my quirk showed absolute futures. That fighting them was arrogance. He adjusted his glasses. But then, he continued, Yagi did not die when he was supposed to. Izuku blinked. He didn't. He repeated. Night-Eye shook his head. My original vision foresaw his end during a previous confrontation, he said. He survived. Terribly injured, yes, shortened, weakened, but alive. The exact moment of death I saw did not occur. Izuku's heart gave a hopeful jump. So you were wrong, he asked. Night-Eye's mouth twisted. I was imprecise, he said. I saw an end. I assumed it was the end. What actually happened was more nuanced. That future was an end to one version of All Might, the invincible symbol. It was not the end of Yagi Toshinori, the man. He met Izuku's gaze. Foresight is literal, he said. Interpretation is where we fail. Izuku sat back, stunned. Then the vision we share, he began, is likely another end, Nighteye said. The end of All Might is the active frontline hero. The end of the symbol that props up hero society like a crutch. But not necessarily the end of his life. Izuku's throat felt tight. In my vision, he whispered, after the fight. He said it was his last as All Might. Yes, Nighteye nodded, which, ironically, is exactly what he should say. For his sake and everyone else's. Izuku stared at the desk, mind spinning. But he's still in danger, he said. Even if he lives, that fight, it looks like it takes everything. And if we know it's coming, aren't we obligated to stop it? Or at least to pull him off that path? Nighteye was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood, walked around the desk, and stopped in front of Izuku. Hold out your hand, he said. Izuku hesitated, then did as told. Nighteye took his hand in a firm grip. I'm going to activate my quirk on you, he said. I want to see how your foresight interacts with mine. Focus only on one question. After that battle, what do you do? Izuku's breath caught. Is that safe? He asked. No, Nighteye said, but most important things aren't. He pushed his glasses up slightly. Ready? He asked. Izuku closed his eyes. Yes. Nighteye's quirk activated. The world tilted. But this time, it wasn't just Izuku's foresight pulling him into the future. It was like someone had opened a second window in his head and both were trying to show him different movies in the same theater. Images snapped into place. Except, they weren't one long narrative. They were fractured. He saw himself standing in the shadow of a hospital wing, stacks of files under his arm. He saw a command center filled with screens, red lines tracing potential attack vectors. He saw himself older, sitting at a table with pro-heroes and government officials, pointing to a map and saying, if we don't move here now, this disaster will ripple in 3 specific ways. He saw a hero agency, not flashy, but humming with quiet intensity, where teams came in not for publicity but for tactical briefings. In every clip, he looked tired, but determined. He also saw something else, classrooms filled with younger students. His voice, calmer, more confident, walking them through case studies. Hero work isn't only about punching villains, he heard himself say in one future. It's about making sure fewer people need to be saved in the first place. The visions overlapped, then zoomed out. He saw All Might, Toshinori, in several of them. No longer towering on television. Instead, he stood beside Izuku in a lecture hall, hands in his pockets, sharing stories of past battles. Or he sat in a corner of the tactical room, offering advice between coughs. Not dead, changed. The wave of images crashed, then receded. Izuku stumbled, gasping, breaking the contact. Nighteye let go, stepping back, brows furrowed. What did you see? He asked. Izuku wiped sweat from his forehead. Not his death, he said. Not directly. I saw myself. A lot. Grading papers, circling maps, running strategies. His voice trembled. I saw a world where All Might isn't the shield anymore, he said. Where we build walls and evacuation paths and early warning systems instead of just hoping he shows up in time. Nighteye nodded slowly. That lines up, he said. Lines up with what? Izuku asked. Nighteye walked back to his chair and sat, exhaling. After my vision of Yagi failed to occur as I expected, he said. My confidence in the absolute nature of my quirk wavered. I still believe broad strokes are difficult to avoid. But I've been forced to accept that what comes next is more fluid than I thought. He pointed at Izuku. Our quirks show us something similar, he said. A pivotal fight, a symbolic end. But what I saw just now through you was not despair. His lips twitched. It was infrastructure. Izuku blinked. Infra? What? The scaffolding of a new era, Nighteye clarified. Hero agencies that operate like disaster command centers. A generation of heroes trained to think preemptively, not reactively. He leaned forward. Your job, he said, is not to stop All Might from ever fighting again. That would be both impossible and, frankly, insulting to his agency as a hero. Izuku flinched. Your job, Nighteye continued, is to make sure that when that battle happens, because it likely will, the world on the other side is not helpless. That we are not entirely dependent on one man's impossible strength. Izuku swallowed. So instead of trying to fight the vision, he said slowly, I steer the aftermath. Nighteye's eyes gleamed. Precisely, he said. We cannot control the birth of every storm. But we can build better levees. Izuku thought of Stain, of Kota, of Hosu, of the way his quirk had let him shape those events without erasing them. And if there is even a tiny chance I can shift the moment itself? He asked. Delay a blow, change an angle, turn a death into a retirement. Night-Eye's expression softened. A rare, fragile thing. Then you try, he said quietly. Because that's what makes you different from me, Midoriya. I spent years believing there was no point in trying to change certain things. You, on the other hand, he glanced at an All Might poster and huffed. You'd jump between yo if you thought it would buy the world 2 more seconds. Izuku gave a weak laugh. That sounds about right, he admitted. Night-Eye smiled faintly. And that, he said, is why you cannot afford to believe the future is fully fixed. Your quirk is dangerous not only because of what it shows you, but because of what it could convince you to stop doing. He pointed at Izuku's chest. If you ever catch yourself thinking, this is pointless, the future is already written, that's when you've lost, he said. Not when the vision comes true, but when you stop moving before it does. Izuku let that sink in. So, what now? He asked. I still have this huge, clear vision in my head. I know something terrible and important is coming. What do I do with it day to day? Night-Eye leaned back. First, he said, you sleep. Truly, rest is not optional. An exhausted mind makes poor decisions with dangerous information. Izuku nodded. Second, Night-Eye continued, you start thinking in layers. When you see a catastrophic future, you break it down. What is unavoidable? What is flexible? What is completely within my influence? You stop asking, how do I erase this? And start asking, how do I optimize every step around it? He steepled his fingers again. Third, he said, you practice boundaries. You cannot tell everyone everything you see. You also cannot tell no one. You share enough to prepare people, not so much that you paralyze them. That tightrope, his eyes flicked to Izuku deliberately, is where you'll live. Izuku thought of Iida in the hospital. I've started walking it, he murmured. Yes, Night-Eye said, and you will keep falling off it. That's inevitable. The point is to get better at catching yourself. He stood. I am willing, he said, to mentor you. Not as a primary trainee, not yet, but as a consultant. You can send me records of your visions. We can categorize them, analyze patterns, identify bias in your interpretations. You need someone who truly understands what it is to see too much. Izuku's eyes widened. You'd do that, he asked. Night-Eye's lips quirked. Yagi chooses students with a certain reckless sincerity, he said. Gran Torino trains those who are too stubborn to die. Between the 3 of us, perhaps we can keep you from becoming either a broken prophet or a smug puppet master. Izuku laughed, a little shakily. I'll take that, he said. Night-Eye extended his hand again, but this time, there was no quirk activation. Just a handshake. One more thing, he said. Izuku tilted his head. If the day comes when All Might faces all for one as you saw, Night-Eye said softly, don't waste the entire fight trying to drag him away from it. He will have made his choice long before then. His voice grew firmer. Use your quirk on everyone else. Predict the collateral damage. Evacuate faster. Move heroes into optimal positions. Turn a city-level catastrophe into a monument to resilience instead of destruction. He met Izuku's gaze, eyes bright behind his glasses. That, he said, will be your real test. Not whether you can save one man, but whether you can prepare an entire generation to stand once he's gone. Izuku's chest tightened, but this time, it wasn't just fear. It was purpose. I understand, he whispered. Night-Eye released his hand. Good, he said. Then go back to school. Train. Make friends. Laugh. Do normal teenage things when you can. His tone softened minutely. The future is heavy enough, he added. You don't have to live in it all the time. Izuku nodded, hard lighter and heavier all at once. I'll do my best, he said. Night-Eye gave him a small, wry smile. I suspect, he said, that for you, your best, will turn out to be more than enough. That night, Izuku lay in bed staring at the glow-in-the-dark stars on his ceiling, just like he had when he was 4 and first saw his mother nearly fall. Except now, instead of cups and rugs, his mind replayed cities and titans. He let the big vision come once more. The ruined streets, the final clash, All Might's last punch, the trembling arm raised in victory and farewell. He didn't try to erase it this time. He let it play through to the moment where the crowd screamed, where the world realized their symbol was stepping down. Then he pushed his quirk just a little further. Not to change that moment, but to see the ones after. He saw heroes stepping into the gap, some faltering, some standing tall. He saw students, his classmates, training harder. He saw governments panicking and then grudgingly agreeing to reforms. He saw himself in a dimly lit room, hunched over a city map, circles drawn around vulnerable districts. Earthquake here in 3 years, he murmured to future colleagues. Villain act here within the year if we don't address this gang now. We deploy early and quietly. No glory, maximum prevention. He saw All Might, older and frailer, sitting on the edge of that table, listening, occasionally throwing in a quiet. When I fought in this district, they always hit from the west. He saw kids, new first years, arguing about whose foresight marks were better in mock simulations. He smiled in the dark. Maybe I can't stop that one battle, he thought. But I can make sure it's not the end of us. Or of him, just of an era that needs to change anyway. For the first time since the vision hit him in the hallway. He drifted into sleep without feeling like he was falling. Tomorrow, there would be quizzes. Training. Bakugo yelling. Uraraka laughing. Iida chopping the air about rules. Beyond that, there would be bigger storms. But Izuku Midoriya, boy with foresight, architect in training, had a plan. Not to conquer fate, to prepare for it, and that, he decided as he finally closed his eyes, felt like a future he could live with. By the time Monday rolled around, Class 1A had a new bad habit. It started small. Midoriya, are we having a pop quiz today? Kaminari whispered as they walked into homeroom. Izuku glanced at the clock, at Aizawa's empty desk, then triggered the lightest touch of foresight, just a 3-second peek. He saw Aizawa shuffling in, eyes even more tired than usual. Dropping a stack of graded assignments on the desk and announcing in a flat tone, no pop quiz today. We're reviewing hero license regulations. He blinked, and the classroom was normal again. No quiz, Izuku said. Just review. Quote. Kaminari sagged in relief. Bro, you are a blessing. Then it snowballed. Midoriya, which day do you think All Might will pick for the next combat exercise? Midoriya, should I volunteer for this demonstration or does it end with me on the floor? Midoriya, is Sato about to eat all my snacks again? He had seen that last one. Sato did, in fact, devour Alf of Kirishima's emergency chocolate during a late-night study session. At first, it felt harmless. Quick flashes, easy answers. A chance to practice controlling the scope of his foresight. He mad, EA game out of it, predicting harmless stuff, then double-checking it happened exactly as seen. Then they started calling him Oracle. It was Mina who did it first. During a combat exercise, he warned her. Acid shot, 2 seconds to your left. Which saved her from taking Ciro's tape net full in the face. After the exercise, she flopped dramatically across her chair. Oracle-kun strikes again, she groaned. Seriously, have you considered charging for that quirk? 3 future peaks for the price of 1. The name stuck. Asked the Oracle. Oracle, help, do I bomb this math question? Oracle, who do you think wins the next practice match? Every time someone said it, a little knot formed in Izuku's chest. It wasn't that he disliked helping. He loved helping. That urge was wired deeper than his quirk. But there was a difference between, I saved you from getting b-ball, and, my entire plan depends on you telling me exactly when to move. He tried to draw lines. I can't help with written tests, he insisted. That would be cheating. Okay, Ciro said, hands up. But combat stuff is fair game, right? That's your job, Midoriya. Kind of, Izuku said. But also kind of not. Aizawa didn't comment on the nickname. Not at first. Then came the morning exercise that made him step in. The training grounds glittered under a bright, cloudless sky. Smintos had reshaped T of the area into a maze of concrete walls and platforms. Today's focus is coordination, Aizawa said, scarf fluttering lightly in the breeze. You'll be split into small groups. Your objective is clear the course as efficiently as possible. Traps and villains, will appear. Time and injuries will be recorded. He glanced at his class. Use your quirks wisely, not just loudly. They were split into trios. Izuku got paired with Tsuyu and Kirishima. Ribbit, we got a good mix, Tsuyu said, eyeing the maze. Mobility, durability, and brain. Oi, what am I, chopped liver? Kirishima asked, offended. You're our shield, Tsuyu replied. Midoriya's our early warning. If we do this right, we can breeze through. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I'm not sure about breezing, he said. But I can try to minimize surprises. They lined up at the maze entrance. A digital display above the gate flashed Team 4 ready. Aizawa raised a hand. Begin. The gate slid open. They moved. Izuku took point at first. But only just. Tsuyu hopped ahead to scout vertical angles. Kirishima stayed slightly behind and to the side, ready to block. Foresight flickered. First trap. Pressure plate 2 meters ahead, right side. Triggering an overhead foam block. No real injury, just a time waster. Tsuyu, stick to the left wall. No, further, Izuku called. There's a plate on the right. Kirishima, when you get to the third crack in the floor, harden. Overhead hit incoming. Got it, Kirishima said, grinning. Tsuyu adjusted her jump. Kirishima hardened just as a foam block slammed down, bouncing off his reinforced back. Nice one, he laughed. They pressed on. Each time Foresight showed a hazard, Izuku called out micro adjustments. 2 steps back, duck in 3 seconds, jump now. When the first villain, a robot on wheels, burst out from a side passage, Izuku was already yelling, Kirishima, wall on your right. Kirishima planted himself there. The robot's swing glanced off hardened arms. Tsuyu used the opening to lash out with her tongue, yanking wires free. The bot crumpled. It felt good, smooth, clean, like breathing. They cleared the maze with the fastest time so far and 0 recorded injuries. Back at the staging area, Kaminari gaped as the times flashed on the board. Holy crap, he said. You wiped the floor with that course. How many oracle calls did you use, Midoriya? Izuku scratched his cheek, embarrassed. A few. We should always put Midoriya on Rakan, Zero said. With that, we're basically playing the game on easy mode. You're overselling it, Izuku protested. I still miss stuff. There are blind spots. Doesn't matter, Mina said. You saved us, like, 10 times back there last class. Oracle's busted, Kaminari declared. We should nerf him. Don't say nerf, Izuku muttered automatically. That makes it sound like my brain's a game patch. A shadow fell over them. Aizawa. He regarded the cluster of students, then focused on Izuku. Midoriya, he said, walk with me. Izuku's stomach dropped. Why yes, sensei. They stopped near the edge of the field, by one of the concrete walls. Aizawa crossed his arms, watching the rest of the class talk and stretch. You're performing well, he said. Your team cleared the course efficiently with no unnecessary risk. That's exactly what heroes should aim for. Izuku exhaled, relieved. Thank you, I tried to. But, Aizawa added, there's a problem. Izuku blinked. There is. Aizawa shot him a look. You really don't see it? He asked. Izuku thought about the exercise. About Tsuyu's trust in his timing. Kirishima's confident laughs. The way everyone cheered when their time came up. He frowned. They're relying on me too much, he said slowly. Now you see it, Aizawa said. Your classmates are smart enough to use your quirk. That's good, but they're already talking like they need you. That they can't perform at their peak unless Oracle is calling plays. Izuku winced. I don't want that, he said. I don't want them to freeze up if I'm not around. Exactly. Aizawa's eyes tracked Bakugo on the far side of the field. And Bakugo looks ready to explode over it. Izuku followed his gaze. Bakugo stood with his hands in his pockets, watching the maze with a scowl. He'd cleared it earlier with his own team, blasting through traps and bots with raw aggression. They'd taken a few hits. But their time was still strong. Now he glared at the board where Team 4's time had edged out his. Of course, Izuku muttered, feeling his stomach twist. I'm not saying stop using your quirk, Aizawa continued. That'd be idiotic. Your foresight is a force multiplier, especially in rescue and strategy. But I am saying you need to be careful about how you position yourself. Position myself, Izuku echoed. Aizawa turned to him fully. You're becoming an information hub, he said. Whether you like it or not, people will start expecting you to call out every threat, every opportunity, every outcome. But you can't, not without burning out, and even if you could, you shouldn't. Izuku swallowed. Because they have to learn to make their own calls, he said. Bingo. Aizawa sighed. And because conditions will change. You won't always have a clear view. You won't always be conscious. I need all of you to train like Midoriya doesn't exist. The words stung more than he expected. I understand, Izuku said quietly. Aizawa softened slightly. Your quirk will be invaluable in building plans, spotting patterns, and coordinating in big operations, he said. But in basic training exercises like this, I want you to start holding back the oracle calls. Give them just enough to prevent disaster, not enough to keep them from thinking. Izuku nodded, eyes down. Yes, sensei. As Aizawa walked away, his foresight flashed briefly. He saw a future where he ignored that advice, where he proudly took full control of every exercise. Students cheered his perfect calls. Then, later, in a real mission, a blast knocked him out cold. His classmates, having grown used to his voice in their ears, froze. Just long enough for things to go very wrong. He shut down that clip so fast it left an afterimage. I won't let that be us, he thought. I'll back off. I have to. Of course, Bakugo picked that exact moment to wander over. So, Bakugo said, hands shoved in his pockets, eyes narrowed. You're the big damn oracle now. Izuku flinched. Kachan, save it, Bakugo snapped. He jerked his chin at the maze. You really enjoying this? Standing in the back, telling everyone where to step so they don't stub their precious toes. It's not like that, Izuku protested. You always just, Bakugo said, voice low and hard. Just predicting, just warning, just helping. He stepped closer, eyes fierce. You know what I see, Deku. He said, I see a coward too scared to fight blind like the rest of us. Always hiding behind. I saw this coming, and I had to act. Izuku's chest tightened. That's not fair, he said, more sharply than usual. I've taken hits just like you. I fought muscular knowing I couldn't actually, Bakugo cut in. You went into that fight knowing you couldn't win. Who does that? A hero? Izuku shot back. Bakugo scoffed. A lunatic, he said. You define everything by your damn quirk. This future is good. This is bad. I'll throw MYS. Elf in here but not there because the vision says so. Izuku stared at him, stung. That's not how it works, he said. I use my quirk to make better decisions. To save people before they're in danger. And you really don't see the problem? Bakugo demanded. He jabbed a thumb toward the rest of the class. They're starting to look at you like you're the answer key, he said. They're checking in with you before doing stuff. They're waiting for your little, 4 seconds left, duck now, call. He stepped even closer, voice dropping. Heroes don't look for rescue before jumping in, he said. We make the call ourselves. We mess up, we get back up. That's courage, that's growth, not, he gestured at Izuku. Running odds on every move like some scared gambler. Izuku flinched, but then straightened. You think it's easy? He asked quietly, seeing the way things go wrong. Watching the worst case hit me in the face every time someone makes a choice. Bakugo didn't answer. Izuku kept going. I wake up every day and see coffee spills and tripping hazards and potential disasters, he said. I see people die in alleys and cities break in all might, his voice faltered, and other stuff I can't even talk about. His hands balled into fists. And I still choose, he said. I choose who to warn and when. I choose when to jump in even when I know I'll get hurt. Knowing the future doesn't make me less scared, Kachan. It makes me more terrified. But I move anyway. Bakugo's jaw clenched. You really think that makes you braver than me? He asked. No, Izuku said immediately. It makes me a different kind of brave. And you, he added, surprising himself, are reckless. Sometimes in a way that works. Sometimes in a way that would get people killed if you didn't have insane instincts. Kirishima, hovering nervously a few meters away, made a tiny, oh no, face. Wow, he whispered to himself. They're actually saying it. Bakugo's eyes flashed. You want to prove your little, different bravery, actually means something, he said, stepping back. Fine, sparring match, no foresight calls, no warning crap, just you and me. Izuku stiffened. That's not how my quirk works, he said. I can't just, then make it work. Bakugo snarled. You don't want these extras relying on you. You don't want to hide behind predictions. Prove you can fight like a hero without staring at ghost videos. A part of Izuku recoiled. Another part, the stubborn streak that had gotten him through the beach and the camp, rose to meet the challenge. Fine, he heard himself say. One spar. I'll limit my quirk as much as I can. No, oracle calls. Just me. Bakugo smirked. Good, he said. Maybe I'll finally beat some guts into you instead of you trying to save the world with your big brain. You two are really gonna do this now? Kirishima hissed, stepping in. Maybe ask Aizawa first before you blow each other up. A few minutes later, after a reluctant explanation, Aizawa sighed so deeply T probably shaved a few years off his lifespan. I should expel you both on principle, he muttered. But, there's something to be learned here. He pointed at Izuku. You will attempt to keep your quirk at baseline, he said. No verbal warnings, no time-based calls. If it activates reflexively, fine, but this is a test of your body and fundamentals. He pointed at Bakugo. You will not attempt to maim your classmate, he said. If I see you aiming for his head with full force, I erase your quirk and you'll be doing push-ups until graduation. Bakugo clicked his tongue. TCH. Fine. They faced each other in the center of the field. Class 1A gathered around, murmuring, some nervous, some excited. Midoriya, you got this, Ochako whispered from the sidelines. Just don't die, okay. I'll try, he said weakly. Aizawa lifted a hand. Begin. Bakugo moved first, as always. Explosion propelled dash, straight line, arm cocked back. Izuku's Foresight tried to flare, offering him a clean P of what would happen if he dodged left or right or tried to rush in. He smothered it as best he could, like putting a lid on boiling water. Instead, he relied on muscle memory. Gran Torino's drills. Staines Alley. USJ. He dropped low. Bakugo's blast roared overhead, hot wind tugging at his hair. He lunged forward, aiming a simple punch at Bakugo's ribs, not trying to be flashy, just applying what little hand-to-hand he'd learned. Bakugo twisted, blast pushing him sideways. Izuku's fist grazed his costume instead of landing cleanly. Better than before, Bakugo muttered. But still soft, he countered with a sweeping kick. Izuku blocked awkwardly, forearms stinging. He focused on the feel of the fight instead of the flashing possibilities. The rhythm, Bakugo's tells, the way his shoulders tensed a heartbeat before each explosion. He still slipped. A wild blast clipped his side, sending him rolling. His quirk surged, desperate to help. He forced it back, gritting his teeth. Not this time. I have to prove I'm more than what I see. Come on, Deku, Bakugo shouted. You're not gonna call out a, watch out in 3 seconds for yourself. Izuku pushed off the ground and charged. He got inside Bakugo's reach for once. Grabbing his wrist, turning his own momentum into a throw. Bakugo hit the ground, but rolled with it, blasting back to his feet. They traded blows. Izuku's technique was raw but functional. Bakugo's was wild but honed by countless fights. Izuku took more hits. There was no question who had the advantage in raw combat. But Izuku stayed standing. No foresight, no shouted warnings. Just him, breathing hard, refusing to quit. Finally, after a particularly hard clash, Aizawa wrapped his scarf around Bakugo mid-leap and yanked him back. Enough, he said. I've seen what I needed to. Bakugo struggled, then stilled when Aizawa's hair floated, quirk ready. TCH, he muttered, looking away. Aizawa turned to Izuku, who was hunched over, hands on his knees, panting. You fought, Aizawa said. Poorly, sometimes, sloppily, but you engaged. You didn't freeze waiting for your quirk to bail you out. Izuku forced a smile. I wanted to prove I'm not just Oracle, he said between breaths. Consider it partially proven, Aizawa said. You still rely on your quirk too much in planning stages. But you're not incapable without it. He flicked a glance at Bakugo. And you, he said, need to stop pretending that instinct and brute force are the only valid ways to be brave. Strategy doesn't make someone a coward. Bakugo snorted. We'll see. They broke apart. The class dissolved into chatter. Izuku trudged to the sidelines, where Ochako and Yaoyorozu waited. That was intense, Ochako breathed. You okay? Sore, he admitted. But okay. Yaoyorozu placed a hand on her chin, thoughtful. He pushed you into a fight on his terms, she noted. You still adapted. That's impressive. Izuku flushed. Thank you, he said. She looked up at the maze, then back at him. Aizawa-sensei is right, she said. We shouldn't treat your foresight as a crutch. But in more serious scenarios, it would be foolish not to use it. She hesitated, then added, maybe we should NK of you less as an oracle, and more like a live analysis hub. Tactical support, Izuku supplied. Like a moving command center. Exactly. Her eyes lit up. If we work together, your Predictio, NS and my creation quirk, we could preemptive laws they don't even know they need yet. He blinked. That sounds incredible. Ochako leaned in. Count me in too, she said. I can adjust battlefield terrain pretty fast. If you see something coming and Momo makes the tool, I can put it in exactly the worst place for the villains. Izuku pictured it. His mind, always hungry for patterns, started spinning. He saw glimpses of future exercises. Him calling out, "Frequency jammer now," Momo pulling a device from her skin, Ochako floating debris into perfect positions. A trio, a new kind of team. Something inside him steadied. I'm not just a warning siren, he thought. I'm a designer. With the right people, I can build better futures in real time. They got a chance to test that theory sooner than expected. A week later, Aizawa announced a new type of exercise. Final practical exams are coming, he said. In canon years, you'd be testing in pairs against teachers. Given our accelerated threat schedule, we're adapting. He clicked a remote. The projector behind him flickered to life. On the screen, a stylized map of a city district, peppered with red dots. New scenario, he continued. Teams of 3. Your objective: identify and neutralize or escape from roaming villain units, and secure a designated safe zone within the time limit. Each villain unit will have unique capabilities. He smirked faintly. And for some of you, there will be special rules. A chart popped up. Izuku scanned it. His name appeared under Team 3. Midoriya, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu. His heart did a weird flip. 2. Doroki glanced over from his seat and nodded once. Yaoyorozu smiled, looking mildly nervous but determined. Aizawa's gaze flicked to them. Team 3, he said. Given your combined quirks, you're at risk of becoming overpowered in the wrong way, over-reliant on Midoriya's calls, Todoroki's raw power, and Yaoyorozu's versatility. He crossed his arms. So, here are your constraints. Midoriya, you may not use your quirk for the first 5 minutes. No foresight, not even small stuff. You build your initial plan with your brain alone. Izuku's eyes went wide. 5 minutes, he echoed. After that, Aizawa continued. You may use foresight, but only for coordination, not to avoid every minor inconvenience. If I hear you micromanaging your team's foot placement, I dock points. The class snickered. In addition, he said, your villain unit will be adaptive. It will change tactics to counter predictive behavior. Consider that my little gift to you, Midoriya. So this was the prototype of THE Chaos Quirk, counters all for one would later deploy. Understood, Izuku said slowly. Todoroki raised a hand. What are our villain's abilities, exactly? He asked. That, Aizawa said, is what you'll have to figure out. The simulation zone sprawled like a miniature city, fake buildings, alleys, elevated walkways, and a central plaza designated as the safe zone. Team 3 crouched behind a low wall near the outskirts. Going over the map. All right, Izuku said, tapping a building outline. For the first 5 minutes, I'm blind in my usual sense. But that doesn't mean we go random. We can still design a structure. Yaoyorozu nodded, pulling a marker from herself. Let's outline possible villain behaviors based on the faculty's usual approach, she suggested. Todoroki watched him quietly. You've already thought about this, he said. It wasn't a question. Izuku blushed. A little, he admitted. They'll want to stress test my tendency to pre-plan everything. That means the villain unit will likely be mobile, unpredictable, maybe with some kind of sensory scramble to throw off patterns. Someone like Present Mike partnered with Snipe and Smintas. Yaoyorozu proposed. Noise, long range, and terrain manipulation. That would be unpleasant. Or automated, Todoroki said. A robot configured to randomize its route based on our moves. Izuku tapped his pen against the map. In any case, he said, we need 3 things: scouting, flexible tools, and controlled power. He looked at Yaoyorozu. Momo, he said, can you create small sensor tags? Simple, just pressure and maybe a light if they're triggered. She nodded. Yes, it'll consume some lipids, but not too much per tag. To start, place them at choke points as we move, he said. Even without foresight, we'll beg in to see patterns in where our enemy passes. He turned to Todoroki. Shoto, you'll be our main offensive force once contact is made, he said. But early on, I want light use of ice, enough to control space, not so much you overextend. Fire in short bursts if we need to flush the villain out of cover. Todoroki's eyes narrowed slightly at the casual use of his given name, but he didn't comment. And you? Todoroki asked. I'll track time, routes, and reactions, Izuku said. Think of me as the map, and you two as the Markers. Once my quirk comes online, I'll overlay prediction on top of what we've learned. But I'm not going to call everything. Aizawa would kill me. Figuratively, Momo added. Mostly figuratively, Izuku corrected. The start buzzer sounded. They moved. The first 5 minutes felt like trying to walk with one eye closed. Izuku's instincts kept reaching for that familiar Foresight click, but he forced himself to operate on pure observation. Momo, tag that corner, he said softly. In that alley mouth. Shoto, light ice wall there, not full coverage, just enough to slow something big trying to rush it. They advanced through the district methodically. No bots in sight, no teachers, just the faint hum of hidden speakers simulating distant traffic. At the 2-minute mark, one of Yaoyorozu's tags lit up behind them. Back route, she said. Something stepped on it. Shoto, wall that alley. Izuku said, not thick, just a message. Todoroki raised a hand. Ice crawled up between 2 buildings, leaving a cooled patch of air. They pressed on. Another tag, ahead and left, blinked. They're circling, Izuku murmured, not charging straight, testing our coverage, a pattern within the randomness. At 4 minutes, a sudden boom echoed from the right. A chunk of fake wall exploded inward. Dust billowed. An automaton stepped through the hole. It was tall as 2 floors, humanoid but with multiple turret-like attachments on its shoulders. Its eyes flickered blue, flicking between them. Panels shifted subtly under its armor, like gears constantly adjusting. Found our villain, Todoroki muttered. The robot extended an arm. A barrel word, cover, Izuku shouted. Diving as a barrage of foam bullets pelted the area. They splattered on walls and ground, sticking like glue. Todoroki threw up an ice shield. Bullets thudded against it, some freezing mid-splat. 5 minutes beeped on the timer on Izuku's wrist. His quirk slid into place like a second wind. The world dimmed. He saw a 3-second clip, them staying huddled behind ice, the robot switching to a flamethrower mode. Melting their cover, the foam on the ground becoming slippery hazards. He rewound mentally. This time, they moved. Momo, we need a wide-frequency noise emitter, he said quickly. Small, handheld. That thing's adjusting based on sound and movement. If we flood it, maybe we can create blind spots. Yaoyorozu nodded and bit her lip, concentrating. A sleek device formed in her hand. Todoroki glanced at him. Left flank in 3 seconds, Izuku murmured. Partial shield only, leave gaps. Todoroki complied, raising ice not as a solid wall but as staggered pillars. The robot fired again. Foam pelted between the pillars, mostly missing. Izuku triggered another short burst of foresight, keeping it tight on the robot's shoulder turrets. He saw them pivot to track Todoroki's heat signature. Shoto, cut the fire foe, you're a magnet. Use only ice until I say. Todoroki nodded, cooling his palm. Yaoyorozu tossed the noise emitter into the open. What frequency? She asked. As wide as you can manage without blowing speakers, Izuku replied. She hit the switch. A shrill, multi-layered sound, part whine, part roar, part static, filled the air. The robot's turrets jittered, hesitating. Izuku's foresight flickered, trying to lock onto a pattern. At first, all he got was chaos. The robot's movements jittered, its sensors momentarily blinded by the noise. Its path became less predictable, not more. He gritted his teeth. This is Aizawa's adaptive villain. It's designed to hate being read. He narrowed his focus further, ignoring its arms and weapons. He honed in on its legs. No matter how the upper body scrambled, the lower half still had to obey physics. He got a clearer clip. Step, shift weight, brace to fire. There, he said, it has to stabilize to shoot. Every time it stops moving. That's our window. Then we make it stop, Todoroki said, eyes brightening. He slammed his hand against the ground. Ice surged forward in jagged ridges, forcing the robot to adjust its foot placement. It halted mid-step to avoid tripping. Now, Izuku shouted. Momo, jammer to its right knee. Shoto, ice anchors on its left. Yaoyorozu created a compact device and hurled it with all her might. It clanged against the robot's right leg, emitting a focused burst of static. Todoroki's ice grabbed the left leg, climbing up like frozen chains. The robot shuddered, half-locked. Its turrets whirred. One pointed at Yaoyorozu, another at Todoroki. Foresight snapped a quick clip. Twin blasts that would hit them squarely if they stayed put. Divide, Izuku yelled. Momo, back and right. Shoto, front and left. Cross paths. Now. They obeyed instantly, Years of training and seconds of trust aligning. Todoroki darted left, fire bursting from his right side in a brief flare to boost his speed. Yaoyorozu darted right, low and fast. The robot fired, but the turrets had already begun adjusting to new fault lines, and with its legs anchored, its aim lagged. Foam blast slammed into the ground where they'd been. Izuku sprinted forward, heart pounding, keeping his quirk on quick, snapshot, mode, 1 image per second, just enough to warn him 2 steps ahead. This time, he didn't call every move. He used his predictions to adjust himself, trusting his teammates to adapt. He reached the robot's side as its torso tried to twist. "Momo," he shouted. "Cable cutter, something to pry that panel." She was already creating a long, flat metal wedge. He grabbed it, jammed it into the gap he'd seen open in the vision, just above the jammer on its knee, and wrenched sideways with everything he had. The panel popped loose. Sparks flew. "Shoto!" Izuku cried. Quick freeze inside, then flash heat. Todoroki blasted a shot of ice into the exposed circuitry, then immediately followed with a compact burst of fire. Shocking the system, the robot convulsed. Lights flickered, then dimmed. It staggered, finally falling to one knee. Its turrets drooped. Silence settled over the fake street. Then the loudspeaker crackled. Team 3 has successfully neutralized their villain and secured partial control of the route, Present Mic announced from the observation booth. Time: above average. Coordination: very interesting. Todoroki exhaled, ice melting from his shoulders. "Not bad," he said. Yaoyorozu wiped sweat from her brow. "That took a lot more thinking than just freezing it solid or blowing it up," she admitted. Izuku crouched, catching his breath, mind still buzzing with overlapping futures. Aizawa appeared at the end of the street, hands in his pockets. "You 3, he said, walking up, "are what we call a problem in jargon." They traded confused looks. "A good problem," he clarified reluctantly. "Your quirks cover nearly every category: environment, offense, support, and prediction." He looked at Izuku. "You limited your calls," he noted. "You used your quirk mostly to identify windows, not to micromanage their movements." Izuku nodded. "I remembered what you said," he replied. "And what? Someone else told me. If I try to control every detail, I choke everyone. But if I spot openings, I can trust them to move." Yaoyorozu smiled softly at that. Todoroki gave a small nod. "Still," Aizawa went on, "this villain adjusted to your noise tactic and resisted pattern lock for a while. Consider this a preview. Enemies will adapt once they know you exist. They'll amble their own futures just to spite you." Izuku swallowed. "We'll adapt too," he said quietly. Aizawa snorted. "I'm counting on it," he said. "Wrap up. We'll review footage later." As he walked away, Bakugo, who had apparently been watching from a rooftop, snorted loudly. "What?" he shouted down. "You're all proud of using your quirk again now?" Izuku looked up at him. "Not proud," he called back. "Just learning where to use it, how much, when to shut up." Kirishima, next to Bakugo, grinned. "Hey, to be fair, that was manly as heck," he said. "No full cheat mode, just good calls." Bakugo clicked his tongue and looked away. "TCH, whatever. Still looks like cheating to me," he muttered. "At least you're not treating these extras like puppets." Izuku didn't answer, but as he turned back to his teammates, something clicked into place inside him. Bakugo wasn't entirely wrong. His quirk could become a crutch. It could make others weaker if he used it to insulate them from all risk. But it could also do something else. With the right boundaries, with the right people, it could help them grow faster. Smarter, stronger. He glanced at Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. "We make a good team," he said. "Yes," Yaoyorozu agreed. "Our quirks align well." Todoroki gave a faint smile. "I like this," he said. "Not just blasting things alone." Izuku chuckled. Being the team brain doesn't mean being their babysitter, he thought. It means designing situations where everyone has to think. Even me. He looked at the disabled robot, its once chaotic movements now still. The future was no quieter. All Might's fight still loomed. Villains were watching. All for One was surely taking notes. But Class 1A was watching, too. Learning, adapting. And Izuku Midoriya, Oracle of 1A, was starting to rally. His real job wasn't to tell people what would happen. It was to help them be ready when it did. The first time All for One saw Izuku Midoriya, it was through a screen. A cheap one, too, grainy, wit. visible compression artifacts and an irritating buzz in the audio feed. But the quality didn't matter. The content did. The video showed footage from the Hosu incident. On the left side of the monitor, Stain's last stand. Todoroki's ice and fire clashing with the hero killer's blades. Iida struggling to stand. Native slumped nearby. On the right, a single freckled boy weaving through the chaos, barely avoiding blades and debris. Shouting instructions that turned the tide of the fight. 2 steps left. Now, freeze that. Get him out of the alley, Iida. Even muted, his urgency came through. And so did the results. Minions had collected every angle the media networks failed to sanitize. Street cameras, shaky phone videos, even a hidden league lens that had been meant to track Stain and instead captured the boy. All for one watched Izuku Midoriya move through those frames like he'd walked them before. As if the fight was a rerun and Midoriya was the only one who remembered the spoilers. How tedious, all for one murmured. Dr. Garaki, short, rotund, fingers steepled, tilted his head. Tedious, he repeated. Surely you mean, interesting. All for one leaned back in his chair. Shadows hid most of his ruined face. But his eyes glowed faintly red above the breathing apparatus. Deal with, he said. Blunt force can be countered with more force, technique, or specific quirks. But, Foresight types, he tapped the arm of his chair. They accelerate the enemy's growth. Prevent our projects from properly maturing. He remembered the last Foresight user who'd been a problem. Sir Nighteye had not been easy to dance around. For every trap I laid, he had 3 ways around it, all for one mused. Not because he was strong, but because he was informed. He gestured to the screen, where Hosu slow-mo replayed Stain's failed strikes. And now another one appears, he continued. You'd think the universe was mocking me. Garaki adjusted his glasses. We've run preliminary analysis on this boy, he said. Midoriya Izuku, quirk, Foresight, limited range, but apparently self-triggering when he's stressed. He's more flexible than Nighteye, at least in form. No strict trigger conditions. Flexible is dangerous, all for one said. It means he'll adapt quicker. Garaki nodded. Prediction quirks like his create an asymmetry, he said. Heroes waste less time, use fewer resources, rescue more people. Our side, in contrast, loses the advantage of surprise. On the monitor, Izuku dodged a killing blow by centimeters, hauling Iida out of danger with him. All for one watched carefully. Look at his eyes, he said softly. He's afraid of what he sees. But he acts anyway. A rare personality pairing, Garaki agreed. Most Foresight users break, or they become paralyzed. Or, all for one murmured, they become arrogant. He considered the boy's expression when he shouted for Todoroki to move. There was no smugness there. Just urgency, and a certain painful sincerity that reminded him, irritatingly, of someone else. Tamura is obsessed with All Might, all for one said. He thinks the symbol is the biggest threat. He's wrong. Garaki glanced his way. You're referring to that boy, all for one said, nodding toward Midoriya's frozen frame. A symbol is visible, predictable, middling in intelligence, even weakened. All Might is just power. This one, his eyes narrowed. This one is something much more troublesome. He tapped the chair again. A planner, he said. Given enough time, he'll turn the battlefield into a chessboard we never wanted to play on. Garaki hummed, intrigued. So, he said, what shall we do with him? All for one smiled, small and sharp beneath the mask. What I always do with threats, he said. Study them. He nodded at the doctor. And then, he added, build something specifically designed to break them. News about Hosu faded from headlines faster than Izuku expected. The media shifted back to highlighting new hero debuts, feel-good stories, and sensationalized debates about Stain's ideology. Commentators argued for days about whether the hero killer had a point, and completely missed the fact that 3 teenagers had almost died proving him wrong. Classes resumed. Study sessions returned. UA buzzed with energy again. On the surface, things felt normal. But Izuku's world never really went back to normal anymore. Every day, his foresight hummed at a low level, showing him where someone would drop a pencil, which way Kaminari's chair would fall when he leaned back too far, how long until Aizawa snapped when Mineta started whispering. He learned to tune out the noise, focusing on bigger things. He worked on his layered thinking, like Nighteye taught him. After school, he'd sometimes visit Nighteye agency, running mock prediction drills with Mirio and Bubble Girl. Predict where the criminal will run if I shout, freeze, Mirio would say. And Izuku would, usually. When he wasn't at Nighteye's, he was with Gran Torino, getting his face introduced to walls in the name of reflex training. You still hesitate when your quirk goes quiet, Gran would shout, ricocheting off the ceiling. You can't try. At Foresight like your only pair of eyes. I'm trying, Izuku would yelp, ducking a kick. And in between, he had regular classes, homework, and friends vying for his time. That was how the world shrunk back into school mode. That was why the sudden villain attack felt so jarring. It was supposed to be a boring patrol. A simple, supervised outing in a mid-sized shopping district, bright, lively, crisscrossed by overhead train tracks. Best Jeanist had taken Bakugo for a work study that day, so Class 1A was split across various agencies and assignments. Izuku, thanks to his growing relationship with Nighteye, had been slotted into a mixed patrol team, himself, Uraraka, and a second year from another class, under the supervision of a pro named Compass Hero, Gridline. Gridline's quirk let H.I.M. project glowing lines across any surface within a moderate radius, marking safe paths or creating barriers. He was a logistics-focused hero, more concerned with crowd control than flashy takedowns. All Might had recommended Izuku to him. He sees the future, Toshinori said, smiling. You see paths. I think you'll get along. They did. Now the three students walked alongside Gridline through the district, eyes peeled. So your job is making lanes? Uraraka asked, looking at the faint glowing paths beneath their feet. Gridline chuckled. You say it like it's just paint, he replied. These are safety lines. They show people where to walk during evacuations, guide them around danger, and highlight structural weaknesses for responders. Logistics isn't glamorous, but it saves lives. That's amazing, Izuku said sincerely. Gridline glanced at him. With someone like you around, Midoriya, he said, I can theoretically draw lines before the danger even shows. That's huge. How far ahead can you see? Izuku thought about his answer. It depends, he said. On stress, on focus, on how much information I already have. Sometimes it's just a few seconds. Sometimes, longer. He didn't mention the city flattening vision. That was on a need-to-know basis, and the world didn't need to know. Not yet. Do you see anything about this patrol? Uraraka asked. Izuku triggered a cautious pulse. The world dimmed. People shopping. Kids pointing at toys. A street performer juggling. A light post flickering. One future flashed. A quiet day, no incidents. Another. A small purse snatching that Gridline stopped with minimal fuss. Another. A villain attack that didn't happen here at all, but in a district 3 stops away. None of them felt particularly heavy. He let them fade. Nothing urgent, he said. No big red alarms. We keep our routine. Gridline nodded. Sometimes that's the best news, he said. They continued their route. Izuku relaxed a little. He reviewed Nighteye's notes in his head. He mentally catalogued the exits. The nearest shelters, the strongest-looking buildings. Everything was almost peaceful. Then his quirk shuddered. Not the usual wobble. Not the hallway tremor from when he saw All Might's battle. This was static. He blinked, staggered, one hand grabbing a lamppost. Midoriya, Uraraka said sharply. You okay? Gridline turned, lines on the pavement flickering faintly as his concentration broke. Izuku's chest tightened. The entire district blurred at the edges of his perception. Futures layered over each other in rapid-fire frames, showing conflicting events happening in the same 3-second window. A gust of wind knocking over a stroller. No wind at all, just steady air. A streetlight falling. Nothing falling. Crowds running. Crowds still shopping. It was like watching 5 channels at once, all slightly out of sync. What is that? He whispered, his quirk strained, trying to resolve the probabilities. Then the storm broke. An explosion rattled the district, not deafening, but big enough to shatter the afternoon calm. People screamed. Smoke billowed from Ney reacted instantly, lines surging under his boots. Students, stay behind me. He snapped. We move toward the blast but stay cautious. Could be a distraction. Midoriya, any idea? I don't know, Izuku stammered. Everything's noisy. Gridline repeated, frowning. Izuku forced himself forward, fighting the mental static. They turned the corner into the side street. And saw the source. 3 villains stood among broken windows and toppled trash cans. The first was a lanky man in a long coat. Hair pulled into messy spikes. His eyes glowed a dull yellow under the shadow of his hood. The air around him seemed to ripple, like heat haze over asphalt. The second was a woman with streaked gray hair and a calm face, hands folded. Her eyes were closed, but her presence felt unsettling. Like a quiet room with something wrong in it. The third was smaller, hunched, with a metal mask covering his mouth and nose. Strange devices were strapped to his arms and back, softly whirring. Civilians were already fleeing the area. Glass crunched underfoot. Gridline stepped forward. "This is Gridline," he called out, voice amplified. "You are attacking a public district. Stand down now or..." The lanky man laughed. "Or what?" he asked, voice distorted as if echoing from far away. "You'll draw some lines at us." Izuku's quirk tried to lock onto the man. Tried, and failed. Future clips of the villain's movements appeared, interrupted. One showed him rushing left. Another showed him standing still. A third had him suddenly perched atop a car. None of them stabilized. Izuku clutched at his head. "Something's wrong," he gasped. "I can't see him properly." "Oh," the man said, grinning. "We must be doing something right already." He spread his arms. "Name's Parallax," he said. "Our master thought it'd be fun to test our tricks on you, Midoriya Izuku." Izuku's blood ran cold. "They know my name," he whispered. Gridline's gaze flickered between them. "Students," he said quietly, "this isn't a random attack. Stay sharp. Uraraka, get civilians out of the way. Midoriya, even if your quirk is scrambled, your instincts are valuable." Uraraka nodded quickly and darted toward a cluster of stunned shoppers. Parallax took a lazy step forward. The air around him pulsed. Izuku's foresight spasmed. Information flooded him. Too much, too fast, all contradictory. He saw Parallax throw a blast at Uraraka. He saw Parallax aim at Gridline. He saw Parallax do nothing and just smile. Each vision came with equal intensity, none asserting dominance over the others. His knees weakened. "What is your quirk?" he managed. Parallax grinned. "Chaos field," he said cheerfully. "Within my radius, probabilities bend. Outcomes tangle. Fates get foggy." He tilted his head. "For most people, that just means things feel unpredictable," he went on. "But for someone like you," he chuckled, "it's a migraine." Izuku's skull throbbed. Behind Parallax, the woman with gray streaked hair opened her eyes. "I'm Nullwave," she said softly. "Quirk. Interference. Mental, mostly. You rely on your perception, Midoriya. Let's see how you handle being unplugged." She raised a hand. Izuku's foresight, already jittering, got yanked sideways. He staggered, vision swimming. The chaotic future clips snapped off entirely, replaced by a sudden, nauseating silence. No futures, no previews, no warnings. The world went flat. He gasped, grabbing his chest. "My quirk," he choked. "It's offline," Nullwave finished calmly. "Temporarily." Quote. Gridline swore under his breath. "So that's the game," he muttered. The hunched, masked villain spoke for the first time, voice muffled. "Target acquired," he said mechanically. "Commencing capture protocol." Devices on his arms whirred louder. Metal cords flicked out, embedding in nearby walls, setting up a crude perimeter. "Name's Clamp," he said. "Don't move too much. It'll be easier." Gridline's lines flared beneath their feet. "Students, behind cover," he commanded. "All stall them. Uraraka, are the civilians almost out?" she called, pushing a pair of trembling kids toward the main street. She floated a toppled decorative sign out of their way, then turned back. Izuku tried to fire his quirk again, desperate. Nothing. It was like trying to flex a limb that had fallen asleep. He could feel the shape of his foresight, the instinct to reach forward. But where there was usually a field of possibilities, now there was a blank wall. His breath quickened. This is what it feels like to be normal, he thought with a panicked kind of awe. No previews, no guide rails. He hated it. Parallax cracked his neck. "So," he said, "let's see how the Oracle of UA fights when he can't peek." He moved. Even without his quirk, Izuku could see Parallax was fast. Not inhumanly so, but highly skilled. His steps were tricky, unpredictable, his shoulders telegraphing one direction before he twisted into another. Gridline reacted, lines shooting up into glowing barriers. Parallax's blast hit them, splashing against the barrier like liquid light. "Midoriya," Gridline shouted, "even without your quirk, you've watched more fights than anyone your age. Analyze." Izuku sucked in a breath. "Right, just because I can't see the future doesn't mean I can't read the present." He forced himself to focus. Parallax's blast seemed to distort space as they moved, warping the air like heat. Nullwave hung back, concentrating. Clamp scuttled along the walls, extending metal cables, trying to box them in. This is a capture operation, Izuku muttered. Not a slaughter. They want me. Fantastic, Gridline said. Any ideas on how to make that harder for them? Without foresight, Izuku couldn't see the exact outcomes. But he could still think in probabilities. Uraraka, he called. Make the debris weightless and send it up. Randomizes lines of sight, makes it harder for them to aim. On it, she shouted, slapping her fingers together. Chunks of broken glass, metal, and trash cans floated upward, swirling into a loose debris cloud overhead. Parallax laughed. Ooh, uncertainty on top of uncertainty, he said. Fun. He flung another blast. Gridline shifted the lines, creating a slanted barrier that deflected the beam into the sky. Clamp's cables shot out, trying to wrap around Izuku's legs. Izuku jumped back, not because he'd seen it coming, but because he'd seen Clamp's shoulder muscle tense. He almost landed wrong, half expecting his quirk to steady him. It didn't. He stumbled, caught himself, and rolled behind a parked car. Okay, he thought, heart hammering. This is fine. This is training. Just with actual villains, who are specifically built to ruin my entire existence. Gridline dropped behind the same car, breathing hard. Whatever these quirks are, he said, they were designed as a package. Chaos, nullification, capture. Someone did their homework on you. Izuku swallowed. All for one's shadow loomed in his mind. He's testing me, learning where I break. Uraraka bounced behind another car nearby, eyes wide but teeth gritted. What do we do? She asked. Without your quirk, we're down a huge advantage. Izuku's throat tightened. He could lie. He could pretend he had a plan. Instead, he did something scarier. He told the truth. We do what everyone else does. He said, we guess. We adapt. We use the info we have, not the info I wish I had. Gridline smirked faintly despite the situation. Welcome to the rest of our lives, he said. Parallax's voice echoed down the street. Come on, Midoriya, he taunted. I'm not allowed to kill you, but I can make this hurt if you drag it out. Metal scraped. Clamp tightened his perimeter. Izuku took a breath. Even without foresight, he still had one advantage. He knew how he would react in their Edon chaos. He'd stay mobile, keep the field unstable, avoid committing to a single line of attack. Nullwave seemed more like a control type, maintaining her quirk required focus, so she'd stay protected. Clamp was the net. The closer they got to Nullwave, the more aggressive he'd become. Gridline, Izuku said, can your lines mark areas that change frequently? Like hotspots of movement? Gridline frowned, thinking. Yes, he said, I can make lines brighten where there's repeated contact, like a heat map. Do it, Izuku said. Even without my quirk, we can build our own probability map. Gridline slapped his hand to the ground. Lines spread in a grid, glowing faintly. Each time Parallax's blast struck, each time Clamp's cables scraped, the lines at those locations brightened incrementally. Within seconds, Izuku could see zones of repeated activity. Parallax favors right-leaning angles, he murmured. And Clamp, he's building a semi-circle cage. They're hurting his center. He risked a glance. Nullwave hadn't moved at all. She's the linchpin, he realized. If we break her concentration, my quirk comes back online, at least partially. But getting to her meant walking through Parallax's chaos and Clamp's traps with no foresight. Unless, an idea clicked. It was insane, reckless, the kind of thing Bakugo would do. Izuku almost dismissed it out of habit. Then he stopped himself. Nighteye said futures aren't fixed. Aizawa said my brain is a tool, not a curse. Gran said I can't always lean on predictions. So maybe sometimes, the right move is to be the unpredictable one. He turned to Uraraka. Can you still fight? He asked. She nodded, determination replacing some of the fear. Good, he said. I'm going to ask you to do something weird and dangerous, but Gridline here will make it less suicidal. Gridline snorted, comforting. Izuku outlined his plan, quickly, quietly. By the time Parallax strolled closer, spinning an orb of warped air between his fingers, Izuku was already moving. Hey, Izuku shouted, stepping into the street. Uraraka hissed, Midoriya, but didn't drag him back. Parallax's grin widened. There you are, he said. Decided to stop hiding. Izuku forced his hands to stop shaking. You wanted me, right? He said. So let's make this simple. One-on-one, you and me. Leave them out of it. Behind him, Uraraka silently touched the car he'd been hiding behind, then the next one, and the next, fingertips glowing as she applied her quirk. Parallax laughed. Bold, he said. Stupid, but bold. Unfortunately, I'm under orders not to play fair with you. His eyes gleamed. But I am allowed to enjoy myself. He flung the orb. Izuku didn't see its path ahead of time. He moved reactively, throwing himself sideways as the blast distorted the pavement where he'd been, warping it like softened plastic. He bit down a yelp as his shoulder hit hard concrete. Parallax fired again. Gridline's lines flared, raising a partial barrier. The orb hidden, slid, its trajectory warping unpredictably but still diverted. Parallax's smile faltered. Oh, he said. Clever. You're not the only one who can mess with outcomes, Izuku said, pushing himself up. We can layer probability too. He sprinted forward. No foresight. Just training. Just Gran Torino's relentless drills and Stain's lethal rhythm. Parallax blasted the ground in front of him. Izuku jumped, and the pavement warped midair, curving his landing into an awkward skid instead of a clean arc. He barely caught himself, palm scraping, pain flaring. Come on, Parallax called, mocking. Where's the famous oracle calls? No countdowns today. Izuku grit his teeth and kept going. Behind Parallax, Uraraka finished her part. She touched the last of the cars lining the street. Release, she whispered. Every car she tagged shot upward at once. For a moment, the street was chaos in a very literal way. Vehicles, chunks of metal, and floating debris all surged skyward, then started falling at different angles as Uraraka selectively released her hold in bursts. Parallax looked up, startled. What? Izuku lunged into the open, no cover at all, heart pounding. It was the worst place to be. Which was exactly why Parallax wouldn't have seen it in any of his usual calculations. With so many variables falling at once, cars, signs, trash, shimmering lines, the battlefield became unpredictable even for the Chaos villain. Bullets of probability ricocheted everywhere. Gridley, Nay lit up the ground with lines showing safer zones among the falling junk. He shouted directions to civilians clearing the edges. Clamp, startled by the aerial mess, hesitated in tightening his net. And Nullwave, her eyes fluttered. What are they doing? She murmured, concentration slipping. Her interference wavered. Izuku felt it like a breath of cold air on overheated skin. His foresight didn't. T snapped back fully, but a narrow slit opened in the wall. A tiny peephole into the next few seconds. It was enough. Parallax tried to fire at Izuku through the falling metal. He lifted his hand. Izuku's quirk flickered, one clean frame. He saw a car panel clipping Parallax's blast, deflecting it 3 degrees off course. Enough for it to miss him but hit a lamppost instead. He adjusted. Instead of diving right, like his instincts screamed, he stepped left. The blast whooshed past. Parallax snarled. You shouldn't be able to read this. He shouted. This much chaos. I'm not reading everything. Izuku gasped, sprinting closer. Just windows. His quirk offered another brief flash. Nullwave stumbling backward as a stray hubcap nearly hit her. He shouted on instinct. Uraraka. That one. Float it. She focused, tapping the spinning metal midair. It slowed, drifting instead of smashing into Nullwave. But Nullwave still flinched hard enough that her concentration shattered. The wall in Izuku's mind exploded. Foresight crashed back in, overwhelming. The futures around him were still chaotic, but now he could see likelihoods. Shifting probabilities instead of static certainties. Parallax's blasts had multiple paths, but some shimmered brighter than others. Nighteye was right, he realized between heartbeats. The future isn't a fixed film, it's a weighted field. And in a storm like this, my job isn't to find one exact outcome. It's to steer us toward the highest survivable cluster. He didn't have time to fully process it. Clamp's cables shot toward his legs again. He saw 3 frames, one where he tripped, one where he jumped too early, one where he delayed half a beat and used a falling car door as a springboard. He chose the third. He planted a foot on the door as it slammed down, springing off it and launching himself over the cables. Gridline, he shouted midair. Mark me a clean landing, 2 meters ahead. Gridline understood instantly. Lines flared on a clear patch of pavement. Izuku twisted, landed on the glowing zone, rolled, and came up closer to the villains than they'd ever intended. Nullwave staggered, clutching her head. My interference, she hissed. Fix it. Parallax snapped. I need stillness. She shot back. You're flooding the field with randomness. Clamp cursed under his breath, trying to reconfigure his cables to block Uraraka, who was already sprinting along the edges, tagging more debris. Izuku took all of that in, calculated a new path. This isn't about seeing one future, he realized, breathless. It's about making my own probability storm and surfing the least awful wave. For the first time since the fight started, he grinned. Just a little. Parallax noticed. What are you smiling at? He demanded. Nothing, Izuku said. Just. Finally getting your game. He glanced up at the street-level train tracks that ran overhead. In a rapid-fire burst of foresight, he saw multiple clips of the next 5 SS sing overhead, unaffected by the battle. The tracks shaking from a mis-aimed blast. Clamps cable catching on the metal. He saw one thread where a blast knocked loose a maintenance ladder, dropping it between the villains. He grabbed it. Uraraka, he shouted. 2 seconds, that railing, float it. She didn't question him. She slapped her fingers together and tagged the long metal railing beside her. Zero gravity. Time stretched. Clamp. Parallax shouted. Net the boy, now. Clamp fired. Izuku saw it. Cables whipping toward him, 3 likely trajectories. In most of them, he got caught. In exactly one, the floating railing rifted into the path of the cables at just the right angle, tangling them. He sprinted toward that future. Release. Uraraka cried. The railing dropped, intersecting the line of cables. Clamp's net tangled around it, wrapping uselessly around metal instead of flesh. What? Clamp yelped, pulled off balance. Izuku launched himself past the tangled mess, straight at Nullwave. Her eyes widened as his shadow fell over her. Sorry, Izuku said. I need my quirk more than you need your sanity right now. He shoulder-checked her, not enough to seriously injure, but enough to knock her back and slam her into a wall. Her focus shattered completely. The chaos didn't vanish. Parallax's field still thrummed, but the nullification lifted. Izuku's foresight fully reconnected. He saw everything. The problem was, so did Parallax. Sort of. Hey, Parallax said, manic grin stretching wider. There it is. Full oracle mode. Show me what you can do when the storm's at full blast, Midoriya. Master says you're special. Prove it. Izuku saw Parallax blasting him from 3 angles. He saw Uraraka nearly getting caught by a stray explosion. He saw a gridline repositioning. He also saw something else, a Ture that didn't involve him landing the end. It involved explosions, loud ones, and a certain explosive blonde who wasn't currently on this battlefield. But Izuku's quirk didn't just show what would happen. It showed what could happen if he nudged certain things now. He thought of Bakugo, short-tempered, proud, allergic to being left out of big fights. He thought of the alarms that must already be going off. Hero agencies mobilizing other pros and students nearby. He saw a probability thread light up in his mind. Bakugo on a rooftop 2 blocks away, dragged along by best genist when the Patro. El Ruth shifted to respond to the attack. If he played this just right, if he extended the fight another 30 seconds, if he maneuvered Parallax into a certain position. Izuku dodged a blast, skidding behind a shattered pillar. I don't have to be the one to end this, he realized. I just have to make it endable. Gridline, he shouted. Can you project lines vertical? Like glowing pillars? Yes. Gridline called back. Lines already shifting. Then cage his movement, Izuku said. Not fully, just shape his preference. Make left side look more open. Force him that way. Gridline slammed his palms down. Glowing pillars shot up from the ground in staggered rows, forming a loose funnel. Parallax snorted. You think you're hurting me? He scoffed. My whole quirk is breaking patterns, kid. Exactly, Izuku said, stepping into view. So I made the pattern pretend to be somewhere else. He darted right, not left. Parallax's instincts, and his chaos field, reacted. He fired where Izuku should have been. The blasts ricocheted off Gridline's lines, bouncing at odd angles. Izuku had already moved. Uraraka, he yelled, rotate the debris cloud clockwise. She did, the floating junk shifting position. Each piece of falling metal, each floating sign, each glowing line became a variable. Izuku's foresight turned the chaos into a weighted web. He didn't try to predict Parallax's exact moves anymore. He predicted clusters, zones where Parallax was more likely to step, angles that were safer for the villain, but only because Izuku wanted him to think so. He guided the fight subtly, not like a puppet show, but like gently tilting a bowl and letting the marbles roll where he wanted. Slowly, inevitably, the path bent. Parallax laughed, breathless. This is fun, he shouted. Master was right, you're interesting. He fired wildly, forcing Izuku to dive behind a low wall. You can see so much, Parallax continued. But can you see this? He raised his hands. The chaos field pulsed, expanding. Probability waves rippled outward. Izuku's vision exploded with conflicting futures. He saw Uraraka falling, Uraraka not falling, Gridline knocked aside, Gridline standing firm. His brain felt like it was trying to process 1,000 roots at once. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head. Too much, too much, too much. Midoriya, Uraraka cried. Parallax grinned. Overloading you, he taunted. Good, let your brain melt. No more Oracle. Izuku's heart pounded. This was his worst fear. Not just losing his quirk, but having it turned against him. Being trapped under an avalanche of futures until he couldn't move at all. He squeezed his eyes shut, and remembered Nighteye. You will keep falling off the tightrope. The point is to get better at catching yourself. He forced a breath. I don't need all of it, he thought. I just need one thing. He stopped trying to see everything. Stopped trying to resolve every contradiction. Instead, he focused on one outcome. Not of this move, of the fight. He reached for a future not defined by his perspective, but by someone else's. Bakugo. The thread was faint but there. A future where Bakugo, eyes blazing, stood on a rooftop overlooking this very street. Shouting something unprintable as he launched himself into the fray. Izuku grabbed that thread and pulled. Okay, he thought, forcing his breathing to steady. All I need to do is keep this noisy mess going long enough and in the right place for him to land the hit. He opened his eyes. Parallax's chaos field still howled. But Izuku's panic had cooled, slightly. He stopped looking at the flashing clips of the next second. He looked 15 seconds out instead. He saw a frame. Parallax standing near a particular streetlight, angled just so. Above him, a clear line of sight from a distant rooftop. Izuku aimed for that moment. He stumbled to his feet, deliberately moving in a way that would look clumsy to Parallax. Bait, Uraraka, he shouted, voice hoarse. Back up Gridline. Don't worry about me. They hesitated. He didn't. He dove left, rolling, coming up near another floating cluster of debris. Parallax tracked him, blasting, laughing. Clamp, still tangled, cursed and tried to free himself. Nullwave was out cold, slumped against the wall. The field roiled. Izuku ignored the next half second. In the half second after that, he treated them as fog, uncertain, painful, not worth focusing on. He threw his mind further forward. 9 seconds. Parallax, slightly winded, shifting his stance. 10 seconds. The train overhead rumbling into position. 12. Best Johnnies. T and Bakugo arriving at the edge of the district, arguing with police about perimeter access. 13. Bakugo seeing the explosions, eyes narrowing. 14. He tore away from Genist, vaulting over a barricade. 15. Rooftop. Line of sight, streetlight. Izuku smiled, wild and a bit desperate. Okay, he thought, let's meet you there. He sprinted toward the streetlight. Parallax followed, of course. Why wouldn't he? His chaos field loved pursuit. Loved a moving target. Blasts carved new scars in the pavement around Izuku's feet. Running to the middle of the street. Parallax crowed. You're making it too easy. Izuku didn't answer. Gridline shouted something about structural integrity. Uraraka cursed as she dodged a stray blast. Izuku reached the spot under the streetlight and skidded to a halt, chest heaving. Parallax strode forward, chaos swirling. And this, he slashed, is where your story ends, Oracle. Izuku looked at him, then looked up. He couldn't see Bakugo. Didn't need to. The future thread told him enough. He pointed upward. Hey, Parallax, he said, voice surprisingly steady. You ever try predicting this? Parallax's eyes flicked up. A roaring explosion answered him. Bakugo came screaming out of the sky like an angry comet, gauntlets detonating. The force of his blast turned his entire body into a diving missile. He slammed into Parallax from above, timing an angle perfect. It was a hit Izuku could never have called out loud without ruining it. Parallax's chaos field spiked, and then shorted out under the sheer, overwhelming burst of kinetic force. The blast cratered the pavement, rattled windows, and sent a shockwave down the street. When the dust cleared, Parallax lay unconscious in the crater, costume smoking, chaos haze dissipating. Bakugo stood over him, panting, eyes blazing. He spat to the side. That, he snarled, is for trying to make Deku shut up. Izuku laughed, half hysterical, half relieved. His legs gave out. He sat down hard on the street. Bakugo rounded on him immediately. What the heck were you thinking, dragging this out? He yelled. You trying to get yourself turned into villain bait? Izuku wheezed. I was thinking, he panted, that your explosions are really useful when someone stands exactly there. Bakugo's eyes widened fractionally. What? He demanded. You think you just showed up at the perfect second by chance? Izuku managed a weak grin. Please, I've seen you. If there was a path that got you here any faster, you would have taken it. Bakugo stared at him, anger wrestling with reluctant understanding. So he scowled. You set that up, even with your quirk scrambled. Not fully scrambled, Izuku said. Distorted. So I stopped chasing perfect clarity and started working with fuzzy probabilities. Bakugo glared. That's the nerdiest way anyone's ever described what just happened, he grumbled. But, fine, it worked. Gridline and Uraraka ran up, breathing hard. Is everyone okay? Gridline asked, scanning them quickly. Physically, Uraraka said, hands on her knees. Mostly. Mentally, she glanced at Izuku. He just surfed a chaos storm and then used Bakugo as a falling bomb. I don't know what scale we're measuring on anymore. Police sirens wailed in the distance. Pro heroes began converging, securing the area, cuffing Clamp and Nullwave. Best Jeanist arrived, looking exasperated but relieved, dragging extra tape bindings for the villains. That was not how I intended this patrol to go, Bakugo, he said. But your timing was adequate. Bakugo snorted. Timing was his dumb quirk, he muttered, jerking a thumb at Izuku. Jeanist looked at Izuku. You coordinated that? He asked. Izuku shook his head. We coordinated it, he said, glancing at Uraraka, Gridline, and even Bakugo. I just nudged probabilities. Gridline clapped a hand on his shoulder. And we followed, he said. Not because you're an oracle, but because your read of the battlefield was solid. Izuku smiled weakly. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Don't start saying oracle again, he grumbled. He'll get smug. I really won't, Izuku protested. Bakugo studied him. Then, unexpectedly, he smirked. You're still a nerd, he said. But you're not just hiding behind your quirk anymore. Izuku blinked. I thought you said my quirk was cheating, he said. It is, Bakugo said. But today you proved you see. And fight even when the cheat codes are bugged. He jabbed a finger at him. Don't get dependent on perfect visions, he added. Because creeps like this, he glanced at Parallax, are gonna keep trying to mess you up. And I am not about to lose a fight because you get a headache. Izuku laughed, genuine this time. I'll work on it, he said. Uraraka smiled, relief shining through exhaustion. We'll all work on it, she said. Together. Quote. Gridline nodded. With villains this specifically tuned to counter you, he said, we can safely assume this won't be the last attempt. Izuku's smile faded slightly. All for One's presence loomed again. He saw this, Izuku thought. He designed this, and he'll design worse. But then he remembered something else. He remembered the chaos field. The wall in his mind. The way he'd pushed past it by letting go of precision and trusting others to fill the gaps. He also remembered Nightaye's words. Your job is not to stop every bad thing. It's to make sure the world after the bad thing is as survivable as possible. He exhaled. If All for One wants an arms race, he thought, fine. I'll race him, with better teammates. Later, in Nightaye's office, Izuku replayed the battle in painstaking detail. Nighteye listened, expression grave. Chaos field, he mused. Nullification. Capture attention. All in one deployment, in a civilian area you just happened to be patrolling. He steepled his fingers. This was a test run, he said. A recorded experiment. They weren't trying to kill you, they were trying to gather data. Izuku shivered. That's what I thought, he admitted. They knew my name. Parallax even said, our master. Like it was a lab assignment. Nighteye nodded. All for One always fights in layers, he said. Frontline skirmishes and background research, all at once. He always did enjoy cheating with information. He looked at Izuku. But this time, he said, he met someone who cheats back. Izuku flushed. I'm not comfortable with that word, he said. I don't want to be unfair. Nightaye's lips quirked. Hero society has long defined fairness as we get punched and then punch back, he said dryly. If your quirk allows us to punch less and stop more, I'd say that's the moral upgrade. Izuku scratched his cheek. I did something different today, he said. When the chaos overwhelmed me, I stopped trying to see every path and instead focused on regions. Probabilities. He tried to describe it. The fuzzy clouds of likely outcomes instead of the crisp clips he used to rely on. Nighteye listened with genuine interest. Good, he said. You shifted from deterministic thinking to probabilistic. Dangerous for those who crave certainties, but ideal for someone being deliberately fed noise. He leaned back. You're evolving faster than he anticipated. Nighteye said quietly. All for one will notice that. That's not comforting, Izuku muttered. It isn't meant to be, Nighteye replied. But it is reality. He adjusted his glasses. Use this, he said. From now on, we'll train both modalities of your quirk. Precise clips for controlled environments. Probabilistic clouds for chaotic ones. And we'll drill you on functioning in bursts. Dip in, read. Dip out. No more drowning. Izuku nodded, relieved. Yes, sir, he said. I don't want to freeze like that again. You won't, Nighteye said. Not if we can help it. He tapped the desk. In Midoriya, he added, that move at the end. Positioning Parallax under a future Bakugo entry point. Izuku blushed. It just made sense, he said. Bakugo would never sit out a nearby fight. His instinct to charge is predictable in its own way. Nighteye smiled slightly. Heroes like Bakugo are difficult, he said. But they are also beautifully, reliably explosive variables. He met Izuku's eyes. You realize today, he said, that your role doesn't have to be final blow. You're the one who designs the field so that when someone else does hit, it matters most. Izuku thought of Parallax, unconscious in the crater, of Bakugo, roaring out of the sky, of Uraraka, dizzy but grinning, of Gridline, lines dimming as though of all might, punching all for one in that ruined city. Of the future he'd seen, and the lives he could rearrange around it. He exhaled slowly. I can live with that, he said. Nighteye nodded. Good, he said, because the next Gambit all for one plays. He won't just come for you. He'll come for your alliances. He gestured to the All Might posters around the room. The symbol is still his primary obsession, he said. But I suspect the strategist behind the next era. His gaze returned to Izuku. That's you. Izuku's heart hammered, but this time, it wasn't purely fear. It was responsibility, and, despite everything, a spark of determination. If he's planning for me, Izuku said softly, then I'll plan for him. He clenched his fists. I'll build an entire world he can't predict, he added. Not alone. With them. With everyone I can train, warn, and prepare. Night-Eye's eyes glinted. A world where his gambits fail, he said. Again and again, Izuku said. Until somewhere, in a future not yet fully seen, the boy with F. Foresight stopped being just the one who saw disasters coming, and became the one who made sure fewer happened at all. The video always froze at the same frame. All Might, gaunt and steaming, standing in the middle of a ruined city. His fist raised, his arm trembling, the last embers of his muscle form flickering around bones that were never meant to carry that much weight. Smoke swirled around him, parting just enough for the cameras to catch the expression on his face, exhausted, determined, and strangely peaceful. This is my last, the recording of his voice rasped, tinny through the speakers, as All Might. Then the clip paused. Lights came up in the briefing room. Rows of pro heroes and support staff sat in tiered seats, some in costume, some still pulling on gloves or adjusting utility belts. A few fresh-faced interns lingered in the back rows, eyes wide, the scene they'd watched etched into their memories. At the front of the room, beneath the frozen image of All Might, Santo. Odi, a young man in a simple dark green hero coat, sleeves rolled up. The coat didn't scream for attention, neither did the man. Izuku Midoriya tapped a remote, changing the screen from All Might to a city map littered with icons. Most people focus on the punch, he said. His voice wasn't booming or theatrical, but it carried, steady and practiced. On the fact that All Might defeated All for One in a single overwhelming blow. He clicked again. The footage rewound in fast motion, people fleeing, blasts ripping buildings, heroes scrambling to evacuate. What they don't focus on, he continued, is this. The video slowed. They watched wireframes of heroes and civilians highlighted in color as the simulation overlay kicked in. Evacuation paths lit up, choke points, temporary shelters, All Might's movements traced in gold, others in blue and white. By the time All Might threw that last punch, Izuku said quietly, we had already evacuated 82% of the district. Emergency services were staged in advance. Triage zones were set up in low-risk areas. Schools underground. Hospitals reinforced. He gestured to the screen. That didn't happen by accident, he said. It happened because he believed in preparation. Because he shared information with people like Sir Nighteye. Because UA trained a generation of heroes to think ahead. Because we chose not to treat that fight as one man versus a monster, but as the apex of a coordinated response. He let the silence sit for a moment. Today, he said, we're not here to worship that punch. He looked out over the room. We're here to make sure we never need another one like it. The crest behind him hummed softly, stylized lines radiating from a central shield, forming a pattern that looked suspiciously like branching paths. Proactive Response Agency, symbol of preparedness. Someone had insisted on the tagline. Newspapers loved it, Izuku tolerated it. Midoriya-san, a young support tech asked from the second row, raising a hand. How accurate was your forecast, back then? For Kamino, Izuku smiled faintly. Depends on who you ask, he said. Sir Nighteye would say we botched at least 30%. All Might wool. D say we saved more lives than we had any right to. He clicked again. The map zoomed out, showing the broader city. I'll say this, he added. Our models said we were looking at a projected casualty count in the thousands if we treated Kamino like a typical, large-scale villain assault. He drew a circle with a laser pointer. With proactive evacuation, pre-positioned support, and coordinated teams guided by Foresight, he said. We cut that by more than half. The room was quiet, but that was years ago, Izuku continued, switching the display to a different map, today's. And All for One doesn't like being outplayed. Which is why we're here now. The cityscape on the screen shifted, lighting up with markers, red for potential high-risk points, yellow for known villain activity, blue for hero agencies. This is our 24-hour forecast, Izuku said. Generated by our predictive grid, cross-referenced with patrol reports, crime patterns, and external intel. He pointed to a clues. Tear of yellow-red dots near the waterfront. 6 hours from now, he said, we have a 72% probability of a coordinated disruption event here. Industrial District. Historically low hero presence. High. Saint projected collateral if something goes wrong. A veteran pro-hero in the front row, someone with a shark-toothed grin and a scar along his jaw, leaned forward. You're saying we'll definitely get hit there? He asked. Izuku shook his head. No, he said, I'm saying if something does happen today, the odds are best that it happens there. That's a critical difference. He looked around the room. I don't do guarantees, he said. I do odds, and I design our response to make those odds hurt our enemies more than they hurt us. A few people chuckled at that. In the third row, a familiar pair of glasses gleamed as Tenya Iida adjusted them. Midoriya, Iida said, voice controlled but warm, can you walk everyone through the allocation plan again? Specifically how we balance high probability zones with unavoidable blind spots. Izuku nodded. Of course, he said. That's exactly what today's briefing is for. As he moved through the details, assigning Kirishima and a hardened rescue team to structural reinforcement. Placing Kaminari's squad near the power grid, coordinating mobility units for rapid civilian extraction, he caught flickers of future clips along the edges of his awareness. A kid dropping an ice cream in the street outside the building. Uraraka tripping slightly on a raised cable in the HQ corridor but catching herself with a laugh. A young intern asking him, nervously, for an autograph after the meeting. He let those visions drift. He'd learned, over time, how to let the small things go. Questions? He asked at last. A new voice spoke up, hesitant. Midoriya-sensei, an intern in the back row, hair tied tightly, clenched her clipboard with white knuckles. Yes, Izuku said, offering an encouraging smile. If you can see so much, she said, cheeks flushing, what's left for us to decide? The room went very still. It was the question he'd been asked in a dozen different ways over the last 3 years. From politicians who wanted him to sign off on every policy. From agencies who wanted him to bless their patrol schedules. From civilians who wanted him to promise that nothing bad would ever happen in their neighborhood. From students who looked at his quirk and saw, not a tool, but an answer key. Izuku set the remote down. That, he said softly, is the heart of it, isn't it? All eyes were on him now. When I was 4, he said, I saw my mom, I warned her. It didn't break. I thought, that was it. That was my quirk. Stop things from breaking. If I just looked hard enough, nothing would ever fall again. No one would ever get hurt. He smiled, a little sadly. That was wrong. He gestured around the room. We live in a wild world, he said. People make choices. Storms happen. Villains act. Heroes get tired. No matter how much I see, I can't account for every conscious decision. Every random gust of wind, every quirk interaction. He tapped his chest. I learned the hard way, he said, that if I try to control everything, I make things worse. I burn out. I smother my friends. I turn heroes into puppets. He let that sink in. So what's left for you? He repeated, looking at the intern. Everything that matters. He stepped away from the podium, closer to the front row. I can tell you that a dam might crack, he said. It's up to the engineers to decide how to reinforce it. I can warn that a villain probably strikes a hospital. It's up to you, he nodded to a rescue hero, to decide who you carry first. I can highlight a block where an earthquake likely hits hardest. He looked at Iida. It's up to the ones directing traffic, he added, to decide which roads to keep clear, how to communicate, how to stay calm. He spread his hands. I don't take away choices, he said. I just try to make sure you're not making them blind. The intern swallowed, eyes wet. So we're not just executing a script? She asked. Izuku shook his head. If I ever turn your lives into a script, he said, I want you to walk out of this agency. Immediately. Because that's when I've stopped being a hero and started being a tyrant. A few of the older heroes smirked. One of them muttered, been there, under his breath. But as long as we remember that Foresight is a map, not a leash, Izuku went on, then we can be something else. He glanced back at the frozen image of All Might on the screen. We can be prepared, he said. Silence. Then Iida, unable to help himself, clapped first. Others followed. The sound was not reverent. It wasn't a standing ovation. But it was solid, grounded. He'd take that over worship any day. Briefing adjourned, Izuku said, picking up the remote again. Teams, you have your assignments. We'll reconvene in 3 hours for the updated forecast. Until then, hydrate, review, and don't trip on cables in the hallway. He aimed that last part at the door. Too late, came Uraraka's voice from the corridor, along with a muffled, I'm okay. The room chuckled. As heroes filtered out, chatter rising, Izuku. You felt a familiar presence slip in through the side door. You're getting better at the speeches, Toshinori Yagi said. Izuku turned. All Might, no, Toshinori, wore a plain cardigan over a button-up shirt, hair tied back in a low tail. He looked older than the last time Izuku had really studied him, lines deeper, frame a little more stooped. He also looked content. Is that so? Izuku asked sheepishly. I still feel like I'm rambling. You are, Toshinori said. But it's purposeful rambling. Very heroic. He coughed lightly into his fist. You didn't mention your own role at Kamino, Toshinori added. Not directly. Izuku shrugged. That was your day, he said. I just helped set the stage. Toshinori's eyes softened. You set more than just the stage, my boy, he said quietly. You helped make sure my last stand didn't become everyone else's last day too. Izuku's chest tightened. You're still here, he said. That matters more to me than anything I saw back then. Toshinori chuckled. Yes, well, he said. You and Nighteye were very determined to wring as much, out of that future as you could. He looked up at the screen, where his younger self was frozen mid-speech. I watched that clip again last night, he admitted. Forgive an old man his vanity. You're allowed, Izuku said. I didn't see it then, Toshinori went on. All I saw was an ending. But now, watch, how you built this place, he gestured around the briefing room. I see it as a pivot. Izuku swallowed. That's how I see it too, he said. Now, Toshinori smiled. Good, he said, because the world needed a symbol of peace once. But now, it needs a symbol of preparedness more. Izuku made a face. I still don't like that name, he muttered. It sounds pompous. Toshinori laughed. So did symbol of peace, at first, he said. You'll grow into it, or you'll break it and build a new one. Either works. He clapped his hands suddenly. Anyway, he said, I'm not here only to inflate your ego. I came to see if you were leaving the office for once. Izuku blinked. I might, he said. Forecast says the waterfront district isn't likely to escalate past level 4. Gridline and his team can handle the early phases. I was planning to stay in the command center, monitor. Toshinori raised an eyebrow. When's the last time you were on the ground for a non-catastrophic patrol? He asked. Izuku opened his mouth, closed it, Last month, he admitted. During the tunnel incident, and before that, the stadium evacuation. 2 months before that, Toshinori folded his arms. You're a strategist, he said. Not a vault door. Sometimes it's good for your models to get their hands dirty. Izuku sighed. You sound like Gran Torino, he said. Good, Toshinori said. He's right. Izuku hesitated. His foresight had already shown him 3 versions of the upcoming waterfront disturbance. In all of them, he stayed in the command center. Directed things via screens. It was efficient. But in one faint, barely lit thread, he went in person. The casualty differential wasn't dramatic. But something else was. He saw himself, boots on the ground, talking to a rookie hero face to face instead of through a headset. He saw that Hero's future shift subtly, greater confidence, a different agency choice, a path that led to him leading his own regional coordination center years later. The numbers weren't as clean as he liked. No clear, this is obviously better. Just a sense that the world he wanted to build required him to be visible sometimes, not just a voice in people's ears. He looked back at Toshinori. You want to come? Izuku asked. Toshinori's eyes widened. Ah, he said. That is, I'm technically retired, you know. And my stamina. You can sit in the car and offer snark, Izuku said. If things escalate, you go to the safe perimeter and shout notes. I'm not asking All Might for a guest appearance. I'm asking Toshinori Yagi for company. Toshinori's throat worked. I'd like that, he said softly. Izuku smiled. Then let's go design a mid-tier mess together, he said. The waterfront district looked different from the Camino ruins. For one thing, most of it was still standing. Tall warehouses lined the docks, their metal sides gleaming in the late afternoon sun. Cranes loomed over stacks of shipping containers. Gulls wheeled overhead, shrieking. Workers moved about, forklifts humming. On the surface, everything was calm. But Izuku saw the frayed edges. A barge overdue by 40 minutes, causing dock schedules to ripple. A hatch cover improperly secured. 2 rival gangs whose members happened to be working on the same shift, keeping an eye on each other. He'd seen 3 major possible scenarios. 1. A smuggling ring blowing a hole in a airhouse wall to access confiscated goods. 2. 3. A quirk-enhanced brawl breaking out between dock workers tied to different syndicates. 4. 5. A distraction fire, set near the fuel storage to draw her O's away from a cyber attack on the port's control systems. 6. All 3 had messy sub-branches. He'd placed he stood in a modest field van parked near the central dock road, surrounded by monitors. Toshinori sat in the passenger seat, sipping tea from a thermos. You look ridiculous, Toshinori said cheerfully. All this power and you choose a van with squeaky brakes. The squeakiness makes us seem less important, Izuku replied. Psychological camouflage. That's not how that works, Toshinori said. Izuku smiled and checked his watch. Okay, he murmured. Forecast window opening in 3, 2. A forklift engine sputtered. The driver cursed, hitting the console. Izuku's foresight offered him a brief clip. The forklift's load falling, crushing a crate, spilling sacks. In another, the driver jumped off early and twisted an ankle. Channel 3, he said into his headset. Crane team, this is Midoriya. Flag forklift 6 near dock 4 for maintenance. Tell them to shut it down before they pick up another load. A gruff voice responded, already looks wobbly. We're on it, Oracle. He winced lightly at the codename, but let it go. One tiny hazard. Neutralized. His focus shifted. A flicker of heat near warehouse B's north wall. A pair of nervous workers exchanging a glance. Possible scenario 1. Team Beta, he said. Circle warehouse B casual like. No weapons drawn. Just visible. Make sure any would-be wall demolitions feel unwelcome. Roger, came Kirishima's voice. We'll go work on our casual like walk. Static, then laughter in the background. Toshinori chuckled. Yo, you've turned them into a walking early warning system, he said. It's mutual, Izuku said. Their presence tightens enemy options in ways I'm still charting. He checked another feed. Ida's agency D sent a small traffic control team to manage the main road. He watched as Ida directed trucks with efficient gestures, engines humming. His foresight showed him 2 branches, one where a truck tried to rush through when the disruption started, causing a pile-up, another where they were already rerouted to a side street. He nudged the latter. Traffic team, slow incoming trucks from the south, he said. We want fewer moving parts if things go sideways. Understood, Iida replied promptly. We'll stagger entry. Thank you, Midoriya. Minutes stretched. Izuku felt the tension building like pressure in a boiler. Toshinori watched him out of the corner of his eye. How much do you already see? He asked quietly. Enough to know something happens, Izuku said. Not enough to say exactly what. The probabilities are bunched. It's fuzzy. Fuzzy is uncomfortable, Toshinori remarked. It is, Izuku agreed. But it's honest. He remembered Parallax's chaos in Nullwave's silence. He remembered drowning in noise. He'd promised himself he'd never get lost like that again. A faint alarm chimed on one of the screens. Warehouse B's internal sensors tripped. Unauthorized movement near the restricted goods section. He zoomed in. 4 figures in work vests, but their body language screamed villain. Too quick, too coordinated. Possible scenario 1, confirmed. Team Beta, Izuku said, heads up. You have company inside Warehouse B. North side. 4 hostiles, probably armed. Objective seems to be the confiscated tech in Section C. Got it, said Kirishima. On our way. He saw Mina appear on another feed beside Kirishima. Cracking her knuckles. Acid's ready, she said. Izuku smiled. He flicked to another camera. Near the fuel storage, a figure in a hoodie lingered, pretending to smoke. Their heartbeat was too fast. Their foot tapped too often. Scenario 3 tightening. Team Gamma, he said. We've got a possible arsonist loitering near fuel storage. Uraraka, can you casually pass by and accidentally bump into them? Her cheerful response came back immediately. On it, she chirped. Time to be the clumsiest hero alive. Toshinori snorted. This all looks very under control, he said. Izuku didn't answer. He'd learned not to say things like that out loud. His foresight showed him branches. Kirishima taking a hit if he rushed in too fast. Mina accidentally melting something important. Uraraka getting a whiff of fuel fumes and getting dizzy. He layered his input like he'd learned. Beta, remember, he said, priority is containment, not capture. Secure civilians, deny access to the goods. Stall until backup arrives. Roger, Kirishima replied. We'll harden the route. Gamma, Izuku added, be ready to switch from clumsy to full hero, fast. I'm seeing a 40% chance that Hoodie isn't just a lookout. Received, Uraraka said. I'll keep my costume under the jacket. Toshinori watched him work for a few moments. You're talking less than you used to, he observed. Fewer micro calls. Izuku nodded slightly. I learned, he said, that over-narrating makes people wait for me. Now I try to highlight only the moments where my extra information really changes something. The rest belongs to them. Toshinori nodded, impressed. A sudden ripple ran through Izuku's mind. He inhaled sharply. What is it? Toshinori asked. Izuku's foresight had jumped, like his purse. PTION was being tugged a few blocks to the east. He followed it, mentally. On a side street just outside the district, a tall, cloaked figure stepped out of a shadow. Their feet didn't quite touch the ground. Their face was obscured by a hood, only a hint of pale chin and a smirk visible. He couldn't see the future around this person clearly. The threads tangled in an all too familiar way. His blood ran cold. No, he thought, not him, but, not all for one. He was securely contained, his body broken. But the distortion, the way probabilities wobbled around this figure. It was someone wearing his style. New variable, Izuku said. Adrenaline spiking. Unidentified cloaked figure at East Access Road, point E7. Probability distortion around them, similar to Parallax, but cleaner. He zoomed in on a grainy security feed. The figure raised a hand. Shadowy tendrils rippled along the pavement for a moment, then sank back. They weren't attacking, just testing. Who is that? Toshinori murmured. Izuku's foresight tried to pull deeper. He saw 2 branches, one where he kept his distance, monitoring. The cloaked figure observed the response patterns, then slipped away, leaving only baseline level damage at the warehouses and fuel depots. Another where he moved to intercept personally. In that branch, the figure engaged. Not in a full fight, but in a calculated spar. Testing him, testing his quirk. Casualties didn't spike dramatically, but the information flow, the information they'd get about him if he engaged face to face. He ground his teeth. This is another test, he realized. Like Parallax, but refined. One of all for one's ideological heirs. He had a choice. Toshinori watched him carefully. You see something, he said. Something you don't like. Izuku nodded. A new antagonist, he said. Someone built for this era. For my kind of heroism. He turned away from the screen. For now, he decided, voice steady, we treat them as high-level observers. We reinforce their apparent target zones, collect footage, and don't give them a clean sample of how I react up close. Toshinori raised an eyebrow. You're choosing not to confront them? He asked. That's new. It's strategic, Izuku said. If I rush because my pride is offended, I give them exactly what they want. He exhaled slowly. Right now, their impact in all timelines is limited, he continued. They're scouting. The worst outcomes in this window aren't from them, they're from the warehouse robbery and the potential fuel fire. He pointed back to the main feeds. I focus on what kills people today, he said. We'll deal with whoever that is when we know more. Toshinori SMKE a real symbol, he said softly. Picking battles, leaving some threads for the future. Izuku grimaced playfully. Or I sound like a bureaucrat, he said. We'll know which when this is over. The fight at Warehouse B escalated as predicted. Kirishima took a hit, bruised ribs, but Mina's acid and a backup team's arrival kept the villains from reaching the tech. Uraraka's accidental bump near the fuel storage revealed a device taped to a valve. She floated it away before it detonated, and a containment squad neutralized it. The cloaked figure watched from their vantage point, then melted back into the city. Izuku saw them vanish from cameras, their probability signature blurred. He marked the time, location, and behavioral patterns. Got you, he murmured. Not today, but soon. An hour later, the district was calm again. Minimal property damage, 0 deaths, 9 minor injuries, 24 potential disasters that never made it past, almost. As teams debriefed and workers returned to their routines, Toshinori and Izuku stepped out of the van. The evening light painted the water gold. Gulls screamed and laughed overhead. Well, Toshinori said, stretching his arms gently, I'd call that a success. Izuku rolled his shoulders. Not dramatic enough for the news, he said. Which is exactly what I want. Toshinori chuckled. You know, he said. When I started as a hero, I thought the mark of a good day was how many villains I knocked out. And now? Izuku asked. Now, Toshinori replied, watching AP. Arab kids chase each other along the safe path gridline had marked. I think the mark of a good day is when nothing makes the news at all. Izuku smiled. Then we have a lot of good days ahead of us, he said. Later that night, Izuku stood alone on the rooftop of the PR agency. The city stretched below him, tangled streets, flickering signs, clusters of lights like constellations turned upside down. He soaked it in. His quirk hummed quietly. He let it. He saw a woman overcooking soup in a nearby apartment. A taxi slightly overcharging a tourist. A pair of teens rehearsing dance moves on a balcony. A hero in another district finishing a patrol and yawning hugely behind his mask. He could have zoomed further. Looked for the big things. Tried to catch a tremor of the next all-for-one wannabe, the next chaos quirk. The next mass attack. Instead, he breathed. I know you're there, he said, softly, not to anyone in particular. Whoever you are, whatever you're planning, whatever storm you think you're bringing. He closed his eyes. I won't see all of it, he admitted. I'll miss things. I'll get things wrong. People will still get hurt. He opened his eyes again, gaze steady. But I won't be alone, he said. You'll be playing against a world that thinks ahead now. Against heroes who have trained to move without me. Against kids who grew up in drills we designed to make, prepared, normal. He smiled faintly. Against a symbol who doesn't stand on a pedestal, he added, but behind a desk, and in front of a map, and in the middle of the street yelling, left, 3 seconds, duck now. When it really matters. A gust of wind tugged at his coat. His foresight flickered one more time that night, unprompted. He saw himself years from now, hair a little grayer, circles deeper under his eyes. Standing in a classroom at UA, marker in hand, sketching branching paths on a board. Students watched, taking notes. In hero work, the future him said, tapping the branches, there are no perfect paths. Only better and worse ones. My quirk lets me see some of them. Your quirk will see others. The real work is deciding what kind of world you want those paths to lead to. He saw All Might sitting in the back of that classroom, smiling. He saw Bakugo at a different academy, yelling at his trainees to stop flinching and think for once. He saw Iida directing a regional response center. Yaoyorozu presenting new non-lethal containment tech. Uraraka leading global disaster drills. He saw kids who didn't remember a time when heroes only showed up after things broke. He let the clip go. That future didn't feel fixed. It didn't have the heavy inevitability of All Might's last stand. It was a possibility, bright, fragile, and worth fighting for. Izuku Midoriya, quirk, Foresight, symbol of preparedness, stepped away from the edge. Okay, he said quietly. To work. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you all are enjoyed this video. So let's end this video here. Until then, see you in next video. Izuku's vision, muscles deflating, hair L.